It's obviously just one transition to Kyle. Kyle will explain Jen's role as well, and then to me. So is that right? Happy? Cool. Confirm. Let's have a good one. 10 minutes. 10 minutes! Sorry, do you want to just shout at everyone else? Ask Dan how his rice tasted as well. I had an impulse to just stick my fingers in his rice for lunch as he was sat at his table. unique. It's an event designed to make you equal, because you are number one. It's known as the ultimate test of a driver's skill, an event where entry cannot be bought but has to be earned, an event where only champions qualify. On equal equipment and representing only themselves and their nations, the 394 qualifiers compete with an Olympian spirit and intensity over 4 action-packed days. This is the biggest party in world karting. This is the 2025 Rotax. Kyle Lawrence.
Thank you, Henry. I will be making sure that throughout the course of this week, I place myself in the mechanics area with the supporters, with the crowd up on the grandstands to bring you a different perspective, a new perspective, to bring you the emotion, to bring you the vibe, and as well the passion of this great event. But let's not forget, there's going to be some breaking news and tidbits that I'll be able to get hold of to send back up to you guys and give you, the viewers at home, as much information as possible to make the experience of watching this wonderful event as good as possible. Back to you, Henry.
Thank you, Kyle. But of course, for every raw emotion, there is a refinement that comes with events that are at the very top of the tree in their chosen sport. And speaking of refinement, that is where we're going to find the First Lady of Rotax, Jen Wade.
Well, thank you, Henry. And of course, I'm here with the best view in the house, in the Rotax Club. Of course, all our global distributors are here supporting their national teams, our special guests, all the partners supporting the event. It's really a nice atmosphere, and it's going to get a little bit rowdy in a very short time once we start going racing. But check this out. Honestly, it's the best view in the house, and that's why we make this the Rotax Club. Of course, over the weekend, up until Saturday, I'll also be giving you a little bit of insight before and after the races. I'll be down in the pre-grid, the pit lane, and of course near the scales. So we're going to see a little bit of emotion and take you on a little bit of the ride here in Bahrain as we cover the grand finals. Absolutely beautiful. I'm going to hand you back to Henry, and I'm going to settle in, but I'll catch you a little bit later. So back to you, Henry.
Thank you, Jen. This is Rotax's Super Bowl. It's our World Series. It's our World Cup. Since the first edition back in 2000, this event has grown and gained a reputation as the one global event in karting where a driver's talent is the ultimate deciding factor. And it's why each and every year since the year 2000, tens of thousands of Rotax drivers around the world try and qualify for this event. Everybody from the youngest dreamers to the most seasoned professionals, and even the occasional Formula One driver. But what awaits them when they do qualify? Well, let's find out. So this is Bahrain International Karting Circuit. It's known as one of the best in the world. The drivers love it. Why? Let's find out. Giving you a guided tour of this 16-corner track. Across the start-finish line, turn 1 is fast, flat, and very, very spectacular. But that's about the only flat part of this circuit as we head into the first of 3 timing sectors. Sector number 1 is an absolute roller coaster of a ride. You've got to maintain rhythm. You've got to maintain the apexes, because if you don't, then you're offline for the first big overtaking opportunity up at turn number 5. Out of turn number 5 into the middle sector. Short, sharp, spectacular, and with turn number 8, the key overtaking point of the entire circuit. You can't run out too wide for track limits, and if you're too slow out of it, then you're slow on the run up to the top end of the circuit, sector number 3. The incredible corkscrew corner at the top end of the track. A good exit out of there means you're in prime position for the final set of 90-degree corners that may decide who wins this year's Rotax Grand Finals. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is why the drivers love this circuit, and that is why the Rotax Grand Finals has come back to Bahrain for a 3rd time. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. The national flag of Bahrain sits proudly atop the adjacent Formula One circuit. The Formula One circuit that 3 nights ago hosted well over 1,000 members of the Rotax family for the drivers' welcome party. Since then, the drivers have selected their karts at random in a kart raffle. They have built them, and they have then spent 2 days testing them. This afternoon, timed qualifying for each one of the 8 categories begins. Time qualifying could be one of the most critical parts of this entire event. And, as opposed to previous years, the time in qualifying has been cut from 8 to 6 minutes for all classes apart from the E20 and E20 Masters classes, who have just 5 minutes to set a time. At the end of qualifying today, we will move into the first set of heat races, and each one of the 394 drivers this year, representing 59 different nations, will have one of their heat races today under the lights. A big hello to you all watching on the Rotax Karting YouTube channel. We appreciate your support, your feedback, your comments in the live chat. And a big hello to all the Rotax racers around the world who didn't qualify this year for this event. I know some of you may be battling issues, health issues. I know that there are 1 or 2 people currently watching this lying in a hospital bed undergoing treatment for cancer. We hope that this event gives you a little bit of light relief and allows you to enjoy the sport that we love at its very finest. The first bit of on-track activity you will see will be the qualifying session for the E20s and the E20 Masters. During the course of the next 4 days, I will be joined here in the commentary box by a host of international co-guest commentators. We will have, from South Africa, my broadcast colleague Kyle Lawrence coming in to break you through the Minimax action. In Junior Rotax, we will have from the Philippines, Grand Finals competitor Miguel Quinones. In Senior Rotax, co-commentating duties will be split between Team Chile's Gustavo Tutti Suarez and Team USA's Ellis Spiezza. In Senior Rotax, that will be Suarez and Spiezza. In DD2, Rotax's ultimate class, Team UAE's Theo Kakati will be joining me in the commentary box. And in DD2 Masters, Tiffany Chittenden, representing Team New Zealand, will be up here as well. There is your first look at the brand new mechanics stand, which has been built specifically for this event by the incredible staff here at the Bahrain International Kart Circuit, who took the feedback from 2023 when the mechanics said, we're having a bit of trouble seeing the circuit, so they built the mechanics a brand new grandstand. There is the top grandstand. Underneath the main top grandstand are the media centre, where I'm situated, the Rotax offices, and they overlook the grid. There are 34 E20 and E20 Masters. The difference between them, the E20 drivers are the 600s. They're the karts that begin in the number 600s. The Masters, the drivers who are 31 years old and above, they are the karts whose numbers begin in the 700s. Our onboard camera is brought to you in this session by driver 610, Hungary's Adam Szabo, who finished third in this year's E-Kart Cup Italy. So he will be able to give you, the viewers, a bird's eye view of this roller coaster of a circuit that nearly every single driver who has driven it says is one of the best in the world. It is not without its issues, though, specifically track limits. And that could be a key point that we refer to back over the course of the next 3.5 days. Because, of course, being in the desert, it means that you haven't got much grass as runoff. In fact, you've got no grass as runoff. And you can't have sand right next to the circuit. So there are tarmac runoff areas that are delineated by white lines and curbs. The drivers have been very, very tempted to go offline and utilize those extra bits of tarmac, and they have been penalized, and penalized heavily in practice. So hopefully it won't be a feature, but you know that when business picks up, all these drivers will be looking to use every inch of tarmac they can, and maybe 1 or 2 inches of tarmac that they can't, or they shouldn't. Let's see what happens. 5 minutes for the E20 classes. And of course, it was here back in 2021 that the E20 karts made their grand finals debut. So we are in for the E20 seniors, 21, 22, 23, we are into our 5th year of the E20 seniors. The E20 Masters, that was added back in 2023, so it's in its 3rd year for the Masters E20 division. Amongst the entries this year, Raul Vargas, who has finished 5th in the E20 class last year. Yannick Jacobs from Germany, he's been the pace setter pretty much throughout practice. He'll be in kart 603. Believe it or not, this is Yannick's 4th grand finals. It's his 1st grand finals, not in the DD2 category. Ellis Pietza, the American driver, he was 7th in the inaugural running of the E20 class back in 2021. He's now a Can-Am ambassador and is back for a 2nd bite of the cherry. Spectators, family members, team members, supporters are scattered all around this incredible venue. There is just a look of some of them at the very top above where I'm situated. The Team Lithuania members, you can see with the black t-shirt with the very, very distinctive yellow, red and green stripes down it on the left-hand side of your screen. They're standing pretty much directly above me at the moment. There is a look as we wait for the very, very professional team of circuit officials. They operate both here at the kart circuit and at the Formula One track, so we are dealing with the best team of circuit officials. I say that, one of the best in the world. 30 seconds to go, ladies and gentlemen. I would say 30 seconds until engines are fired, but of course they're not going to be fired because these are the electric class to go out first. So, power unit deployed, I think is what we're going to say. Out go the drivers, and after 360 days of waiting, 5 days of preparations and practice. We are now officially underway with the first time qualifying session of the 2025 Rotax Grand Finals. We'll wait to get the karts out doing their outlap. Don't forget, 5 minutes is all they have. You can see on the top left hand of your Alpha Live screen that the time is ticking down, and we'll take you on a run around this 1400 plus meter circuit. This is the corkscrew. That is the top end of the track, turn 11 and 12, 5. There is an area, and here is another area where track limits could be critical. Out of turn number 8, up this steep hill to the very top end of the circuit. Of course, the drivers competing only in their national team race suits. They are not allowed to compete in anything else. They are representing their country, and there is our first glimpse of driver number 617, Maximo Castro from Uruguay. Last year, Maximo finished on the podium in the race in this class and thought he had secured Uruguay's first podium, only for a penalty to deny him. Kyle Lawrence is down with our first eager spectator, or is it a mechanic? Kyle Lawrence, over to you. What have you got?
Alongside me now is Frank Spezia, father of Ellis. Ellis out on track at the moment, but we were chatting briefly off air. How important, these tyres now have to last throughout the weekend all the way to the final. How important is the strategy in terms of how to bring these tyres in this qualifying session?
I think the most important, I mean, Ellis is a student of the tire. He always has been, and in his racing career. So I think qualifier, you really have to decide when it's peaked, when you've done your laps, but also when to take a break, because you've got to last all week. You got to get to the finals. They're going to be your best friend or your worst enemy come Saturday, depending on how you treat them.
So any mistake made here in qualifying in terms of tyre, go too hard and hurt the tyre, it's going to punish you all the way through to the final race of this Rotax Grand Finals. Back to you, Henry, in the box.
Thank you, Kyle. And Frank Spiezza brings up a very important point. Every class now has just one set of tyres to last them from this point onwards to the end of the finals on Saturday. Mojo have brought an excellent tyre here for all classes. The Micromax karts have only had one tyre, or one set of tyres for the entire week. These drivers and the drivers in the Mini, the Junior, the Senior, the DD2 and the DD2 Masters, they've had a brand new set of Mojo bones bolted on for the start of qualifying. Here we are on board with Adam Sabo coming into turns 13, 14, and now around turn 15. Got to be careful for track limits. Across the start-finish line into turn number 1, almost flat out. The drivers literally say you can feel their stomachs turning up and over. Turns 2, 3 and 4. Constant gradient change. Hard on the brakes into turn number 5. Got to get out of this corner quickly. Avoid track limits through the kink. Down to what could be a very critical overtaking point at turn number 8. Don't run wide on exit. Get a good run up the hill. As you can see, Sabo does have a good run, but then you're forced around the outside. Great move into the corkscrew at the top of the hill. Yannick Jacobs is fastest for Team Germany. So Yannick Jacobs, I do apologise. He's 1/10 of a second faster than Spain's Raul Vargas. Then it is our camera kart, Adam Sabo, third on your screens. In fact, that's Levente Simon. So there's been a change. Levente, the Hungarians have changed driver after this, so this is Levente Simon. Everyone following this on the live timing app. If you don't have the global Rotax app, you can go and get it, and that will have all the information. So, Levente Simon, third at the moment, in front of his countryman, Akos Madaras from Hungary. The leading Masters driver is Maurice Knopers, the reigning champion, 16th overall, as the checkered flag waves. Germany strike first in the 2025 Rotax Grand Finals. Yannick Jacobs, the 29-year-old driver from Garbsen in Germany, on pole position ahead of the 28-year-old Spaniard Raul Vargas from Bodia del Monte. Vargas will line up alongside Yannick Jacobs on the front row of the grid. Levente Simon, sorry, not 610. Adam Sabo will be third. Kyle Lawrence, you've got some breaking news. What have you got for us, Kyle?
So just standing here on the entry into turn 1 as kart 616 came past, it just looked as though it had a slightly flat left rear, which might explain a sudden drop-off in times throughout that session. Definitely something that does happen in a car like this. They do have bead screws that hold the tire on the bead, and if it's just not quite nipped on or gets a bit of dust into it, it can leak. So I think a bit of an unfortunate end there, but I will confirm it. Here he comes past me now. He's having a look at the left rear. Definitely a flat tire. So that is unfortunate for Baptiste. Kart number 616, a flat left rear tire. Back to you, Henry.
Yes, Baptiste van der Beek from Belgium, 18th fastest overall. Now, the E20, the seniors and the masters will be split for their races. They'll be on track at the same time, but those drivers like Baptiste van der Beek and let's say the 604 kart of Alejandro Gonzalez from Spain, they will be put in front of the leading Masters qualifiers. So Germany, Spain and Hungary are the top three nations in qualifying for the E20 seniors. In Masters, in 16th fastest time overall, number 709, Maurice Knopers from the United Arab Emirates has fastest time. Jorge Matos from Ecuador and Julian Falivegne from Argentina are your top three. Here is a look at the provisional rundown, and of course every driver then has to go back into Parc Fermé under the watchful eyes of an international technical scrutineering team, led of course by Mr. Paul Klassen, Mr. Ernie Salmon, and the Bahraini Motorsport Federation to undergo any particular check that they see fit. In 32nd place, you can see on your screens there, number 701, Chile's Hector Ramirez. He is the oldest competitor here this year. He is 70 years young, looking sprightly, fantastic, and raring to go. But the action doesn't stop off track, even when it stops on track. Kyle Lawrence, back down to you.
So a quick run into the pit lane, and I've joined Baptiste. Baptiste, you showed me already as you came in, and I think I called it from the side of the track. A slightly flat left rear tire ruined your qualifying there. Not a great feeling, but you know, did you at least get one good lap in throughout that session?
No, the first lap I did, I missed the first corner, so I was about to do a cool down lap, and after the cool down lap, when I push again, I just noticed that my tire's flat, so I couldn't do one good lap. So yeah, quite easy to forget.
Well, unfortunately, it does happen. It is something that happens in karting. I was saying to the audience that a bead screw can get a bit of dust or not be tightened correctly and cause that issue. But I'm sure you've got the racecraft and the know-how and the knowledge to make yourself back up to the field throughout the heat races.
Yeah, I hope I can get back on the field during the race. I hope also that my chassis is still straight, because I noticed that the last lap my chassis was really touching the ground very hard. So I hope everything is okay, and I hope that I can get in the field in the race.
Well, I'll give you the time to get the kart over the scale and back to the pits and have a look and see if there's any repairs needed. Wishing you the best of luck for the rest of the week.
Thank you very much, Kyle. That is the one thing you don't want to have happen, a problem in timed qualifying. On the bright side, however, for Baptiste van der Becker is the fact that he is guaranteed a place in Saturday's final. Our next category, Micromax, the youngest members of the Rotax family, 36 drivers from around the world, are also all guaranteed a place in the final. Not so for our Minimax, Junior Max, Senior Max and DD2 competitors. 72 of them will be whittled down after Friday's superheats or pre-finals into the final 36 that will start Saturday's main events. The Turn 1 spectator grandstand beginning to slowly fill up there. You can see spectators and supporters from Finland and Argentina and the United Kingdom already in there. There is a look at our Micromax field on the Charles Leclerc chassis. All of those drivers selected their particular karts at random from the kart lineup. Oh, when was that? Sunday? What day is it today? Today's Wednesday. Yes, it was Sunday morning that they collected the karts and first saw sight of them. Their mechanics then spent the rest of the day on Sunday frantically building up the karts, setting the karts up for the drivers in Rotax's famous driver's tent, where all 394 of our drivers this year are situated in their nations, with one table, 2 chairs, a name board and a PowerPoint for each of them next to one another. It is the most electric atmosphere in all of karting when you walk through the Rotax driver's tent, and there are nearly 400 karts, mechanics and families scurrying around. Our onboard camera in this category today, that's with Kurdistan's Lev Kovanovsky. Lev Kovansky. There is the number 14 kart. Lev, one of about 28 drivers in this category who are making their grand finals debut. The highest returning Micromax driver in the class is Slovenia's Timon Grgic, who was 6th last year. He's in kart number 25. Now this session is 6 minutes and already a traffic jam trying to leave the circuit. All these teams and drivers have been looking and trying to figure out who they want to slipstream and who they want to battle with during or run with in qualifying, who they think will be quick and will give them a tow around this circuit, because the slipstream effect here is very noticeable indeed. Once again, a big thank you to all the chat contributors. Oh dear, and that is the number 22 kart, Benedictus Masiokas, getting mixed up, and he was very, very lucky there not to end up on his head. And of course, this is not where you want to be in a qualifying session. Right in the middle of a pack of karts, all of whom are dilly-dallying around. So Lev Kovansky has to try and make his way through this pack, get some clean tarmac, or find one driver who is also on a hot lap and just use the slipstream to tow him around this circuit. But he's not going to find it at the moment. There is the number 13 kart, British champion, Dian Singh Pahal. He has been very, very quick in practice throughout the last 2 days. We will wait for the first series of laps to come in before we even attempt to give you some kind of running order. But a lot of those drivers, now the group going through your screens now, they're in a good position. These drivers on your screens now, not so good. because they've got no clear track. Everyone's chopping and changing lines. They're tripping over each other. This is how you want to line up a group of 4 led by Lithuania's Emilis Kapkauskas. As they cross the line, the 3 drivers behind Emilius will be getting a good tow at the end of the first round of flying laps. Dian Singh Pahal for Team UK is fastest. Luan Louis Stedevet from South Africa in P2. Max Safasinski from Poland is third. Benjamin Karachkovic fourth. Benedictus Masiokas, after almost rolling his cart on the first outlap, has come back to post 5th fastest time. We're looking at the rear bumper of number 1, Charlie Page. And Charlie from the United Kingdom, this year's Rotax International Trophy champion, being pushed along by Kyrgyzstan's Lev Kovansky. That is good work from Kovansky to push Page along. Alex Noah Muhabhab from the Lebanon is 6th fastest. Jan Wozniak, Janie Francisco, Hugo Kaubi, and Turbo Tariq Sofi, the leading Bahraini runner, is up in the top 10. Now things change. Karachkovic for the UAE goes fastest. Wozniak, Page, Safazinski, Pahal, and Muhabhab. Now your top 6. Sadly, we have not seen on the track Huang Yang Chang from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan. Hopefully he's okay and just missing qualifying. As you look at the number 5 cart of Jan Wozniak trying to pass Dian Singh Pahal. But that will not help either Pahal or Wozniak, as we've got less than 90 seconds to go. Fastest lap, 61.997 for Karachkovic. That is 200ths of a second quicker than Wozniak. No, it's now 3/10 quicker, because Karachkovic has gone even quicker, a 101.666. That's 3/10 quicker than new second place driver Dian Singh Pahal. Pahal there in cart number 13. Wozniak in cart number 5 is now 3rd fastest. Albert Fero for Team UK is in 4th fastest position in cart number 2. Then it's Poland's Safazinski, and then Page. We're on board once again with Kovansky. Kovansky is looking down the order 27th. So even though he was pushing Charlie Page, that wasn't helping him. He's now sat or stuck behind Augustin Percivati from Argentina. As the clock ticks down, Karachkovic, Pahal, Wozniak. Pahal doesn't improve on that lap, but he does have another lap in the books. Now the checkered flag comes out. Oh, Si Chen Lu from China goes into 2nd position. Albert Fero up to 3rd. Bruno Miranda from Chile is 6th. Kovansky is 7th, but Karachkovic is still on pole and is still on a flying lap, as is Wozniak and Safazinski, Muhabhab and Pahal. They are now the 5 drivers to watch. Kapkauskas from Lithuania is also on a personal best lap, as is Maximilian Rachkovsky. Luan Duvet from South Africa on another lap. So is Gustavo Oliveira and Turbo Tariq Soufi. Let's see as they come around the final corner. Can anyone beat Karachkovic? The answer is no. UAE champion Benjamin Karachkovic is fastest in qualifying. That is the 2nd pole in 3 classes for the United Arab Emirates. And what a result for China. Liu Si Chen, driver number 36, the Golden Racing China entered driver. second fastest. Albert Ferro from the United Kingdom, third fastest. Portugal's Gustavo Oliveira is fourth. Jan Wozniak leads a trio of Polish drivers in the top 7. Wozniak, Maksymilian Safazinski and Maksymilian Rachkowski, 5th, 6th and 7th. Then you have Lithuania with Emilis Kapkauskas, Chile with Bruno Miranda, Kyrgyzstan with Lev Kovansky, and then outside the top 10, Lebanon with Alex Noah Mughabghab, Colombia with Dominic Vieira-Roa, the UK with Dian Singh Pahal, and South Africa with Luan Duvet. That's your top 14. Benedictus Masiokas, Charlie Page, Augustin Perchivati, Timon Gorgic, Turbo, Tariq Sufi, and Pretty in Pink, Jaden Francisco, rounding out the top 10 for Canada. There's a quick look down at the timing and scoring monitors as we look again. Thank you once again for your support in the online chat. Please keep your comments coming in. Let's see, who have we got support for? Lots of people from Chile, from the United Kingdom, South Africa getting a lot of support. So is Argentina. As well as Hungary. 59 nations have got a driver qualified this year. If you are new to Rotax Grand Finals, you cannot pay to enter this race. Tickets are given to the champions from the domestic Rotax Max Challenge championships around the world, various continent-wide and international trophy events, as the spectators now begin to gather on the top grandstand. Hello to supporters from Bulgaria, and again our home nation of Bahrain, as well as Brazil, and of course Malta. There are a couple of nations here with just one driver, so if you are looking for an underdog story, well, try one driver from Costa Rica, one driver from Bulgaria, one driver from Egypt. We've got one driver from Malta, one driver from Bulgaria, one driver from Costa Rica, one driver from Namibia, one driver from Mozambique. So there are some teams, like the UK, who've got 27 drivers qualified, others nation of one. I am joined in the commentary box by Kyle Lawrence. Kyle, you have been down all around the pit lane and the paddock area this morning. What have you learnt? And here we go, ready to go, Minimax time qualifying.
I'm rather glad I did that, actually, because I do need to get the weight down, so running around did help. But other than that, though...
You and me both, Kyle. You and me both.
Other than that, though, I did have a bit of a chat, though, with some of the Micromax fathers and mechanics down there.
Yes.
Yeah, I did hear you say a bit of dilly-dally down in the pits.
Yep.
The reason being, and this is from their mouths down at the bottom, is that this circuit very much slip intensive as well as push. So if you don't have a decent slip through Sector 1 and a good push through Sector 3, it's almost impossible to get a decent lap.
Define slip.
So,
slipstream?
Slipstream. So obviously, I say obviously, but for those who watch Formula 1, you've heard that term a lot, the slipstream. The cart in front breaks the air in front of you, and it makes it easier to pull your cart through the air, and then obviously helping you speed it up and get a better lap time.
Okay, thank you very much. 72 drivers in the Minimax class. They're not all on circuit at once. These are the odd-numbered drivers, 36 of them. 36 of them all out on track together. At the end of the second qualifying session, the drivers will be combined into their grids, and of course then they'll be split, but of course they'll each do 3 heat races plus the pre-final before the final top 36 in points are given their place in the main event.
And it's only those 36 in the main event, so that is the only few slots available. So they're all fighting for a position in that final.
No last chance qualifier, no B final, nothing. Jen Wade has got one of the drivers down with her in pit lane. Take it away, Jen.
Benjamin, you're on pole position. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
Very good. Excited.
Yeah.
Thank you to my parents and everyone that helped me.
Yeah. And
Especially my mechanic.
especially mechanic. He was a bit nervous, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to see you on pole in the race a little bit later this afternoon. Congratulations also to Team UAE.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have fun.
Oh, there we go. Benjamin Karachkovic, our Micromax pole sitter. He is the United Arab Emirates champion, and I'm very fortunate to commentate on the UAE Rotax Challenge. He won his ticket on the last lap of the last race and the last round of the season in the Al Ain Raceway back in April. So yeah, he was a lap away for not being here. He made the move on the last lap that got him his ticket. Now he starts the grand finals on pole position. There is one of a number of very fast drivers from Thailand. Patapol Gyukanjanasat, or Porsche as his known. Porsche is his nickname. He is 12 years old, from Bangkok, second in this year's Thai Rotax Mac Challenge. Now, this year, the road to Bahrain started in Thailand with the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy Asia. That was at the Bira Circuit in Thailand in January this year, and that was where the first 5 tickets were handed out. Next year, well, in fact, next month, the first 5 tickets for the 2026 Rotax Grand Finals will be handed out at the International Trophy in Asia, which, for the first time ever, takes place in Macau, which will be a fantastic event the last weekend of January. I can't wait to be there as Rotax breaks new ground in what is known as the Monaco of the East, Macau, Goya. There is a look at the new tyres. The Micromax drivers, Kyle, they have one set of tyres that have to last them from the start of practice to the final.
To the final, yeah.
The mini drivers, they've got a brand new set of Mojo boots from this point onwards, but you still have to conserve, don't you?
Well, this was a conversation we were having down with a few of the mechanics in the pit lane earlier, is that there are 2 schools of thoughts at the moment that's being spread around the pits. Go out there and push the tyre hard, get the grease off as quick as possible, turn them on as fast as possible, bang in your 2-3 laps and come into the pits early. You don't want to do too many laps. The other train of thought, however, go out there slowly, don't scrub the tyre, don't give it too much of a heat cycle in the first 2 laps. Bed it in slowly, that way you have a tyre that can then last you not only for your quali lap, but throughout the heat races into the finals.
But here is a problem that the drivers may encounter. They were told in no uncertain terms in the driver's briefing, there will be no rolling over, slowing down in qualifying. During practice, drivers have gone out and suddenly started slowing down, looking for someone to draft with, potentially causing a safety issue.
Yeah.
Organisers have red flagged the entire session. So you have to be careful. If you're going on the second school of thought, slowly bringing the heat into your tyres, like you can see the number 171, you have to be careful not to incur the wrath of the officials.
Yeah, you'd have to be smart enough to do it in a way that you don't hamper another driver or cause a safety issue. By bringing it slowly, though, the biggest thing you want to do is what we've just seen now, a big slide on the brakes, is not what you want to do when bringing a tyre in slowly.
Yeah.
So you're still at pace, but it's not top pace. It's more of a gentle bring in of the tyre, working yourself towards a good apex, a good lap, and a good exit.
And you definitely don't want to do what Heston Jeffrey has just done, and that is get the back end all hung out, slide the tyre. It looks spectacular, but that is putting too much heat too early through that tyre, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a tyre that's now not going to be able to maintain the grip levels it needs over the course of qualifying, but he is in a good group. He's got a nice gap to give himself a toe, so it doesn't look like he's in too bad of a position. As we see more karts, though, filtering out of the pits. Here's the top group now. They'll be ending onto the circuit. We're on board with 109 Mick Klinkers. as he heads onto the circuit. A tricky pit lane exit here. And I ask you not to bring it up, Henry, please, if you don't mind.
What's that?
The pit lane exit 2023.
Oh, yes. Well, of course, Kyle Lawrence is a former Grand Finals competitor, a top 10 finisher in the Grand Finals here, nonetheless. Also, drivers can get hauled before the stewards, maybe even excluded for incorrectly exiting pit lane and potentially causing a safety issue. Can't they, Kyle?
Yeah, you don't want to understeer off the track there.
No, you don't. You don't definitely want to understeer off the track there. Okay, we have got less than 4 minutes remaining in this first group, and for Heston Jeffrey, whether he was spectacular or not, he certainly got the tyres warmed up quickly, because he has set the fastest time so far, 59.990. Heston actually beat his older brother Harrison Jeffrey for the ticket in the Canadian finals.
That must have been an awkward dinner.
That was an awkward ride home, especially. But Harrison is here supporting younger brother Heston, who's named after the British chef Heston Blumenthal, believe it or not.
Looking at the times, though, 59.9. We're going to be expecting from these mini-match competitors low 58s is what they were running in practice on a used set of tires. So we should hopefully dip into the 57s. I'm expecting, watching the practice over the last couple of days, Ollie Spencer to bring a bit of those times. He knows the track very, very well here.
Yep, and that was Sem Karakmur from Turkey, just getting elbowed wide there, going into turn 15. This is not the perfect tactic, because look how much slower those drivers have gone. And who's that? Was that Oliver Spencer trying to thread his way through in the number 147 car? Yeah, the Golden Falcon from the UAE. Alfie Mayer goes fastest. Alfie, who has an incredible tribute crash helmet, I will take the details of later in this week. Alfie Mayer in kart 107 leads the human highlight reel. Riley Murrow at the moment. Julian Dummer from Germany third. Then Marcel Metze from the Hungary is in fourth place. Bring the noise. Kay Schmoys, P5. Ahead of Brody Cooper Dowling from South Africa. Kyle, you coach Brody Cooper Dowling in all events other than this one. So you will be able to tell me how that is going to affect Brody being up at the front early doors.
It's something that Brody has become a little bit accustomed to when he does get qualifying, as he moves himself up into fifth place now. But it's all about which group you're in. If you're not in the correct group, all these drivers that have qualified for this event are able to put in a lap time near the front, but it can't be done on your own. You need to be in the right group. So a lot of the shuffling and moving that we saw the last couple of minutes was just to get yourself into the right group, to make sure that you can get the right slip and get that lap time in. But the times are tumbling quickly. 58.3 was the fastest we've just seen now on pole. Pistori has gone at 58.3. Ollie Spencer's found himself some clean air and put in a great middle sector, so we should see a decent lap from him at the end of that lap as well. Brody Cooper was purple in the middle sector, but that's just been beat now as well as the session goes on. It's going to be a very, very close qualifying.
Less than 1 minute to go. Giovanni Pistore for Italy, fastest, 58.372. Riley Murrow up to P2. South Korea's Isaac Yoon, who I believe celebrated his birthday here in the paddock yesterday. He is third fastest. He's not third fastest anymore. He's fourth fastest as Kay Schmoys goes into P2. Mick Clinkers on board with Mick. He at the moment 24th fastest. Looking at him going through turn number 5. So difficult to get out of that corner, isn't it? And as a driver, Carl, you know how easy it is just to abuse the track limits, especially coming out of this corner. Look at the white line there. You've got to be careful.
Yeah, this is the sort of, this sector particularly, if the exit of turn 5 is not good enough to get you the run down the hill, you're then under attack into turn 8. But in terms of a qualifying lap, you won't get the run down, and then generally, most drivers will then chase the entry of turn 8, then again compounding the problem as you go up the hill. As the flag comes out now, Dummer quickest with a 58.300 on the flag.
Couple of drivers across the line. Mick Klinkers, our camera cart, goes up into P5. The Dutchman following his countryman. Bring the noise, Kees Moyes, into fourth position for Moyes. Fifth for Klinkers, Italy. Giovanni Pistore and Kevin Turbo in the top 6. So it's Germany. Germany, who also qualified on pole in E20. So we've had 4 qualifying sessions. 2 of them have been topped by the United Arab Emirates, and 2 of them have been topped by Germany. And Riley Morrow, the human highlight reel, is P2. Outside the top 6, Isaac Yoon, 7th for South Korea. Alfie Mayer is 8th. Thanawat Vejabuti is 9th. Oliver Spencer rounds out your top 10 ahead of Brazil's Enrico Vieira Lima-San and Brodie Cooper Dowling. Brodie Cooper Dowling, part of a very fast racing family, isn't he?
Yeah, brother to Emma Rose Darling, part of the Toyota GR Academy, and also competing internationally in karting. Unfortunately, she just missed out on the ticket for this year, but I'm sure we'll see her back at or having a go at it again next year.
Yes, further down the order, picking out a couple of nationalities. Romania, 3 drivers here this year. Their Minimax driver, Mark Moya, is 19th fastest. Rivandev Pritham for India, I think one of 2 or 3 drivers here representing India, 27th fastest in that category. There is a look at one of the Micro Max karts. Going still in the weigh scales. Now that is kart number 12. That is Turbo Tariq Sufi, who is being managed, and I met him this morning, by Giancarlo Minardi, the son of Giancarlo Minardi Jr., or Giampiero Minardi, or Giovanni Minardi. G. Minardi Jr., the son of Giancarlo Minardi, the founder of the Minardi Formula One team.
Who brought us such greats such as Alonso and the rest. So quite a talent find. That companies used to finding talent.
Yep, and they have found another talent from this part of the world, Tariq Sufi.
The one thing I wanted to bring up on that mini-max qualifying is it's 3/10 separate first to 14th. 3/10 of a second.
Incredible. That shows how competitive this is. And of course, when you have brand new go-karts, brand new engines, all together, straight out of the box, so to speak, you will get the close competitive action that you see. That's why in the intro I said this is known as the ultimate driver's test, and it certainly is, because drivers from champions from all around the world, they compete with their own teams, their own levels of equipment. Now they're on a level playing field. It's the first and only time they are on a completely level playing field. And also, it's one of the first and only times they only represent their country, which does affect the atmosphere, does give it an Olympian-style spirit, doesn't it?
It does, absolutely. The pride you feel when you get that nation suit. I remember my first one in 07. It's still hanging up in my bar area. I've put it up on the wall. You are proud to wear your country's colors and to show off what you can do as your nation in a go-kart. But also, let's not forget the restrictions made to the changes that you're allowed on the chassis. So all of these chassis from almost all of the brands and manufacturers have variable heights that you can use. You can change the rear height, the front height, caster, camber. It's all very much open in a normal racing setting. But here at the Rotax Grand Finals, there is quite a bit of restriction, and that is done to ensure that there is no added advantage to bringing a tuner to an event like this to tune the chassis to what the driver needs. You can get very much within the pace as the kart is supplied to you. And that is done with a lot of testing and development done by the Rotax team prior to the event here in Bahrain to ensure that those karts are received by our competitors in somewhat a reasonably good setup window with some small changes allowed to suit just the driver. And again, Henry, I was talking to you off air. I did say that in the pits when I was walking around the tent, the seats were being fitted. That has to be one of the most integral parts of building a chassis or putting the chassis together for this weekend because of the restrictive setup changes you can make.
Yes, I mean, without giving names of teams and drivers away, you were in the tent, and they were saying that exact same thing. Because Rotax restrict so much that you can do to keep it fair, why the seat? We'll come back to why the seat is important. Jen Wade, once again, down in the pits. Who have you got for us now, Jen?
Julian, congratulations, pole position.
Thank you.
How do you feel about that? Starting at the front, it's a big class. And of course, we know there's still another group to go, but provisional pole for now in your group.
Yeah, it's a good feeling. I didn't expect that, but I'm very happy.
Must have been a really good lap. How was it?
Yeah, I didn't expect it, how I say. Never mind, but yeah.
What do you think about the circuit here in Bahrain? You like it?
Yeah, that's a really cool circuit. I like it, yeah.
What about under lights last night? That was nice.
Yeah, that was pretty nice.
So we're going to go racing again under lights. Is there anyone you'd like to say thank you to?
Yeah, a big thank you to my mechanic and to my new team, Craft Motorsport.
And anyone you'd like to say hello to at home in Germany?
No.
They're all here watching?
My grandparents. Yeah.
Okay. Vielen Dank and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's our pole sitter for this group, of course, but still starting at the front for the racing. So we're waiting for the next group. Well done.
Thank you very much, Jen. Now, of course, Germany, a team with a number of drivers here. In the next group about to go out, there is one driver from Costa Rica, Samuel Cheveri. He's the only representative of Costa Rica, and you caught up with him the other day, Kyle. Let's hear what Sam had to say as he's part of a nation of one.
I'm joined now on the infamous Rotax couch by another nation of one, a Costa Rica competitor, Samuel Cheveri. Sam, it's your first time at a Rotax Grand Final.
Yeah, it's my first time. Last two races in Rotax was in Montreal and Indianapolis when I won the ticket. That was my first two races, and this is my third one in the Grand Finals.
So the Grand Finals are all about bringing everybody together, all the nations together. You're the only one here from Costa Rica representing your country, but you haven't been made to feel alone. Have you had a lot of support from the nations around you, a lot of help? They've brought you in and made you feel like part of the Rotax show?
Yeah, well, yeah, but being one is feeling good is, yeah, practically not the only one from all the countries of all the world. And I feel happy because my country is a little one. They have not too much racing there, but I feel very happy because I am here in the Grand Finals.
Fantastic. You've been out on track for your first session already. How did it feel being out there on a circuit like Bahrain in your new equipment?
It felt different, much different. New chassis, new track, climate, and I feel very happy being here. It has not been easy. You have to train a lot, and we are preparing a lot for this Grand Final, trying to get in that super final.
Fantastic, man. I'm glad to hear that you are enjoying it. There were some issues with an entrance license, I believe. I was told that someone had to club it from another nation to help you, and it was quite nice to see how many nations were happy to help you. Did you witness any of that and feel like they were trying to include you and everything and make you feel good?
Yeah, many countries here helped me a bit, and I feel very happy that they included me in some things, and I really apologize too much.
Fantastic, man. I'm so glad that you're enjoying your time and having fun. We'll be looking and watching to see how you do, and I'm sure everybody back home will. And that is Samuel Cheveri from Costa Rica joining me on the couch here at the Rotax Grand Finals 2025.
Well, Thank you very much, Samuel Cheveri. He referenced there, Carl, an issue with the entrance license. When Samuel and his dad turned up, Samuel's dad did not have the correct entrant license. Now, you have to, if you're a parent, you have to have an entrant license. Well, Samuel's dad didn't have one of those. However, within minutes, Namibia had stepped in. However, Namibia, the dad of Kian Fussell, only has a parent's license, so he couldn't sign on. He offered to sign on and be Samuel's guardian for the week. Not a problem. I went and found two people. The first two people I spoke to, Antti Olakainen from Finland and the Argentine distributor, and they instantly were like, yes, we will sign that driver on for the week. By the time we had got back to the signing on desk, Nicolas Alagia, the distributor from Uruguay, had already put pen to paper and agreed to be Samuel Cheveri's signing on guardian and spokesperson for the week, having never met the lad before. None of them had ever met Samuel before. That is the spirit of this event.
Yeah, the camaraderie here at a Rotax Grand Final is second to none. I've been watching. There's been some issues with boot homologation or a glove homologation. Some competitors then handing over a pair of boots to be used so that drivers can make it while they wait for their new boots to arrive. Visors being exchanged to ensure that people can make it out on grid. Yes, they are fierce competitors on track. Yes, they'll be fighting for every inch of tarmac. But off the circuit, they're all the camaraderie is like I said before, second to none at an event like this.
Exactly, and there briefly on screen was another one of our Nation of One drivers, Nikola Rangelov from Bulgaria in kart number 170 with the blue and red race suit. And another of our Nation of Ones on your screen there, number 160. They are the unmistakable colours of Ukraine. That is Makita Zakhachenko, who is the only Ukraine-based driver here this year. Samuel Cheveri also in this group. We also saw on our screen, going out early, the number 144 kart of Vasilis Kirikos. Kyle, what's the advantage to maybe going out early on your own? You haven't got a slipstream, okay, but you get a banker lap in without this to worry about. Rangelov and Kirikos have done that.
It is something I do myself, I know.
Oh, and there's the slowing down. That's what we don't want to see, and that is what could get people into trouble.
Yeah, we could expect a little bit of a black and white warning flag to come out. When that flag comes out, it's just a warning telling you don't do that again or you will be in trouble. That could come from the stewards. But as I was saying before, it's something that I do as a driver. I will go out early, not to set a banker lap, not to do anything special, just to simply settle the nerves down, get comfortable, make sure I'm comfortable with my braking points and my apexes. As the mess comes into turn 8, they're all looking to fight for position. And then once I'm comfortable with the circuit and that I'm happy in myself, I'll then go look for this group to go and fight and practice and find a group. But a lot of gamesmanship happening between all these mini drivers at the moment.
This is what gives our race director, Ramiro Brito, a headache. You know, drivers slowing down, offline, impeding other drivers. You know, how will he react? But of course, Nikola Rangelov and Vasilis Kirikos have already put their banker lap in. They're first and second, make that first and third. Emerson McAndrew-Uren goes into the top spot. No, he is outdone by Lucian Smith, Alex Riley from Ireland second. Then it's Safron Zevitayo, followed by Nicholas LaRusso. Vasilis Kirikos down to fifth, Austin Oman sixth. Ronaldo Kuhn is seventh, then Rangelov, Ward, McAndrew-Uren, Ryan White, Tom Reed, Sam Cheveri, Costa Rica P13 at the moment.
There's still a lot of mixing and matching and moving and shaking going on throughout this group. It looks like we've almost got all 36 of these minis out on track together. Times only 59 dead. I would expect the second group to be slightly quicker than the first as the track progresses and gets better throughout the day.
This is a point I forgot to write down Julian Dwemer's lap time, so I don't know. I can't.
It was a 58.300.
That's why you're here, 58.30. So the drivers are all looking to beat 58.30, 58.41 for McAndrew-Uren, the farmer, Tom Reed, 58.67. Spain's Hugo Fuentes is third. Last last year's Micromax Grand Finals champion, this year's Golden Trophy winner, the Cookie Monster, Josh Cook up into P4, Vicente Capella, who had a monstrous accident in final practice this morning, Kyle. You saw that. He's up into top 5.
Great to see him recover from that. A driver I've seen in other series over this year as we've been competing and coaching throughout Europe. But a driver that I've seen in practice throughout the weekend that has been lightning fast, especially in the first 3 laps, is Andreas Kellerup.
Yeah.
Yet to set a decent time, still doing 102.5s, and I haven't seen him go through the 3rd sector yet.
Yeah, Andreas Kjellerup in kart number 148, second in Micromax in this event 2 years ago. We've got a question there. Why are all the karts why have they all got the same graphics kit? Well, that's because they're all the same chassis. This event, Rotax and their chassis partner for this category, IPK Karting, and IPK Karting using their Formula K brand, they provide 72 brand new identical chassis for this category. At the end of this event, then the karts go on to sale to be sold. Drivers have got the option to take their chassis with them, to buy the chassis off the chassis manufacturer. I do know of one kart that sits on a garage wall, a Rotax Grand Finals winning kart that sits on that driver's parents' garage wall. Checkered flag is out. Emerson McAndrew Uren. Oh, he did a slow lap last time. Will the officials look back and review the footage and see and maybe give anyone penalties for rolling out and slowing down? It's McAndrew Uren. Alfie Ward, number 172. Alfie took the 394th and last ticket for this event. It was only confirmed on about the 12th of November. He is the last ticket winner. He's second in Minimax. In fact, it's a British top 4. In fact, 6 British drivers in the top 8, 7 in the top 10, with only Spain's Hugo Fuentes, South Africa's Ronaldo Cohen, and Ireland's Alex Riley breaking up the Union flag monopoly at the top of the timing sheet. People asking, why have the United Kingdom got so many? First official UK Rotax Max Challenge labelled event. The UK finally has a Rotax Max, an RMC. The other 15 drivers qualified for this in a variety of other events around the world, from the Euro Trophy, the Golden Trophy, the International Trophy, the Winter Cup, the BNL Karting Series, to name but a few. So that is why the UK has more drivers than anybody else. It's not because Jag Rotax receive any more tickets than other distributors. It's simply because British drivers go around the world and sweep up tickets at other international events. I'll bid Kyle Lawrence farewell for now. He'll be going back down into the pit lane as we get set for Junior Rotax and potentially another guest commentator. There is a look at the post-qualifying procedure that every one of our drivers must go through. They go onto the weighbridge to make sure that the karts and the drivers are all up and over the minimum weight limit for the class. As we watch and listen in to some of the various chat. in the pit lane. There is a look at the start-finish line. Junior Rotax, 72 drivers. The odd-numbered drivers will be up first, and their qualifying practice due to start at 27 minutes past the hour. So we have a short few minutes to wait before that event gets underway. In junior this year, we may have a piece of history being made. In the history of this event, which began in 2000, and of course the junior class, which was added in I think 2004, 2005, no driver has ever won back-to-back junior titles. Ukyo Sasahara won 2 junior titles, but there was a year in between. He didn't successfully defend his junior title. That could change this year because Jacob Ashcroft, the reigning and defending Junior Rotax Grand Finals champion, is back. He is back to try and make a little bit of history in what could be one of his final ever kart races before embarking on a career in car racing. Now, we will catch up with Jacob, or rather, we caught up with Jacob during the last couple of days, and we will hear what Jacob thinks about the potential to make a little bit of history in a very short moment.
Welcome back, Jacob Ashcroft, our junior defending champion. How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
What's it like to be back here in Bahrain?
Really good feeling. Bahrain was a brilliant event 2 years ago, and it's looking to go the same way.
Of course, Jacob, you've been here a few times to the grand finals now, so it would be 5, except we had to cancel one in 2020. Defending champion. Any pressure?
Not really. I mean, I'd like to go again, and I believe during practice I'm showing some good pace at the moment. So, yeah, we're going to try and go back to back. That would be amazing.
Okay, Jacob, now tell me, this year, a few titles. I believe, probably the highest ranked junior max driver in the world, okay? And I know you probably think, oh, no, don't talk about it. Tell us what you've won this year.
So I've won the International Trophy, the Euro Trophy, the BNL Karting Series, the British Championships, the Ultimate Karting Championships, and the National Trophy as well.
Okay, just a few. Five titles?
6.
6 titles. Okay, I lost count there. Jacob, when you look along this wall, okay, we have the history of the grand finals. You've been on the podium every time you've been here?
Yeah, I hope to do the same this year as well.
Okay, how do you think everyone else feels in Junior Max?
I mean, I hope they'd like to think I'm one of the ones to beat. I believe that I'm one of the ones to beat. I've been fast all year. I've been the one to beat this year, as a few other people as well. We've had some good battles throughout the years, a few people who are here as well.
Now, of course, in June, you turned 14. I know you've already raced a little bit, Janetta. Just missed out in the shootout to obviously get the Janetta series for next year supported, but we're here at the grand finals. Very, very good drivers. As we were saying just a little bit earlier, there are a lot of drivers that come from countries not as big as the UK, but I believe you probably have the most difficult championship to win a ticket. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I won my ticket in Le Mans this year, so I didn't have to go through trying to scrap and get a ticket in the UK. I mean, I still did win the British Champ, so I would have got one anyway, but just takes a little bit of pressure off, having no, I've already won a ticket, so just focus straight on the championship and not be too concerned about if I need to finish where I do to get a ticket.
Now, of course, I think 9 years you've been driving.
Yeah, that's correct.
What would be highlights from grand finals and highlights from your career that you, if I ask you what would be the most magic moments to finish off, what would it be?
I mean, Sano last year was definitely my best career highlight so far, and I hope I can just replicate that this year. That would just be amazing. It would be history making as well, so that's sort of the cherry on top, really.
When you first started, any particular memory when you first drove a go-kart as to why Jacob Ashcroft is sitting here and could be the first driver in history to defend his title?
To be honest, when I first went in a go-kart, I absolutely hated it. But then we kept going out, and then I just developed a love for it. I didn't like the sound at the beginning. That was putting me off as a little kid, but now I love the sound. I love the sound of loud cars, especially with the brilliant drift show that Rotax put on last night.
We've got a solution for the noise problem with the little E10. We've spoken to the kids today, and I think that's going to be a good solution. We're going to get kids driving.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we can bring you the rest of that Jacob Ashcroft interview at another point of the race weekend. It's also going to be on the Rotax Karting YouTube channel, so you can with the conclusion of that at any point. Here we go then with the start of Junior Rotax, the E-odd number drivers going out in the first group, including a driver from the Philippines, and the Philippines getting plenty of support online. Yuan Bugayong, Bugayong out on track. Daniel Voinov, Eshanth Venkatesan from India. Eshanth Venkatesan, the representative from India in this category, is out there in car 217. Eli Haddad from Lebanon, Caleb Moss from South Africa and Philippines. Screenshot that right now, because that is Yuan Bugayong, fastest of all. It doesn't matter that half the field haven't left the track yet. At the moment, the Philippines are on pole position in Junior Rotax. How long they will remain on pole position remains to be seen. Len Abbas, Daniel Ferreira, Amaru Adrianzen from Peru into fourth position as we look at the outside run towards turn 5 in the sun sets here in Bahrain quite early, before 5 p.m, and already you can see at 2:30 in the afternoon local time there are a few shadows beginning to appear, ever lengthening shadows, as another dusty, scorching hot day begins to wind its way into the evening, and this could get a lot of drivers into trouble if they're not careful. The race directors will not be happy with the drivers slowing down. And of course, they'll be able to look at everybody's lap times. And if suddenly there's a lap that is 10 seconds slower than all the others, that tells the race directors and the other officials that maybe that driver was rolling out, and maybe that driver might find themselves with a penalty. Len Abbas from Germany, Ben McLaughlin from Ireland, ahead of Cole Medeiros from Canada at the moment, 55.164 seconds. McLaughlin, Medeiros, Abbas, Daniel Voinov from Kyrgyzstan, fourth. Daniel Ferrara, Kevin Pollock, Caleb Moss, Eli Haddad, and then Yuan Bugayong. So the Philippines still hanging on to a place in the top 12 at the moment. Not sure how long they're going to hang on for, but there's an awful lot of very fast drivers in this group who have yet to set a lap time. Now those drivers do set their first lap time, and it's Jacob Ashcroft in the number 257 kart who sets fastest time so far. Now, a little bit of information on Jacob Ashcroft. If he defends his title, he'll be doing it with a brand new mechanic. There was a late scramble this morning. Jacob's father, Barry Ashcroft, who is always been Jacob's mechanic, unable to mechanic this weekend. And so this morning, 16-year-old Aston McAndrew-Uren, the older brother of Minimax driver Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who has never mechanicked on a full-size kart before. He's only ever mechanicked on a Minimax kart before. Aston stepped up and said, I'll be your mechanic, I'll help. And of course, there's lots of members of Team UK who will chip in. But Aston, at the age of 16, has stepped into the breach to save the day, as it were, for Jacob Ashcroft's bid for a bit of history. Now, that takes some minerals, that does. And do you know what? Ashcroft has just gone pole in group number 1 with a time of 54.322 seconds over Kyrgyzstan's Daniel Voinov, 54.524. Amaru Adrianzen from Peru is next up. And then, the first time in the Grand Finals, we mentioned Team New Zealand, with Tommy Hart 4th, Branislav Rentka is 5th, Rory Armstrong, the Minimax champion here 2 years ago, he is 6th, the driver from Downpatrick in Northern Ireland. Hamish Campbell, Demir Abali from Bahrain, top 8 from Bahrain, then Albert Friend and Cole Medeiros rounding out your top 10. Unfortunately, the other end of the chart, the lone Malaysian qualifier, Mika Slabat, only setting one lap. Obviously a technical problem with that kart. 54.322 for Jacob Ashcroft. Kyle Lawrence has made his way back down into Parc Ferme and the surrounding area. Who have you got with you, Kyle?
Right, I've managed to bump into Cash from IPK. IPK being the chassis suppliers for Junior and Mini, Formula K chassis in the Mini, Praga in the Junior. We were talking in the commentary box about the changes that they're allowed to make to the chassis. You're obviously heavily involved with that. Give me a little bit of background as to why you've decided on what changes they're allowed and what they're not allowed.
We feel the thing quite free for everybody, that at least the drivers can try to find the right settings and the good setup. What we do allowed on the chassis, it's in the front. They can change the ride height, in the back. They can do a lot of changes. Also because some drivers, they need more front, more back. That's why we changed that the drivers can do a lot of things to get the right tuning to drive on the track to go very fast.
Well, we talk about setup for a driver. Now, that's not just because of driver driver ability or driver style. It's more to do as well with driver size. The size of the driver, very important to how the chassis is set up. And is that sort of the idea you went with in terms of the height and weight transfer on the kart?
Of course, because if you got a very tall driver, sometimes when the track is very rubber or a lot of grip on the track, they're struggling because they got more balance weight. If you're smaller, you got a little bit easier in this case. That's why we do a lot of things that the driver can find the right setup for every lap on the track.
Your normal occupation on a race day is obviously to try and get your Praga drivers or your Formula K drivers to the front against other brands. At the moment, though, Formula K on pole in Mini and Formula K on pole in Junior. So that pressure's taken off. So your role on a day like today, just give me a brief overview of that.
Our role over here is to see that everybody drive with the same material, that they don't do something what they don't need to do, that everybody is happy, that everybody get the same material like seats, no different seat settings, all the same. Let's say it's equal for everybody.
So Cash, also one of the people involved to try and keep this as fair and as even as possible and make Rotax Grand Finals more about the driver than equipment. Back to you, Henry, in the box.
Thank you very much, Kyle, and thank you very much, IPK Karting's Cash Van Bell, who has been at many of these grand finals, probably more than he would care to remember. There are still several members of the Rotax family who have been to every single Rotax Grand Final since its event's inception back in 2000. I believe that Helmut Virgilsam is one of them. Patrick Moreau, the entrant from Canada, is another of the 100% club. And during the course of the next 3 or 4 days, I will endeavour to give you a full list of people who have been to every single grand final so far. Christoph Evans. Christoph Adams is still, I believe, the record holder with 18 grand final appearances as a driver. As we have a look down at the main straight at the grandstand, the second group of juniors, the even-numbered drivers, will be going out very shortly, looking to beat 54.322 seconds. Set by Jacob Ashcroft. And yes, that will be a pretty tough time to beat as the sun begins to set. At the end of this next qualifying session, there will be a short break in the action before the seniors come back out at 3 o'clock for their qualifying session. The next part of the day will be seniors, DD2 Masters, and then DD2. There is a look at 204 Kai Clark, who last year was the youngest driver in the junior class. He finished 12th. He's actually got, if you have a little look at the back of his crash helmet there, he has got a special little bit of artwork on the back of his crash helmet. It was actually done by Stefan de Resta, the brother of ex-Formula One driver Paul de Resta. Now, at the start of the 2024 season, the opening round of the British Championship, as Kai was sat on the grid for the final in Junior Rotax, unfortunately, standing on the spectator banking just by the bridge at PF International, Kai's great-grandfather fell ill very suddenly and very sadly passed away at the circuit. And the graphic, the little bit of artwork on the back of Kai Clark's crash helmet number 204 is of Kai going under the bridge at PFI. in memory of his great-grandfather, who was there watching at PFI at the bridge when he sadly passed away. And that's a very nice little touch, and there are a lot of drivers keeping with special tributes, keeping loved ones and people no longer with them close to their hearts here, including the entire British team, who have got a white rose on their race suits and their team clothing in memory of Tina. Tina's still alive and well. In memory of Tina's mother, Jean Shiel, the matriarch of Jag Rotax in the UK, who passed away earlier this year. So in memory of Jean. And of course, many of you will know Jean and John Gravett from Jag Rotax, the only UK Rotax distributor in the history of the company, in the history of the country, in Rotax UK. And all of the drivers from Team UK on orbits of Team UK racewear have got a white rose in memory of Jean Shiel. Now, Vince van der Hallen. There he is looking over his shoulder. Alexis Bayerjon is our onboard camera cart. 5th consecutive grand finals from L'Epiphanie in Quebec, Canada. Alexis finished 5th in 2021 in Micromax. Hasn't finished higher than 29th since. This is his first year as a junior driver. He qualified for this event by virtue of finishing 2nd in the US National Finals at Indiana. And unfortunately, the winner of that class was Isaac Malquit, was too old to compete as a junior in this event, and so Alexis, as the next eligible finisher, got the ticket. There is Tor Amot from Norway on the far right of the screen. Norway have got 3 drivers, all are brand new to the grand finals this year. Changing of the guard, as it were, in Norway. There's a quick look at Kai Clark there. You can just see on the back of his crash helmet the image. Well, it's not particularly clear, but yeah, I'm sure we'll get a nice view of it at some point over the next 3 days, as well as a number of the other drivers that have got special crash helmet designs here this week. Rafael Zanask from Estonia in kart 236, the Talvar Racing driver, 2nd in this year's Estonian Championship. Estonia, home, as I have discovered in recent years, to some of the nicest chocolate that I have ever eaten. The white chocolate with blueberries is an Estonian delicacy. Jeremy Roivers from Spain watches, waits. He's looking up to his mechanic to see when should he hit the track. The answer was, about now, son. And that is not what you want to do. That is what Kyle Lawrence warned drivers about. Heading out of the pit lane onto the sand, understeering on brand new tyres, and those drivers have just dragged dust, grit, sand, and all sorts of desert-based detritus onto the track, which is going to make sector number 1 very, very, very treacherous indeed. Down the hill, through the final sector. Who are going to be the first drivers to set a lap? Well, let's watch through the first couple of corners now to see if anybody is getting caught out by the slippery conditions. There's pit exit, and you can see offline the amount of little bits of rocks and dust and sand. I'm wondering where Kyle Lawrence is. He'll be down there somewhere. Maybe he'll be able to get us a bit of a visual as to, you know, how bad track conditions are. This could be bad for the drivers on screen because they are quite blatantly slowing down, rolling over, and in a minute there's going to be a few drivers following them through that are going through at flat chat, and that could be a problem. Across the line, Jeremy St. Cyr sets fast lap. Now, on Monday, Jeremy was one of 6 drivers. Oh dear, this lot are going to get themselves in trouble. They've been told not to do this. They have been told specifically in the briefing not to do this. Luckily, and well, I was going to say luckily, there are no drivers coming towards them at speed. Now there are. Now they could be in trouble even more because, of course, they have now spoilt the fast laps for those drivers. And, well, we'll have to look back at that. You know, I'm sure there's going to be mechanics and teams having a shouting at me later for highlighting that. But, you know, they were told in the briefing, rules are rules, can't do it. Let's see what happens. Did they speed up before they impeded the drivers that were already on a hot lap? That could be key. If they want to travel round at half speed on their own, that's their problem. As long as they're not maybe interfering with anybody else. The minute they start impacting on the drivers' laps, then that's a different story altogether. Rayan Gandour from Canada now heads to the top of the charts. The Tiger, Tygan Sakano, second fastest already. Jacob Ashcroft's time, well, it's standing at the moment. Rayan Gandour, 54.342, is just 2 hundredths slower than Ashcroft. Checkered flag goes out. Gandour crossed the line. Mattia Paduan from Italy, second. Sakano third. Owen Baroni from France up into 4th place. Bayerjon, 5th. De Grande, last year's Minimax champion. Denek Babicek, 7th. Nick Brechel, Brakelt is into 3rd position. Gandour, the Canadian, who has spent the last 2 years racing in the UK, is there. Davin Roberts down in 28th from Team USA. They're all coming across the line now. Rodrigo Kakers is on a blinding lap for Latvia. Where does that put Kakers? Where does Roberts go? Babicek to 4th. Roivers to 6th. That's it. Gandour is fastest, and Ashcroft maintains pole position overall from session number 1 by 2 hundredths of a second. And it's gone badly wrong for a couple of real favourites there. Boaz Maximov, 31st fastest. Davin Roberts, 34th. Rodrigo Kakers, 28th position. Shun Sekiguchi, the International Trophy Asia champion from Japan, only 22nd fastest. So, a real mix-up there as we look at the top runners in group number 2. Rayan Gandour, Owen Baroni, Valentino Manta from Argentina, Denny Babicek, 4th. Nick Brakelch is 5th for Slovenia. Jeremy Roivers, Mattia Padon, followed by the Tiger, Tygan Sakano, Alexis Bayerjon, Paolo De Grande, and in 11th position, Rashid Hilal. Rashid Hilal got the call to race When one driver from Mexico withdrew, Rashid was next in line. He was the next non-qualified driver of all the national championships around the world. So Rashid grabbing the opportunity, seizing the moment with both hands. He qualifies 11th in group ahead of former Micromax Grand Finals champion Nikita Lyubimov, Leonardo Saravale, Rafael Zonask, Vince van der Halen and Jeremy Sancia, your top 16. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes junior qualifying, and we wait to maybe potentially hear from another of our contenders. The next on-track session is at 3 o'clock. It's at 12 minutes past 3, which is when our first group of senior drivers heads out. So we have, about 20 minutes to wait. We shall not go away just yet. But we'll have a little look. There is the cloudless late afternoon sky here in the southern part of the wonderful island of Bahrain. I would recommend Bahrain to anybody. You need to have your wits about you on the roads. Everyone, though, is absolutely lovely till they get behind the wheel of a car. I'm joking. It really is one of the most friendly, welcoming countries that I have ever been to, and I'm very fortunate enough to have traveled the world with this job. There are the domes behind the kart circuit. That is where the drivers were registered. That is where the officials and the drivers are given a fantastic buffet lunch every day. And the large dome is also where the Bahrain International Darts Tournament is held every year, with the top stars of the PDC World of Darts compete. And Jen Wade is down with our junior Rotax provisional pole sitter, Jacob Ashcroft.
Jacob Ashcroft, at this stage, provisionally, you're on pole position. Of course, you were the quickest in the first group. How you feel? A little bit surprised, or you expected it?
I mean, I've been showing really good pace yesterday. I topped all 3 sessions yesterday, and yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to be on pole for the grand finals. So see what we can do. It's definitely going to be a long week. It's only Wednesday, so maximum effort for the heat later and just go from there.
Of course, Jacob, we know you're the defending champion in juniors. Not that there's any pressure. We talked about it yesterday in the interview. But of course, all these times you've been at the grand finals, you've been on the podium. And as a champion, are you coming into this event with any different approach to what you would normally have had?
I mean, I want to win. Everyone here wants to win. That's the whole point of coming. So, yeah, I think everyone and myself just have the same mindset of that we want to win. I want to go back to back, want to make some history, and yeah, that would just be really good.
It's going to be great. We're looking forward to some good racing. Of course, Rayan Gandor just was the quickest then, so it's going to be great. Close, very close. Anyone you'd like to say a quick thank you or hi to?
Thanks to my mum and dad, DHR for us setting up my car, and Aston for stepping in for today and the rest of the week, so I really appreciate that.
Of course, Aston's brother was second quickest in Mini, so it's going to be exciting. Some good vibes happening there in the team UK, so we're going to wish you luck. See you later on the grid.
Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much, Jen. Well done to Jacob Ashcroft. Will history be made in Western Supermare this week? Well, we've talked a lot about the drivers, and we've talked a lot about the dads and the mechanics. But who are the one group of people that keep every karting family glued together? Well, the answer are the mums. And so we spoke to several karting mums here at the grand finals earlier, but then we also spoke to a father and son duo, Morris and Sam Knyoppers, who last year became the first family members to both stand on the Grand Finals podium in the same year. Let's hear from them all now.
All right, ladies and gents, a perspective that we don't normally get is that from the karting moms, and in my opinion, as being an ex-competitor, the most important perspective for any driver at a circuit. I'm joined by Orla Armstrong, Ashrita Preetham, and Sandy Pahal, all moms of drivers that are on the circuit. We've got a nice mix from Junior Max all the way through to Micro Max. Orla, I'm going to start with you because your son has won this previously in Mini Max. You're here now in a junior. Explain to me the emotion that you have to manage with your son once he comes off the circuit as a winner, and now the stress of him going upper class into the bigger class with more speed.
Yeah, well, obviously we were absolutely ecstatic that he won. We were so happy for him, and to the point where we couldn't even think of flying home that night. We were supposed to be flying home. We phoned British Airways, cancelled our flight, booked a hotel and celebrated. Yeah.
Well, I hope you got a discount, seeing as you were then the current champions of the Minimax class, but you've now moved up into the junior. Is that something that has been quite nerve-wracking for you, or have you managed the stress quite nicely?
No, he's fine. He's taken junior in his stride. We were lucky enough this year actually to win 2 tickets. We won the Irish Championship, so we got a ticket there, but because we won the Europeans, or because we came third in the Europeans before that, we got then the British tickets. So no, he's taken junior in his stride. He's here to try and win like everybody else is.
But your nerves, they're okay with him moving up a class?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. It's no bother, yeah.
All right, as always, Mom's always your biggest supporter, but Ashrita, we've spoken about the highs of winning a grand final. You've had to experience the other side of not making a final. Must have been difficult for you to manage that when he came off the track after realizing you hadn't made it.
Absolutely. So what happened is that he fell sick because somehow he didn't adjust to the weather. So he couldn't even qualify. So while the quali was going on, he was in the medic. He was with the medic getting his injections to bring his fever down. So we didn't even, we realized that right there, you sort of prepared to get here, and then there are things that are completely out of your control that you can't do anything about. Your child is sick, what do? Do you worry about him? And then, you have the anxiety of missing everything that you prepared for, and knowing that if you don't qualify, it just gets slimmer and slimmer and slimmer because the kids here are fantastic. So it's very hard. So we figured at that time that it was going to be uphill. What we did is just try and get him to do his best and, tell him that it's still within reach, you can do it, you can do it. And once he was cleared medically, we let him have fun because we realized there was nothing else we could do at that point except enjoy whatever we could.
Well, you're here for a second time now at least. You're getting a second bite at the apple. Hopefully he's in good health this time.
He is. There's no ice cream. There are no slushies going in this time. He's getting Pocari water and nothing else.
Most Formula One drivers have dietitians. Us competitors doing karting, we have our mums to look after you. Another mum, Sandy, your first time here. Give me a brief overview of what it feels like to join a Rotax Grand Final.
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. It's a dream come true. There's not that many children that get a chance to go through this, and families, so it's a brilliant experience for the whole family as well as Dion. Yeah.
Well, you talk about the family, I'm sure you have to manage everything, get the flights booked, get it all done. There must be so much in the background that you've had to look after. Give me a brief on what you've had to put together to get the whole family here and get it done.
So when he won the British, we're still on a high of that, but when we knew he was coming out here, I think we just started making the plans. To be fair, the packing was left last minute, right that evening. We had the flight in the morning, on the Wednesday morning, and just making sure that we had everything covered, all the stuff he needed. On a previous race, we actually left his helmet at home. That was at Le Mans. So we had to get somebody to come and bring it back, yeah. But this time, we had a tick sheet, so we just went through everything to ensure the tools, clothing, everything that he needed, we had with us. So.
Well, very nice to speak to every single mom that is involved, to the moms that you guys that are involved in all of it and how much work goes behind it. Without our mums, we wouldn't be here racing, so a massive thank you to every mum here in the paddock, and we'll see you again soon with our next interview here at the Bahrain Rotax Grand Finals 2025. Hello and welcome to the 2025 Bahrain Grand Finals. Once again, we are on the infamous Rotax couch. I'm joined here by Sam Knopiers and Moritz Korpniers. Sam will be competing in the DD2 class this year with Moritz, our previous champion in the E20, rejoining again this year in Bahrain to compete and hopefully defend his title. But Sam, the one thing I wanted to talk to you about and touch on, I've always loved karting with my father. He's always been in the background for me as my mechanic. He always tried to give me some driving pointers, but he was never a driver himself. Your dad is, though, and he gets to spend the time with you on circuit back home. That must be a great feeling.
Yeah, obviously it's a great feeling, and as you say, it's lovely to spend time with your dad doing our hobby and our passion. And obviously he's a driver, so I grew up with my dad as my mechanic, driver coach, and everything that comes with that. And he's taught me basically everything I know. And nowadays, however, when I was younger, he'd teach me everything, how to do it. And nowadays I'm a little bit quicker than he is, but he still gives me pointers out there, and especially before the races, just how to get into things. So that's really lovely.
Moritz, we had a little touch on the pace difference there, but you are a Grand Finals winner. You won last year in the E20 Masters, so you've shown a bit of pace yourself. You've been racing for many, many years, but to be on circuit and share it with your son and share all the emotions with him must be a fantastic feeling.
It is a super feeling, and but I'm also proud, I think he was about 12, 13 when I realized that he was a better driver than me.
See him win it this year in Bahrain. Sam, you were telling me off air that you're not the typical karting route. You haven't been competing consistently since Bambino or Cadets all the way through Minimax, Micro, up and that. You did take a short break. Tell me quickly, how long were you back in the kart before you joined Sano and put yourself in the front row, finishing second overall in only your first international event?
Yeah, so just to briefly touch on that, I started when I was 5, 6 years old with my dad, going through Micromax, Minimax, and then when I was 12 years old, I stopped driving, and I started again 3 years ago in a local four-stroke championship in the Netherlands. And last year, so 2024, I've got into the DD2 for the first time. We did the Dutch Chrono Karting Championship, which I won last year. Went straight to Sarno, and that was my first international or big race. And I learned more there than throughout the whole season, just from, there's champions from all over the world there. The standard of racing is higher. You learn about how to race in events like that. And I think that really upped my game there. So that's how the flow has gone.
Well, Sam, you touched on the competitiveness of the Rotax Grand Finals and where it is at the moment, 2024 being the year you were there, so the level quite high. Moritz, you've got a different perspective. You've been part of this for a very long time in the Grand Finals. I think you've had 5 visits to the Grand Finals, if not more. 10 visits to the Grand Finals, sorry. But you've had those experiences. Have you noticed the competition get harder and harder every year as, I have? It's gotten closer, it's gotten faster, it's gotten better.
I don't know if I agree with you. I mean, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, there were also some very quick drivers. I mean, think of Cristiano Morgado, those guys, they were also really on the pace. And that's still the case, The Grand Finals is a super competitive event with a special vibe to it that makes it so unique.
You talk about vibe. I think you two bring a lot of that vibe with you, father and son team on circuit together, supporting each other. But in terms of mechanics and running the karts, is that something that you do yourselves, or do you have a team behind you?
I'm better in driving than mechanicking, So we have a great team. We drive with Dams. I drive with Mumbai Falcons in the UAE. And I'm better behind the wheel than on the spanners.
Well, it takes a big man to cop up to that. Sam, you drove Sarno, lovely circuit. You've been out here for the first time on Bahrain. Give me a quick overview of what you think of the facilities in this circuit this year.
Sarno was lovely, but in my perspective, Bahrain is even a step up. Just looking at where we are, close to the Formula 1 track, the facility is lovely. You have the elevation in between. You feel like you're on a roller coaster everywhere. And I've done 2 sessions here now. We've been up there, and the track is really a joy to drive. I'm excited to see what the night brings tonight, first night sessions. So that'll be lovely. I'm looking forward to the rest of the week.
Well, fantastic. That was Moritz and Sam Knopiers. One of them looking to defend a title, the other one looking to better it by 1 position and take his first Grand Final title here in Bahrain in 2025. And soon we'll be talking to more and more drivers throughout the day. And we look forward to bringing you more information, more of the vibe, and more of the family affair here at the Grand Finals.
Well, isn't that great to hear? Not just from the glue that holds every karting family together, but also from Sem and Maurice Knoppers. Family. It's what Rotax is all about. And I'm here with one half of Chilean karting royalty, Gustavo Tutti Suarez. Welcome back to the commentary box. You qualified here second on the grid back in 2021. Your younger brother is about to go out. Xavier Mini Tutti is going to go out in the next, the second of the two senior qualifying groups. First of all, what's the atmosphere like back with Team Chile in the tent?
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. I'm happy to be here again. And, well, I'm excited because now my brother is with top level. So I hope he will do a good qualification.
Talk about this circuit. In qualifying, what are the keys to getting around here quickly?
Well, in this circuit, it's very important the slipstream, you know, because when you are alone, it's impossible to do a perfect lap because, well, it's a very fast circuit. It's beautiful. It's amazing to drive at night.
Yes.
Because all the lights and, well, the track, the environment, everything, it's very good.
Yes. Now, the race suits. So Chile, last year, you had the statues on Elizabeth Island on the race suits. This year, there's a mountain range. Is it the Andes? What have you got on the race suits this year?
Yeah, it's the Cordillera de los Andes.
The
Cordillera. It's huge mountains that it's across all the South American part.
Okay, across the spine of South America. Yes, I know.
And, well, that is very representative of our country. And for that, we put the Cordillera.
Now, when you have those images on your race suit, for example, the Dutch team this year, on the back of all the Dutch race suits, there is a very famous painting called Night Watch by Rembrandt on the back of the Dutch race suits. As a driver, does that give you any, you've already got your nation's flag, but then to have an emblem, a symbol of your national identity, how much does that pump you up as a driver even more?
Yes, you have your own country in your suite, so that's all. You are represented a country, a people, and, well, you feel it on the car.
Excellent.
When you're on the straight, you're okay. This is for Chile.
Excellent, excellent. Well, we'll see how Chile get on in the next qualifying group. The first senior qualifying group contains drivers from South Africa, from the Netherlands, from Malta, from France, Peru, Sweden, Colombia, Estonia, Lebanon, Australia, Bahrain. There is one of the British drivers, Sean Butcher's kart, sitting and waiting. It also has former Grand Finals champion Oliver Hodgson in it, this group. Currently, Oliver now races and lives in the United States of America. There are names that, you know, obviously your brother Xavier goes out in the next session, but there are names that you'll recognise, that you follow all year, that maybe, you know, you're saying to Xavi, go and watch this driver, go and watch their lines. How much can you learn from, you know, following the drivers in the other session?
A lot.
A lot.
You can learn a lot because all the drivers, all good drivers that we see in all the Rotax Grand Finals, they have a lot of experience, and it's better to be behind, to watch the line, like you said, because it's more easy to understand the track, to understand the braking point, you know, the line.
Yep. And of course, the Team Chile will be somewhere out. Where are Team Chile basing themselves to watch the action? Are they at the top grandstand above us, or are they in this Turn 1 grandstand?
I think it's on the top.
On the top. And the drivers will know that, you know. The drivers in Chile will know, hey, that's where I'm getting my cheers from. You know, it helps to know where the supporters are, doesn't it?
Yeah. Of course.
Excellent, excellent. Well, there is Charles Michael Visser as we look at the back of Kian Garrity's kart. At this point, are you gutted that you're not out there? When you're looking at the drivers sitting on the circuit, is that when you start thinking, oh, I wish I could be out there? I love coaching, I love my brother, but I want to be out there.
Of course. Here in this track,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
I raced it in rental car the first day.
Yes.
And was like, wow, why I'm not here? But now I live in Spain.
You live in Spain?
Yeah.
And you coach in Spain?
I get married with a beautiful woman. And now for me, the racing driver is difficult.
Yes, family man now. Well, let's have a little look. From the driver's seat, Mohamed Vali, South Africa's Mohamed Vali. He was actually our camera car back in 2022 in Portimao. And on that occasion, Mohamed Vali finished in the top 10. He was 7th as a junior, so maybe the camera car is a lucky omen for Mohamed Vali. He's a very tall driver, is Mohamed, and that's where you'll see the drivers tucking down behind the NASA panel, because it is helpful if you're a bit shorter, isn't it, Gustavo?
Yes, I'm short. It's easy to get down the head.
Now, warming the tyres up, you can see that 246 drivers have gone out early. Getting heat in the tyres is very important, but you have to look after your tyre, don't you?
Yes, because with the tyre you have one perfect lap.
Yep.
So if the drivers want to wait, because with the slipstream and the perfect lap, you could be better than everyone.
Exactly. So let's have a little look. Who goes out early? Well, from Peru, Christos Kidonis. From South Africa, Charles Michael Visser and Mohamed Vali. From Poland. Australia, Jason Matthews. Poland, Piotr Bonovic goes to the top of the charts in kart 345. There is the 351 kart on our screens. That is Cheska Hentona from Korea. Why are they waiting? As a driver, are they waiting because they want the track to come to them, or just because let's get this slot out there to clean the track? Is that why they're waiting?
Yes, it's many things.
Yeah.
They wait to be in the perfect part of the track.
Yep.
And the slipstream.
Yes,
because the most faster driver, he doesn't want to go alone.
No.
And with another, so...
Yeah, so that's where you'll get everyone. It's a case of cat and mouse. Istvan Deso from Romania has gone out. Maria Quinones has gone out. Maria had a huge accident yesterday. About this point of the circuit, had to go to the doctors last night, and she's okay. Here we go. So this is where they're all coming out with 2.5 minutes to go. As a coach, how do you coach a driver to get the maximum lap? They've got one chance. How do you coach a driver to get that maximum lap done early?
Well, first to be focused. Don't be nervous, because when you are nervous and you can't control the car, it's impossible to do the lap. So the first point, you need to be focused on the track. Then find a good space on the track. Find a good position to do the lap. And also find a good driver to the car, because if you are behind of one slowest driver, it's impossible.
You won't get a good slipstream.
And you lost time overtaking.
Already, Piotr Bonovic has come into the pit. Piotr Bonovic has pitted. Mohamed Vali is now already top of the charts, but that's a very good first sector, a 17.9 first sector.
Very good.
Can't keep it up through the middle sector. He's done a best lap so far, 53.653 seconds. Based on what you've seen in practice, pole position, 55.5, 55.4?
53.2 will be.
Oh,
or
53, 53.2.
1 or 2.
That's going to be the time that they're all aiming for.
Look at Trilmer. You know, he's Chilean.
Yes.
Also, but he drives in Colombia.
Ah,
But
okay.
He's Chilean.
This
Kart.
is Jose Schirmer.
Yeah.
Yeah, in cut 315. So again, the South American Rotax scene this year, the South American International Trophy was held in Ecuador. Matthew Higgins goes to the top of the chart. That is a 53.0.
Wow.
Is that one of the fastest laps that you've seen?
Yeah. That was
Okay.
the most fastest.
That's the terror from Trafeglois, the Welshman Higgins, Matthias Kjellerup second, Sean Butcher third, Yoshito Sasaki, Kian Garrity, Aidan Ingrata. Aidan Ingrata,
purple, yes.
a 17.8 through the first sector.
He will do 52.9.
You think if he carries on, well,
Yeah.
he's gone round, middle sector, very good as well. For number 361, Team Canada's Aidan Ingrata. Are we going to get anyone into the 52s? Oliver Hodgson goes fourth. We're waiting. Ingrata's going to be coming across the line very shortly.
Yeah, 52.9.
52.935 as the checkered flag comes out. Aidan Ingrata, Matthew Higgins second, Kian Garrity third, Mehdi Lasoued is fourth, Matthias Kjellerup, Sean Butcher, top six. Oliver Hodgson and Yoshito Sasaki are still on a flying lap. We'll follow them. Hodgson at the moment, seventh fastest. The 2013 senior Rotax champion. He's gone green through sector 2. That means the personal best. You think he's about a tenth off at the moment?
Yeah.
We'll wait. Here comes Hodgson out of the final corner. Can Hodgson go fastest? No, he stays seventh. Loses it in the final sector.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, the drivers in the second group will now know 52.93. That's faster than maybe we've seen the pace. Well, that's something that the drivers will get nervous about, you think? Or will they think, okay, the track's really quick, I can do a 52.8?
Yeah, it's a mind that you need to be on the second group, because if you lost your head and no, that is impossible. No, you are lost.
You've lost before you even got out onto the track.
Exactly.
Well, let's have a look at the top 10. Canada, the United Kingdom, France, Denmark, the United States, Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan, Austin Gale from Thailand, and Derek King from Ecuador. Very good performance from Derek. Derek's brother Brett King did not qualify this year, but there has been occasions before where, both King brothers have qualified. Looking down there, there is Maria Quinones, the young lady from the Philippines, whose brother Miguel Quinones is going to be joining me in the commentary box a little bit later on. Kyle Lawrence, meanwhile, has an interview with somebody down the pit lane. Take it away, Kyle.
I was able to touch base with Chris McCrone before that senior max session started. He is the mechanic for Oliver Hudson, a previous winner in New Orleans in 2013. We did discuss, Chris, that there were a couple of issues in warm-up and a few of the practice sessions. You weren't able to break into the top 20. Clearly now, after qualifying in the top 10, something's changed. You figured something out.
Yeah, Oliver's an incredible pilot, naturally, but we were battling things all week long, and we spent a little bit of time over with the Rotax guys, and to their credit, they worked with us to solve the problem, and I think that just showed it. I think that if we had a little lady luck on our side in the last lap, he could have been pole, but he's got the speed, the equipment's there, and a big thanks to the Rotax team.
Yeah, look, we watched that last lap. You and I both saw him get through before the checkered flag. Unfortunately, a little bit of traffic through turn one ruined that for him, but a great second and third sector. So you definitely have the race pace to compete at the front now, thanks to the Rotax workshop and obviously all the work you've been doing. But we also did chat a little bit about the gamesmanship that was happening beforehand, the waiting to see what to go out. You had a plan in your head there. Do you want to talk us through that?
Yeah, Oliver and I talked about it before the session started, and he wanted to go sometime near the middle with a little bit of a pack, just so he can have someone to run with. I don't understand the game a little bit myself, but it becomes a measuring contest in some aspects. But I think he played it well. He was patient. He went out there, and like I said, he's a good driver, so I trust him for sure.
Yeah, look, I got to give him credit. The nerves of sitting there while the session's going on, I could never manage it. I actually said to Henry before, I used to go out and just circulate to make myself feel better. But a good job from both of you there to get you into the top 10, and well done. But a few mechanical issues were had there, but we've also had a couple of technical difficulties I must apologize for, a bit of internet dropping in and out. So the stream has gone and come back, but we are working on it, and I'm sure it will be resolved over the course of this morning. But Henry, back to you in the box.
Well, yeah, thank you very much, Carl. Yes, I'll reiterate that. There have been a couple of network issues here, which we are working our way through. Hopefully, it has not interrupted your enjoyment of the first afternoon of racing here. We'll be racing into the night later on. Now, Chris McCrone, the mechanic there for Oliver Hodgson, who Kyle was speaking to, he is now the owner of the Lorain, Ohio Kartplex, a brand new facility in Ohio, in the United States. There's a number of new tracks, CIK-style tracks, appearing in the United States. There's also a number of very, very good CIK-approved tracks in South America, including your home country of Chile. Tell us a little bit about your number one karting venue.
Well, in Chile we have El Cartódromo Las Perdices.
Yes.
That's a CIK circuit.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, it's the best circuit that we have. It's very long. And, well, we are waiting for the grand final.
So Chile are waiting for the grand finals, indeed. Well, we're all waiting to go to South America. The South America International Trophy takes place in October next year, early October, late September, early October. There's another big event in Canada, the Canadian Open Finals. They are the first weekend in August, and Jen is with one of the members of Team Canada now.
Aiden, provisional pole, of course, in the first group, and you said you're happy.
Yeah, I'm happy. The team did a top job. I'm representing Canada. We made a setup change. I wasn't really happy with the chassis throughout the day, and we made a setup change, and it was just amazing. The car was on rails. Will Orsini, my engine guy, did a fantastic job on the engine. And yeah, we still have a long way to go here. I mean, I qualified P1 provisionally, but I mean, we have 3 heat races or 4 heat races and a pre-final and final. So long way to go, but good start of the weekend.
How is it compared to racing at home in Canada?
It's amazing. This track, I mean, so much grip. We're racing against the best Rotax drivers in the planet and best drivers in the planet, and I'm happy to be here and represent my country.
Of course, there's probably a lot of people waking up to see how you're going. You want to say hi to anyone?
Yeah, I want to say hi to my dad especially. I know he's watching here. Dad, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here, so thank you, and I love you bunches.
We love you too, and keep watching. Yeah. We're going to say congratulations. We're going to see you on the grid shortly. Yeah. Have a little bit of a break. Calm down. Well done, Aiden.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Aiden Ingrata. A story about Aiden Ingrata. He almost secured his tickets back in January at the Rotax Winter Trophy. He went into the last day of the championship. It's a 4-round, 2-weekend championship in Orlando. And again, it's the last weekend of January, the first weekend of February this year. Aiden had the worst day in the history of days, I think, on the last round of the Winter Trophy. Eventually lost the ticket to Lewis Goff from the UK, who will be going out in the next session. However, Aiden came back strong and eventually secured his ticket, I think, in the RMC Ontario Championship event. you have to come back. You have been in events where you have seen a ticket for this event slip away. How do you react and then come back fighting?
That is horrible, because when you are so close to the grand finals,
yes,
and you lost on the last lap, it's horrible. I think it's the same. Lost the final in the last lap.
Yeah,
it's the same feeling.
It's horrible. There's Nick Trobeck. Your brother, how did Xavier get his ticket this year?
He won the championship in Chile.
So he's the Chilean national champion.
Exactly.
I've known Xavi for a few years now. He was always a little bit wild. He's calmed down a little bit in terms as a driver. He is now, he's matured. He's a bit more composed, isn't he?
Yes, this year my brother is more, I don't know how to explain, more clever.
Yes.
Because last years, he was more crazy in the driving.
Fast, but
he
not
wanted
patient.
to go more fast than he can.
Yep.
And when he's in track, he was no. But this year he's more.
Yeah,
focused.
composed. I have seen him around the paddock, and he does look a lot more. He's still smiling all the time, but
he's more talented than me.
And he's now taller than everybody. The sun is beginning to set. You said about racing under the lights here. How difficult is it now for a driver when the sun gets lower? Do you get glare at all?
Well, it depends if your eyes doesn't work.
Yes.
At all, because my brother has problem with that. So yesterday at night, he told me, "Wow, I can't see very good."
Okay.
So, but when you are on the track and you have that visor,
yes,
it's not a problem.
Not a problem.
No, not a problem.
There is a look at Tish van Wyk. Last year, Tish was 9th in a junior, and just over the foreground there, under the red finals barrier, that's your younger brother, Xavier Suarez, Mini Tutti. He's looking quite relaxed in the cart there. Is he almost having a nap? Looking at him, his body language there, does that tell you that he is quite chilled and is not nervous?
Yeah, he is relaxed now. He is focused.
Yes.
But I believe that I am more nervous
for him. Well, there he is. He's woken up now. How difficult is it to just let him go, and sort of let him go, and you're up here, and let him do his thing, let him race?
Well,
you're up here now, and he's down there. What do you feel looking at your brother racing?
I feel
proud?
Proud of my brother, because I create him like driver, not not like father.
No, father, but as a driver.
I coached him all his years.
Yep.
And it's my close family, so I share everything with him, and it's for me. I feel so proud of him.
So I will warn you now, ladies and gentlemen, that my job, I remain impartial, even when it comes to the Welsh drivers. However, I have given Gustavo Suarez full permission to celebrate as Tutti when Tutti does good. Now, in Espanol, Tutti, just quickly, very quickly.
Vamos, Javito, con todo el éxito del mundo.
There we go.
Y bueno, saludo a todo el mundo que está viendo desde Chile y la gente latina y todas las personas cercanas a nosotros. Vamos, Chile.
Vamos, Chile.
Le. Viva Chile.
That is the famous Chile chant here. Speaking of famous chants, Australia with... their Aussie, oi, oi, oi chant always also rings out around a Rotax Grand Final paddock. I think Chile and Australia, they have various chant-offs, who can chant the loudest. As we look at Brent Redding, one of the Australians out on circuit at the moment. There, early, that is Li Si Rui from China. Again, going out early. And that is a sign. Now, your brother is sitting in pits. He hasn't gone out yet. That's a sign that he is not one of the people that is going out to, like, clean the track. That's a sign of confidence, isn't it?
Well, now it's on track. I think he was waiting the perfect space, one faster driver.
Yeah, now you've been in this practice group throughout the week. You could see there is the 3-2-2 of Xavier Suarez in this group. Have you had like a couple of drivers in this group that you've been watching to say, okay, let's try and work with that driver? You've had a few in mind, yes?
Yes, of course.
Of course. Well, we're not going to give anything away as the rest of the group go out. And, oh dear, look at that. That is Ishan Madesh from India. And we're getting word from the pit lane that as another driver left the pits, they have ripped the nose cone half off the India cut. So Ishan Madesh, he could be faced with a penalty through no fault of his own. That's going to be disappointing. That's heartbreaking because, of course, you will get a nose cone penalty if the bracket is in, even if somebody else ripped it off as they were leaving the pit lane. That's going to be difficult for him to now not be upset. And there goes Ishan in the number 316, and you can see the front of that cart. It's coming over the hill down towards turns 13, 14. That's going to be hard, and this is not the drivers were warned about this, weren't they? Slowing down.
Yeah, well, for the Indian driver, that's a shame.
Yes.
When you are, because he's faster.
Yes.
Fast on the track, but when you had that penalty, before
you even go out on the track.
Wow.
Right, we'll try and see if we can see what happened. At the moment, Fido Shoshin, let's have a little look. We'll watch at the top left hand of the screen. Yes, there is the driver. We can't see the cart who just hops up over the front nose cone of Ishan Madesh's car. Great work there from the pit lane. Okay, who is on track? Santeri Leitonen. Apparently, Santeri Leitonen, translated into English, is illegal. That's the word. So Leitonen is illegal. So Santeri illegal. No, Santeri Leitonen is fast. Christos Oikonomou now fastest. So 53.376. That's some work to do. In fact, look at that. Time is up already. Oikonomou, Leitonen, Gale, Van Wyk, Maxwell, Lichner, Trobech, Shoshin, Babichkova, Goff, your top 10 at the moment. Xavier Suarez 16th. This is the final lap, and he's not having a good last lap, is he, Gustavo?
No. He lost it.
But this could be a case of, drivers mistiming it. Let's have a little look. Greece, Christos Oikonomou, Leitonen second, and wow, the difference in lap times between first and second. Ishan Madesh goes 8th, Oikonomou 53.25, Tish Van Wyk 53.36. Looking down the order, 20th for Xavier. That means you're going to be starting around 20th, right in the middle of the pack. You're going to go back. How is he going to be feeling? How is your brother going to be feeling after that?
Frustrated.
Frustrated?
Because he lost in the last sector. Now it's green, but he did his best lap, 54.0, with 3/10 more in the third sector.
Okay, so what you're saying
11, 12.
He was 3/10 faster, then lost it. So on his last lap, he was slow through sector 1, slow through sector 2. I noticed he was working with Cooper O'Clair from the USA. Cooper has ended at one place behind him. And Tino Sidler. What a disaster for Tino Sidler. Tino Sidler has the current reigning world KZ champion, Senna van Waalstein, coaching him this week. And he's qualified 36th and last. Nolan Lamore, he's down towards the back. So they're a far. Macaulay Bishop, only 23rd, the international trophy champion. There's an awful lot of mix-up there. Greece, the Netherlands, the UK, and then Slovakia with Martin Lichner. A mix-up there, but no one has been able to go near Aiden Ingrata, 52.9 seconds. Impressive. What do you do now? You go back, so you know you're going to be starting around row 10 for all your heat races. What Gustavo is, what Xavier is. What do you say to him? How do you coach now your brother to keep his head before the first heat race tonight?
Well, he needs to be smart now.
Yep.
From get the final.
Yep.
A good position to the final, and that's all. Be smart because he's fast. He's faster, but when he lost his mind,
yes,
he do mistakes.
That's the thing. So now the job of a driver coach is to be smart. Okay.
Don't lose the mind. It's a position. Obviously, it's better to be in top 10. It's more easy.
But he's not 30th.
Well, yes. It's not last.
No, exactly. There's still plenty of room for improvement. Gustavo Suarez, thank you very much. We will see you later for the heat races.
Thank you for the invitation.
No
see you
problems
later.
at all. See you later. Well, there we go. Gustavo will go down to console and consolidate with his brother and put a plan of action in for the first set of heat races later on. You look at the sun beginning to set. Our next category is DD2 Masters. And 36 drivers, all will make it to the final. I think it's been the 4th or 5th year now that the DD2 Masters field has been, reduced down to 36. It was 72 and then be down to 36. When they increased the number of Minimax drivers, they reduced the number of Masters drivers. Now, as the spectator grandstand, I can see, in the sunglasses at the outside there, I can see Peter Bazell, former Grand Finals champion. But of course, speaking of Grand Finals royalty, ladies and gentlemen, once again joining me up here in the commentary box, DD2 Masters, one of the most successful female competitors in the history of this event, Tiffany Chittenden. Tiff, welcome back to the commentary box.
Thank you, Henry.
Working with Team New Zealand and, working hard. New Zealand, a smaller team than usual. You've got somebody out in Masters, Roger Young, who he grew up in New Zealand a bit and is now racing for New Zealand. But of course, these are the characters, the names that have been around this sport for an awful long time, age 31 and above. Why aren't we out there?
Why aren't I out there?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Just working too hard, really. So yeah,
working too hard for Porsche in New Zealand still, and also doing an awful lot of driver coaching.
Yeah, so I look after a lot of the New Zealand team. I also look after the New Zealand Driver Academy, so all the up-and-coming Kiwis, especially those Team New Zealand that come over to these kind of events that haven't experienced it before. It's obviously normally a very long way to go.
Yeah.
So yeah, just helping out as much as we can. But we've actually got 2 Masters, so we've got Matt Kington as well, who had a really successful campaign last time here.
Finished,
so 2 years ago.
Finished second 2 years ago.
Yeah, crossed the line.
Now, if you're thinking Chittenden, where have I heard that name before? Well, Tiffany is the daughter of the legendary British saloon car touring car racer, Mike Chittenden. Do you want to say hello?
Yeah. Hi, Dad.
He's keeping you behave himself. And again, if you look back in the history of saloon car racing, anywhere in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, Mike Chittenden, one of the most famous names. And I still saw him at Kim Bolton in the UK at the start of last year, helping out somebody in KZ2. So, Mike, I hope you're behaving yourself back home. No, that's not going to happen. But look up the name, a great historical figure in motorsport. The Masters, everyone's going to make the final, so that's one tick off the worry box. What's now the next thing you have to tick off as a driver?
Qualifying's still important. Obviously, the classes that have 2 races, you worry. But that's probably more on the heats. You can't afford to have a DNF, for example. The Masters don't have to worry about that, but still you'll be wanting to, especially if you're fast, be up with the fast ones.
Yep.
I don't know how to put it politely. There might be a slightly bigger gap
there
between the
might
front
be
and rear.
Yes. In the days of 72 Masters, there was a bit more of a spread. Not the middle age spread, which is what I've got, but a spread in the times. Now there's the 36 of them. It is a bit closer, but yeah, there certainly is, there is a hierarchy in this. We haven't even mentioned one certain DD2 Masters driver. We'll mention him a little bit in a moment after we hear from Jen Wade down in the pits.
Tiz van Wyk, don't let me make you nervous. You just had the second quickest time in that session. So I think we have to say congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it was really good. We didn't have the slipstream, so it was a little bit difficult to set a fast time. Only we are a little bit lucky that we were on time and big of the group was not on time. And I also had said to my mechanic to go when it was 2 minutes left, and he put his hand in the sky, and then I knew that I need to go, and that saved me, I think. And I got a P2.
Of course, it's all about strategy, isn't it? A different track, but really about the timing. You only have 5 minutes.
Yeah, it was really, everybody was waiting for each other, and I knew the slipstream was really important, so that was also, before the session we knew that we will wait really long. So yeah, you saw some people didn't even make it the second lap, and that was really good for us.
So a bit of bad luck, but we're going to say well done. See you on the grid later this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that is interesting. Of course, you can't wait too long to go out because, you know, the timing police will catch you. There is a shot of the sun setting. How much of a problem, if any, will that give for our Masters drivers?
Not too much of a problem. It's mainly just sunstrike at this time of the day as well, just before they go out. Obviously, I don't think you'll see anything. The biggest thing you'll see is clear visors over the dark ones. Other than that, it's really when the light completely goes that the shadows and things form. But to be fair, the lights are really, really good here. So
they are world class. Now, who are the contenders, I wonder, in DD2 Masters? Well, there's obviously the reigning DD2 Masters champion, Nicolas Picot from France. There's last year's DD2 champion, Zen de Rua, who's now old enough to move into Masters. And there's another driver, Brazilian. We're on the Barrichello karts here, which is a brand new brand from the Birrell thing, and I think the Birrell factory. And I think it's Rubens Barrichello. That's the driver I was thinking of. Ex-Formula One driver from Brazil, Rubens Barrichello. But there are a lot more strong drivers. This is, hey, you know, a Formula One driver is just another driver here. You know, Rubens. He puts his reputation on the line coming here every year, doesn't he?
exactly, everyone will want to beat him.
Yep.
Everyone will know him. It's great for the sport that he comes and does this. But yeah, the field is really packed. What you don't see in some of the other classes are a few people that have come back so many times. So the experience is, you know, like Zen de Rua, he's done so many years of the other classes.
Yep.
And on top of that, you know, to have a reigning champion, you don't normally get that in, for example, juniors, or they've normally moved up.
They've normally moved up. We've got an onboard with Charles Sagan from France, the driver who is this year's NSK champion. You have driven the circuit before? Yes or no?
No, not here.
No.
I was at Abu Dhabi.
Yes, Abu Dhabi. Your last grand finals, as I recall, was it 2019 at Sarno?
Sarno, yep.
Sarno 2019. But let's have a little look as we follow most of, well, the driver's 4 minutes to go. Everybody is out on circuit by the looks of it. Well, not quite everybody. Zenda Rua, Alex Frielenbach, Dmitry Kovanov and Kazuma Kimura are not out there yet. Are you the type that wants to get out there, get a banker lap in early, or depending on how things are going, if I'm sitting on a kart that I'm happy with, and you know you've got a brand new fresh Mojos to go, you're sitting and waiting?
It's tough. It's tough to wait, and we've seen in the junior and senior classes how brave they were.
Yeah.
You'll notice the older guy, they go out. Well, there's one field. Basically, when the rule generally is when most people go out, you want to go out. You just don't want to be driving around on your own.
Yeah, no, that's one thing you don't want to be doing. We are briefly on board again with Sergan. Let's have a look. Early pace setters. Well, Nicola Pico was top of the charts. Gabriel Zurella for Argentina, and João Cunha from Brazil. He was fastest in the last practice session this morning. In fact, look at that. Rubens Barrichello, top 5. Juan Camilo Duque, top 4. Now, the DD2 Masters class is very strong. Oh, and a spin there from number 511. And, hold your breath, Miguel Angel Hidro.
That would have affected a few other drivers as well, because this will be about the lap, the tyre window. Might
have affected the state of his race suit. I think he might need to do some dry cleaning, getting back to the hotel. That's luck. Let's have a quick replay of this. Tip, take us to it. It looked like he just got the back end out too much. Doesn't look like he had any help. Nope, too high.
Oh, no. Just maybe a little bit too tight and too much.
Yeah, that was...
I don't think the other guy touched him.
No, he didn't have any help. There is Rubens Barrichello, fresh from the latest round of the Brazilian Stock Car Championship. And on Sunday, so he races the final on Saturday. On Sunday, he's racing NASCAR in Brazil.
It's a good life.
It's not a bad life for Rubens Barrichello. Zenda Rua waits, goes out, first flying lap, puts it on provisional pole. Zugela second, Pico third, Martinez Tankavicius is fourth, Charles Sagan fifth, Michael Hitchcock from Switzerland, who works for the Kick Sauber Formula One team, soon to be the Audi Formula One team. He is there in sixth position. Kunis, Slawomir Moransky, Yannick Nielsen, Kazuma Kimura, Barrichello back to 11th. It's strange, isn't it, how South America seems to have such a popular, South America and Northern Europe seem to have a lot of DD2 Masters drivers.
Yeah, it's really popular, obviously in Europe and Spain, and they've always been very strong as well.
Yeah.
No British contender, which is good for me because I don't have to choose.
You've been based out in New Zealand for a long time, under the watchful eye of one of the mechanics. And of course, it's great to show, because a lot of people, and again, you coach a lot of young drivers who have got dreams of moving on into motorsport, but karting as a sport in its own right, these are the seasoned pros. A lot of these drivers, they do make a living, if not actually driving a kart, but they make a living in karting, coaching and racing into their 30s and 40s.
Yeah, exactly. It's still...
And late 20s in your case, of course, Tiff.
Karting can still be a career.
Yep.
It's good that you don't have to move up to cars, or some people move to cars and come back, and I think DD2 is a great class for that, with the 4 front brakes as well. It's really good practice as well for people that are racing cars. It's a cheaper form of motorsport. But you'll see many of them now are trying to, they've maybe done a cool down lap and trying to go again.
Yep, because the clock has struck 0. This is the final lap. Charles Sagan has taken the checkered flag. 8th, Zendarua, Gabriel Zugela, Dmitry Kovanov, the top three. Pico is fourth. Barrichello is on a last lap. He's going to go through the first sector. I believe Barrichello is on a lap. Or has he come in? Several drivers have come in early. Zendarua doesn't need to go any quicker at the moment. That's about as easy as... Yeah, Barrichello is in P5. Yeah. There he is. He's already chatted to Carl Lawrence. You're confident there, aren't you, when you can come in. What's the timings here? Oh, it's okay, let's have a look. Kyle didn't want to mention that Kyle and Rubens, 2 years ago, the last time they were together, had a bit of a collision. But they've all kissed and made up
Kyle
now.
seems to crash into a few people.
Kyle Lawrence has crashed into several members of the Grand Finals team, not mentioning any names, Tiff.
No.
Back in 27, Al Ain. Everyone's kissed and made up now, though.
Yeah.
There is... there's Ruben. So top 5, he'll be happy with that. But again,
Can't complain about the car either, can he?
No, not really. Unless he says, well, they named it after one of my sons, Eduardo and Fernando, who are both carving out fantastic careers for themselves in single-seaters for Fernando and in sports cars for Eduardo. Darua, fastest. When the rest, if you had a ticket this year and you saw the name Darua move up into Masters, would that have been something that sent a bit of nerves down you, or sort of rub your hands together thinking brilliant?
He's definitely the favourite, but there's two types of racers: the ones that don't like to get better and race the best, I think, and the others will learn from him. And you always want to, I think, beat the best. So yeah. I mean, that's for a grand finals. That's a big gap.
2/10 of a second, yes.
So the other guys have got some work to do, but you never know in racing what can happen. And obviously, they play games in practice, and I've seen Zendarua not let anyone follow him, but now in the racing he'll have to. So the others will just have to, work hard, learn what they can by following him.
Well, Zendarua, he's had to limit his track time because his son, Cruz, who is about 7 months old now, he needs feeding regularly. So most mornings at the hotel that we're sharing a hotel, Zen is doing the morning feed while his wife, Sarah Darua, works as part of the organization here. So it's Darua, Zugela, Kovanov, Pico, Barrichello, Takavicius, Fielenbach, Sagan, Hitchcock and Kuna, your top 10 in DD2 Masters. Interestingly though, Tiff, Zendarua, a 2/10 of a second gap, but then there's 2/10 covers second back to 12th. 12th is Matt Kinsman, leading driver from New Zealand. How do we feel about that?
I think he might be slightly disappointed, maybe a bit of work to do. Obviously, would rather be further up. But like you say, it's close. But the others are just going to have to watch that they don't fight so much that Zendarua will get away, because it will happen very easily.
It could happen very easily. Well, one of the drivers that will be starting behind Zendarua, not too far behind Zendarua, mind, is Rubens Barrichello, and he is down with Kyle Lawrence.
Right, managed to run down the pit lane, and just before the scale area, catch up with young Rubens Barrichello. Rubens, you made the decision to go out a little bit later on your own. You managed to find a group in that decision as well. 2-3 quick laps and into the pits. Is that an idea to keep the tyres fresh to run through to the final, or is that all you really could get out of the car in that session?
A little bit of both, to be honest, because I thought that we had a good lap in. You have no idea what the others are doing, but my lap was actually quite solid. And the least you can do on the tire, we're going to go on for now heats, pre-final and final. So I decided to, I had enough. Could have been a touch faster maybe, but it was all right.
Yeah, you got the usual contenders, Takavicius behind you. He's in 6th. Zendarua, I think, able to get onto the pole position there. But time's very, very close. Are you expecting good battles on a circuit like this? We've had some good races here in 23. Are you expecting more of the same this year?
Man, it's just an unbelievable track. And for me, it's an honor, and I have so much gratitude to, to be able to, at my age, being competitive with a go-kart with my name, Barrichello by Bitterwart. So it's all about being grateful, and I'm so happy to be here.
Well, it's amazing to have someone of your experience and caliber here. You've done so much racing over your career, and to share that with the people around you as well, and the people that are driving with you, it only benefits those in the sport as well. So nice to see you up there in the top 5, and we look forward to seeing you having a great race throughout this weekend.
Cheers, thank you.
All right, Henry.
There we go. Young Rubens Barrichello. I'm sure Rubens will give Kyle his 20 dinar later on for that. You mentioned about not letting Zenderua get away. Cooperation in DD2 Masters hasn't always been the competitor's strong point, has it?
No, it's funny. It's like the young kids you think
Yep.
would fight the most, but obviously the older ones, they're all quite stubborn as well. So yeah, they all have to work together. You know, if you're second, third, fourth, you really just need to keep with Zenderua, and it's the same. And let you want the others to fight behind
Yep.
you as well. So it's just about head down, getting a good start from the outside as well around here, which is.
Yeah. So you want to be on the, you want to be on the inside row of the grid, because that first corner comes up quickly, but then it's the nature of the first sector after that that gets. You go too wide through there, but it's not the way. It's not the right way.
Exactly. Yeah. And the team here have been keeping a close eye on track limits as well. So that's
yes,
something
they have.
else and Zenderua will have to watch that as well. So
Yeah.
I have a feeling he'll probably try and get away and then cruise for the rest. Save
Hey,
the tyres.
you got cruising. There we
Yeah,
go. Like
there
you
you
said,
go.
look at that. Look how we did that there. Boom. Thank you very much. He's here all week, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Tiff. You'll be back later on for the heat races. We've got 2 qualifying sessions left to go. They're for Rotax's Ultimate class. And for Rotax's Ultimate class, my co-commentator coming into the box will be a multiple champion from the UAE, Theo Kakati. So as Tiff Chittenden goes back to work in the press room where she is covering the sport for Kart Sport New Zealand, the next driver in will be Theo Kakati. But before, as Theo gets himself set up in the commentary box, Jen is with Zen, who I'm sure is very happy.
Zenderua, now last year our champion in DD2, stepped up to Masters. You said it's not going to be easy. You're on pole.
Yeah, it's not easy, but I think we studied a lot in the past few days, and we put it all together and put it on pole. So very happy with the performance of myself, the team, everyone supporting. So now we go racing.
Let's go racing. You better get on the scales. Thank you. Well done.
Well, there we go. And back here in the commentary box, I'm now joined by Theo Kakati. Theo from Team UAE. How many times have you raced the Grand Finals?
The Grand Finals, I think this would 4th?
Yeah,
5th,
because
maybe?
you raced E20 here 2 years ago.
Yes.
But you had a top 5 finish, I think, was it in Brazil when you were a micro driver?
No, it was Minimax Portugal. You're commentating for that one.
Minimax in Portugal, top 5. Now you're here. You're proudly wearing the golden falcon of the UAE. It's one of the brightest and the most well-known, recognisable colour schemes in the world of Rotax karting. What is the vibe like this year? You've already had 2 pole positions, Maurice Joppers and Benjamin Karachkovic.
The vibes are great. Team UAE is here to represent. Already a lot of people coming and trying to get the team jerseys and that.
It's one of the favourites out of them all.
Exactly. But I'm over in the VIP. Everyone, the vibes there are great. A lot of great food, and that's it. 2 pole positions. We had a little bit unlucky with the senior max and our mini, but hopefully we can bring it back for DD2. And
Yeah, Max Dexter will be going out for Team UAE in DD2. Max, who I discovered was born in Wales. Ooh. So that makes him Welsh. So I'm claiming him. Here we go then, looking down the order. 72, you've driven one of these DD2 karts, have you not?
Yes, I have.
Try and describe Axel Sanyala, the 2019, there he is. He's going to be our onboard camera kart. Try and describe what a DD2 kart is like to drive compared to a direct drive kart.
100%. When I jumped from senior, I did a test day, and I tried a race as well in Allen Raceway, you know,
Yes.
during the UAE RMC. And it's just, the biggest difference is definitely the braking. You got front brakes as well, a little bit more quicker speed, and of course you have to shift. So, you know me, going in the corner sometimes, I put in neutral in accident. So you really got to be strong with those shifts.
Yep.
And a very fun package, and you know it's just quick, and it takes a little bit of time for me to
to
adjust
get
to it
used
at that
to.
time.
There's Frederick Zebis, Leonardo Baccaglini there with the Jody Scheckter replica crash helmet. They call it Rotax's Ultimate Class for a reason. Looking at the entry, it's, you know, the entry is also incredibly strong as well. These are drivers, we've got Axel Sanyala, Mats Johan Overhoff, who are both former Grand Finals champion. Jakob Bazell has had a pair of third-place finishes. Hannes Morin has had a second-place finish. So has Sem Knyoppers. He was second last year.
Yep.
So again, these drivers, they're familiar names in the world of Rotax karting. So when you come up against them, you're coming up against some of the very best, aren't you?
100%. And Sam Knoppjes, the vice world champion last year, he's definitely going to be looking forward to winning, this year and doing what he couldn't do last year.
Yeah, and of course the fact that his dad did win last year, albeit his dad was racing for Netherlands, so the Dutch family, but they live in the UAE. Morris is now racing with a UAE license, which of course that means that he represents the UAE. Because in Rotax racing, you represent the country that your license is issued from. Lots of things. We'll let the drivers catch up there. There's lots of interesting things happening in the UAE. Obviously, you and me are both part of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge, which actually continues next weekend at the Al Ain Raceway. But there's some big things coming, including the Dubai Plate.
Exactly. I'll be looking forward to also getting into that. I'm going to be studying these guys as we watch them drive around and seeing how they drive, because these are best drivers in the world. All earned their ticket to be here, and a lot of experience to learn from these guys.
So is that you sort of revealing that you're going to be doing the Dubai Plate in a DD2 kart?
Of course I'm doing that. I got to get back. Being a driver and then watching these guys go around all day, it's very tough. Oh, someone maybe gone off there.
Someone has gone off and kicked up some dust. Now, as you've driven here, when someone does that, how many laps does it spoil the track for? Can the track, in the case of there's 2 minutes 55 seconds to go, if someone has gone out and dragged dust onto the track, will that spoil the session for everybody?
I mean, and when you got a session this short, you got 2 minutes and 44 seconds on the clock here. So you're in.
And there is the driver that is up. We'll get a number check on that. But of course, as they're going to drag, it is the 471, and that is Fu Yu Shu.
Oh, poor guy.
But poor guy, Fu Yu Shu. That is definitely.
We've been seeing it all day,
Not ideal for Fu Yu. It's definitely been Fu Yu'd on that first lap. Leonardo Baccaglini. 421, 52.667. Now, of course, there's going to be a yellow flag as well, is there, as he tries to get his kart back on track.
Yeah, but it's realistically maybe like 1 or 2 laps it'll take. We didn't see too much of an effect with other drivers when it happened. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, for you.
He's beached it.
And Carl Lawrence talked about it. It's very, very easy to do that. Coming out on cold tyres, trying to get temperature into them, especially with the undulations. The pit lane entrance is quite narrow, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty narrow, and going to qualifying, some of the drivers are going to have some butterflies in their stomach, so it's pretty easy to forget that you're on new tires and just run off into the sand.
Yes, because example, so Fu Yu, he's 38 years old from Hsinchu, second in the Chinese Taipei Championship, so he's actually old enough to be a Masters. It's his first Grand Finals. You can understand, these are physical, inexperience, just getting the better of him a little bit. But let's look at the drivers we have on track. Leonardo Baccaglini, Hannes Morin. Let's take a ride with Axel Sanyala. What's he doing here then?
Seems like he's on the track. He's driving pretty quickly, flat out through here. A little bit of the back coming out. It's a really quick corner.
up to the top. He's got a gap of about 10 kart lengths. Is this a good gap for Axel? He can use the drivers in front as a target?
100%. I think to get a little bit better, you want to be just right in that sweet spot. Not too close and not too far. I'll say maybe right now he's a little bit in the back, but I think, if he can make it in time to the finish line and get one more lap, I think it'll be a good lineup.
Yeah, so here we go. 20 seconds to go. Sanyala coming down the hill. At the moment, the Finnish driver is trying to find where he is. He's 13th at the moment. Captain Kangaroo. Harrison Hoey is fastest. Sanyala will get another lap in. Paulie Massimino for Team USA. One of the big stars of US karting is second. David Mastiakevich, Johnny Bravo up to P2. Len Nice, Jakob Bazell, Sanyala 6. This will be the final lap. Well, Len Nice, he takes the checker flag fourth. Paulie Massimino takes it in third. Harrison Hoey second. Oh, now Gustav Usakovs, Lawrence Herberts up there. Mastiakevich has timed this really, really nicely. But Jakob Bazell is on a quick lap. The 4:05 of Jakob Bazell. We wait for the Czech driver. Here he comes across the line. That's the 4:37 of Edward Matthews. Bazell still on track. Second. There goes Jakob Bazell, younger brother of former Grand Finals champion Petr Bazell. Mastiakevich, Bazell, Harrison Hoey, Bendegus Sabo is fourth for Hungary. Lawrence Herberts, Paulie Massimino, Gustav Usakovs, Len Nice, Sanyala ninth. Christian Baumgartner rounds out the top 10. 14th place for Max Dexter. Theo,
Come on, Yui. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, is that what he expects to be? Obviously, every driver expects to be higher up, but compared how the practices have gone so far, how would you feel about that?
I think he'll be happy with that. As you can just see, it's just so close for the top drivers. But he's definitely going to be happy with that. He had he started off well. It was going a little bit south from there, but he's just brought it back now. And I think that he's going to be putting himself in a decent spot. He'll have some work to do in the qualifying heats, but it's way better than being farther down right now.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Now, there's a view that you only get. Yep, a beautiful sunset. The sunsets, I mean, you talk about the weather. The sunsets are spectacular. And this is something we try and get across, that you never know, as an athlete in any sport, being selected or earning the right to represent your country is the highest honor. You have driven, I know you're in university in the United States now, and I've seen you drive this year in the USA. As a driver, when you put on the UAE team race suit, it makes you feel different, yes?
100%. Whenever I put on even after the event, when you go to other races, you have that pride. It's like, I was at an event like the Grand Finals where all these, national teams, came together. And it's an honor, and it's really nice, and especially while we're here, being together off the track, supporting for one another, all the teams from our championship, they all come together, and we're just one team now.
Yes.
So it's beautiful.
And you look at the evening sky, you have to remember to pinch yourself and say, the struggle, the sacrifice was worth it. I'm sat here, it's December, it's Bahrain, and I'm looking over the vista of what is a relatively small island with this it's a blood orange evening glow, and you just have to pinch yourself sometimes. Okay, the karting isn't everything. Let's take a moment to realize, I've worked very hard to get to this point. This is a nice moment.
100%. Everyone in the VIP is also saying it while they're having a great time over there. We always get to see the perfect sunset here in Bahrain, and it's just it's that moment of peace. You zen with it.
And of course, this is not the first circuit in the Middle East that has held the Rotax Grand Finals. Al Ain Raceway, a track that you're highly involved with. Your family is involved with. I know Guy Sheffield and your dad Tony Kakati are both here. It must be nice. I mean, Al Ain in Abu Dhabi is still probably the most well-known circuit, in this region in terms of how it's the most established. Lots of big events still coming there as well.
Yeah, we have some cool events that come around, and obviously they host the UAE RMC championship, and for me, I'm always telling my dad and telling Guy, when are we getting in the grand finals back over there? Because it's just awesome. I think it'll be great.
It's where Guy Sheffield and your dad Tony goes, well, when you're ready to do all the organising and take all the stress,
it's already happening. I'm the team manager, and. Yeah, it's a lot already. My hair's already turning grey.
You talk about the transition because it seems like it was less than 10 years ago that you were a Minimax driver here in the top 5. Now you start seeing things from the management side of things while you're still an active driver. Coaching the drivers. We had drivers in here. You're coaching. What's involved as a team manager here at the Grand Finals?
A lot of things I've learned as a team manager. Some I can't say on the mic for obvious reasons.
Yes.
But the biggest thing that I would say is getting the team together and making us one is one of the things I've learned is this, getting in the spirit, kind of like Christmas spirit, but like Grand Final spirit. And also making sure, I don't know how all my morning I was at the stewards, and always having to be there. You get a little ping, and then track limits, and it's like you're there. So.
Yep. You've got to take. Well, one driver who's hoping that he doesn't get that ping that says track limits is Harrison Hoey, Captain Kanga, who is with Jen Wade.
Harrison, not quite pole in the group or top, but 3. Are you going to take that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's honestly the most stressful session of the weekend. It's nothing like we're used to at home. We sit on the grid till 3 minutes 30 to go, and you get 2 laps to get it right. It's literally crazy. But yeah, we're stoked with P3. We'll take that.
Yeah. What's it like being on the other side of the world in a different time zone and trying to be on point like this?
Yeah, no, the time zone's all good. It's more for all my family and friends at home that are watching. So thanks to everyone. But yeah, that's the biggest thing is getting them to watch. But yeah, happy with this. Stoked.
Anyone you want to say thanks to?
Just a massive thank you to my mum. She sacrifices everything. She couldn't be here this weekend, so massive thank you to her.
Okay, she's not sleeping at the moment?
No, she should be awake, hopefully.
Okay, hi to everyone in Australia, down under, and we're going to say congratulations. We're going to see you on the grid. Another session to go, but it's a great start.
Yeah, absolutely is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harrison Hoey. He's a real estate agent by trade, is Harrison. This is his 5th Grand Finals, and he has been named Captain Kanga, Captain Kangaroo. Scott Howard, the original Captain Kangaroo, didn't get his ticket, not qualified this year. The Australians, they're another team, like the UAE, always very vocal, always very well presented, part of the fabric of the Grand Finals. Now we look ahead at the second group of DD2 drivers. Drivers from Namibia, Kian Fusel, drivers from all over the world. Let's have a look. Namibia, Portugal, Poland, France, Sweden, Latvia, Lithuania, New Zealand. Sem Knioppers, last year's runner-up. Now, if you're coming in here as the defending vice champion. The driver who beat you last year, there is Sem. The driver who beat you last year is now upper class. He's moved into Masters. Is that going to give you a sense of extra confidence, or that you know that, hey, there's a bunch of other drivers that are thinking, oh, thank goodness for that, thank goodness for that. Zen's out the way, let's go. And you could just see a Sem leant forward there. You could just see the painting, the Night Watch painting by Rembrandt on the back of all the Dutch race suits. Yeah, do you think Sem's going to be even more confident, or probably thinking, right, who's going to come and try and stop me now?
If I was in that grid as well and I saw Zen go up to Masters, I'll be much happier as well.
Yeah.
You got him out. But I think Sam's he's dialed in, he's locked in, he's ready for this opportunity now. I think regardless of who's on the grid, he's the type of driver. Last year he fell back in the beginning and he just came back. I think he has that mentality where it's like whoever's on there, like I'm gonna beat them. So I think he's ready for it.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. Well, the second DD2 qualifying group. The last qualifying session of the 2025 Rotax Grand
Wicked.
Finals set to begin very shortly. There will then be a break of about 20 minutes. But don't worry, we have got a whole host of interviews to bring you. We will bring you an interview during the break. We spoke to Rubens Barrichello about not just his appearance here, but also about the Wings for Life charity. We spoke to the organizer of the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy Asia, where you can get the first tickets towards the 2026 Grand Finals. We spoke to Teresa Babichkova and Zdeněk Babicek. Teresa coming back here looking for redemption after having the win taken away from him in 2021. And of course, Zdeněk, his little younger brother, comes here as the reigning Minimax champion. So those three interviews with Chang Tantavichul from Rotax Thailand, with Rubens Barrichello, and with Teresa Babichkova and Zdeněk Babicek. They'll be coming up during the break after this qualifying session and before we go racing. There is Matt Taskinen. A brief look at the Canadian driver, a driver who left karting, had a little go in car racing and decided, no, I like karting. And there is a driver, Namibia, Kian Fusel. The only Namibian here. His dad was happy to try and sign on and be the guardian for Samuel Chaveri from Costa Rica. At Uruguay beat him to it, but again, fantastic story. The spirit of this event is perfect. Seems as though half the field going out straight away, but not necessarily the drivers that we expect to feature up near the front. The likes of Antoine Barbarou, Edgars Vilkans, Sam Knoppers. There is the 444 kart of Devin Sagadi going out for Estonia. Gianluca Savaglio is in this group. He has got 2 top 10 finishes in the DD2 class in this. Lucas Pernaut. Now, there is the Lupex is his new company. So all the Canadian race gear, the race suits, the T-shirts, they're all designed by Lucas's new company. And I've got to say, they look quite smart. There is Christian Boucher, the only driver here from Mozambique. It's, drivers from the UAE, Theo, when you were, say, finishing 5th or top 5 in Portimao, the UAE Rotax scene was a lot smaller than it is now. So you could understand a little bit what someone like Christian Boucher is feeling like, coming from a smaller Rotax nation that's growing.
100%. Sometimes it gets to the drivers because, they get their ticket, they qualify in a small grid, and then you get to the grand finals and you got grids of 76 people or, however big they are. It definitely plays a big role, but luckily for me, at that age, I wasn't really, thinking too much about it. I was kind of just, drive and go when you put on the helmet. So,
it's always a rude awakening when you turn up as your country's champion and maybe against 7 or 8 other drivers, in the case of some of the smaller nations, and then you're faced with 72 or 71
the best in the world.
The best in the world. The best in the world. Now, there's Team Canada. The 3 Canadian drivers in this group. Pernaut, Savaglio, and I'm looking for the 3rd Canadian flag. And what is the 3rd Canadian race suit? I'm not quite sure. Let's have a little look there. Who have we got? We haven't got a 3rd Canadian in this group. We've got someone up there with a Canadian race suit on. Well, that'll be an interesting one to come to. But they were trying to work together. Here is the number 468 of Henry Pozzo, the International Trophy South America champion. So we know he has got pedigree. Josh Platoon from New Zealand goes fastest. Ji Kao, Chinese Taipei's most capped driver. More appearances than anyone else from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan. Ji Kao up to 2nd. Leo Gupsa is 3rd for Switzerland. Then Devin Sagadi and Dmitry Mlakar. Kian Fusel is 6th for Namibia. Who have you got your eyes on in this one? How about someone like Antoine Barbaroux, who is yet to set a time? This is a deliberate thing. Antoine, is putting all his eggs in one basket. So Sam Knyoppers still haven't set a time.
Yeah. A lot of them, they're just waiting, and it's a risky. Yeah. And hopefully they don't stop on the racing line, but a lot of them, waiting the last second to go out. And here we can see a bit of the games going around, but it's gonna be tough because now you got 1 minute 26 seconds, and you got to get those tires up the temp, and you got to put in a quick lap time compared to all the other drivers that been out there for two or three laps already. So they gotta. It's a risky game. It's kind of like you're gambling if you're gonna get it good or get it not. So,
well, Josh Batoon from New Zealand, fastest, 52.7. Leo Gubsa, Ivan Parshin, Maxim Shirko, and then Musad Al-Bassam from Saudi Arabia. With all due respect to those drivers, they were not necessarily the first names you'd pick out of the hat to be leading qualifying, especially when you look at Barbaroux, now Sam Knyoppers, purple middle sector. Suddenly, well, Musad Al-Bassam has just gone quickest of all through sector number 1. Saudi Arabia have got the chance here. That would be a first in history if Saudi Arabia could get a pole position. There is the 414, Maxim Shirko. And Maxim Shirko at the moment, P2, but he's not going quicker on this lap, is he? No. Yellow first sector. Josh Batoon, 10 seconds to go. Well, let's see. When the clock strikes 0, well, Knyoppers 19th, Barbaroux 17th. They're playing a very risky game.
yeah, it's a risky game. So they got to really, if they get lucky enough to get one more lap, they got to really put it all together and just go all out and hopefully, hope for the best.
Knyoppers, purple middle sector.
Yeah.
Rasmus Vendelbo, purple first sector. Shirko takes the checkered flag, P2. Parshin, checkered flag, P4. Luca Zucchini, P5 from Brazil. Barbaroux goes fastest. Knyoppers second. Mika van der Pavert, Rasmus Vendelbo to the top for Denmark. Vendelbo, van der Pavert, Barbaroux, Knyoppers. We wait for Macy Williams to cross the line. There goes Sweden. Here comes Macy, 12th for Macy Williams. I suppose, Theo, we shouldn't be surprised. That's why they are the favourites. Vendelbo, Van der Pavert, Barbaroux and Knyoppers.
These guys, yeah, they're experienced. They know what they're doing out there. It is very risky, but, they pulled it off. And it's not their first time doing this.
No. I mean, is it luck? There's obviously an element of luck, or is it judgment? Or both?
There could be both. Sometimes you get a little bit lucky here or there, but I say after a while, when you're very experienced and you do this a lot, the luck factor, it becomes a little bit less. And it's more on your skill and your knowledge on where to put the car and when to go out and what to do to set the lap.
There is the grounds view of the drivers coming in, and of course, a couple of shakes of the head there. Yeah. That's Sam Knyoppers not looking too happy, only with 4th position. Some drivers are looking up at the grandstand, which is to the right of the camera.
VIP club.
At the VIP club. As a driver, are you aware? When would you be aware of where your teammate? Oh, hang on a sec. And there is somebody having a bit of trouble slowing down. The 424. That's Abdullah Sahad, who was 64th in this last year. He doesn't look like he was too happy with something, and neither should he be because he's slowest of all. Well, as the sun continues to set, have you ever seen an evening sky as beautiful as that, ladies and gentlemen? And that does bring the curtain down on qualifying. As, when we come back, the sun, you can see the sun's about to dip behind the outline of those sun-bleached trees here that surround the circuit. When the drivers go out next, Theo, and you'll be back for the heat race later on, it will be under the floodlights. The night time is the right time, is it not?
It is. It's going to be a lot easier for some of the drivers because, you know, the sun's going to be setting. It's not going to be in their eyes anymore. And driving in the nights here, the first time I ever did it was when I was racing E20.
Yes.
And it's very beautiful. It's something that you're not used to because not a lot of championships do it or races do it. But it's very unique. And I think a lot of the drivers, especially first-timers, they're going to love it over here.
Obviously, it's been a very hot day today. That means that the track is very hot. Under the lights, it will have cooled. Will that help the track levels? Will it help the tyres? Will it help the engines?
There's definitely going to be a difference, especially, you know, some drivers are going to change their jetting because the temperature, well, the quality of the air is going to change, and the track's also going to cool down, so there's going to be a tire temperature difference. But as a driver, you know, and when all these teams here, I mean, they're the best in the world. That's why they're here, and they're so experienced. So I'm always off the track trying to learn from them, but sometimes it's not clicking in the head.
Well, you know, drivers, you know, they can be fickle creatures at the best of times. The marshals head off the track. The moon rises, the sun sets. We'll be back. We've got, you know, some interviews coming up. We've got interview with Rubens Barrichello, with Chang Tankovic-Chul, or from Rotax Thailand, about the International Trophy Asia. And we've got more family members, Teresa Babichkova and Zenek Babicek. We've got those interviews to bring you. When we come back and go racing, that sun will have fallen even lower in the sky. The moon will be that little bit brighter. The stars, well, we may not see too many stars up above us. We will see the stars on the track. That is for certain. Let's have a little look. We have been so lucky with the comments coming in. Someone saying, right, why do some drivers do 1 lap and some drivers do 5 laps in qualifying? Well, Theo, that may, you know, as a driver, answer that one. Why do some drivers keep it, you know, and why do some drivers need those extra laps?
Yeah, I can definitely understand when people see, you know, karting drivers do that, but the best way to explain it is that, especially when it comes to qualifying, a lot of fast drivers, they don't want to go out and, you know, give the toe to all the other drivers, and a lot of drivers that don't have the pace to be in the by themselves on the track, to be in the front, they want to get behind and position themselves in the slipstream of others to get themselves the best qualifying position. So what you find is this you know, problem where people are just waiting and then waiting for like the last second, then they go. But that's probably why, you know, sometimes it's not what people want, but if you're a great driver and you can just put it in 1 lap, get it done, then that's why they wait, because they don't need to be out there and also wasting tires. You know, they're racing with these tires in the final, so tire preservation is important.
No, exactly. Now, there are people asking also about how to get involved in Rotax karting if you don't have your own kart. Well, Rotax have launched a new Rotax Club series. There is one in the United States for, you know, non-owner drivers, rental kart championship, all based on the same rules around the British Club 100 series. We did speak to Club 100's John Weigel and Will Chew. That's another interview which we'll play you in the build-up to the heat races. So if you're not a kart owner, but you want to race with a Rotax power unit, look up the Rotax Club Championships. Rotax Global Club Finals will be held at the circuit of Genk next year. On the same sort of basis of this, you represent, you have to qualify through your local circuits, and then you get to represent your country as well. I'm sure the Middle East will be joining it, places like Al Ain and the Dubai Kartdrome as well. So we're going to be growing that, the Rotax Club Championship for rental karts around the world as well. So how about we hear from a couple, before we hear from a couple of our interviewees, well, Jen Wade has got one more interviewee, and I have a feeling it could be quite a happy Danish driver. Take it away, Jen.
Van der Pavet, now not quite pole position for you, but a good position, second in the group.
Yes, perfect for the qualifying. Yesterday the practice was not that good, and now P2 looking great for the heats. So looking forward.
We're also looking forward. I mean, it's so close. So many good drivers, lots of champions. But what about this circuit? What's it like?
Yeah, it's my third time around here. And yeah, it's a beautiful circuit. Everything around here looks so good. And it's good to drive over here.
What's the difference in the evening? I know it's dark, the obvious answer. But like last night when you were practicing, for anyone that might be watching, wondering what it's like to drive in the night.
Yeah, it's looking good for sure. And you never do it like in normal race in Europe. You're not driving in the night, and that make it really sick.
What do you think? Got a bit of competition here, but you feeling confident?
Yeah, I'm feeling really confident into the rest of the heats and yeah, the rest of the week.
We know that the Dutch line is watching there in the Netherlands, so anyone you want to say hi to apart from the Dutch line?
Yeah, for sure my mother is watching, I know it. Yeah. And yeah, the rest of all the Dutch people, hi. Hi. Yeah, and
How do you say hello in Dutch?
Hallo.
Hello.
Hallo, yeah.
All right, well done. We're going to see you on the grid soon anyway for the heat.
I think actually what Mika, say hello in Dutch is halloish. Halloish. How are you? Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to have a short break here. Don't go away. We absolutely appreciate every one of you who is watching this. Over the course of the next 3 days, we are going to give you some information as to why Saturday, and I say this, I don't say this lightly. Saturday, the Rotax Grand Finals will be going out to the biggest global audience that any kart meeting has ever had. How? Well, we'll tell you as the week progresses. In the meantime, let's go and hear from Rubens Barrichello, from Teresa Babichkova Zenek Babacek, and from the organizer of the first stop on the road to the 2026 Grand Finals. And if there's time before the next race, we'll also hear from John Weigel and Will Chu about how you can get involved in Rotax karting without even buying a go-kart. We'll see you shortly.
Rubens Barrichello, welcome back to the Grand Finals, and of course winning your ticket to qualify there in Orlando at the Winter Trophy.
Yeah, it was a great way to conquer the ticket, and I'm so proud to be here once again. This place called my attention like 2 years ago with all the racing, and it's great to be back.
Of course, you and your sons both keep turning up racing karts. Why is that?
We love doing it, and this time it was only me that qualified, so Eduardo didn't get the chance to be here, although he was quite close. And we just love. After here, we have more racing. We still have the 500 miles back in Brazil where the whole family is going to race together. So it's a racy family.
Yeah, racing family. I know they're probably watching, but we'll be watching that race when you're all together for sure. And I have to ask you, what's it like to have a go-kart with your own name on and you're racing that here at the Grand Finals?
Oh, this is a great story because it's I've always been doing karting, and then when I spoke to Ronnie at Biro Art, for me it's a joint venture. I'm so proud to be part of the Biro Art family, and then you have a Barrichello kart by Biro Art. So it's the same as the Biro Art, same competitiveness and everything. And to see, with all the group that I'm racing, to see my name on the go-kart, it makes me really proud.
Of course, unless you're in front, you're going to see a lot of those karts around you, also on the grid. You've got really the field with the depth of experience. It's incredible. So when you add up all that experience and you're going to see how your kart performs, you're probably going to get some tips on setup from other people. Tell me a little bit about your family foundation. Now, a few people have asked me about how do they find out about this, but supporting children, of course, in Brazil.
Well, not just that. We're going from hungriness zero, so we are trying to feed, but you need to go to the bottom of the problem, and we have been to the whole story of the world where the Indians came, to discover Brazil, and how with no money they had so much food. and that's how, you know, learning every day with that, and how we're gonna help in the future. So basically, it's on the terrain, on the earth, that you need to produce all the products and all the basically fruits and everything that comes out of earth, and we're going to keep on helping.
No, it's really great, and I wanted to mention that because anyone can check out, of course, your social media and learn more about it. Yeah. But you know what I was thinking? A funny thing. You're here. I think we should put a call out to some of the guys who are former Formula One drivers whose children also race karts, like Kimi and all different guys out there, you know, Kartikan, Chandok, Mika, Hakkinen, and say, why don't they try and qualify? Do we want them to turn up at the Winter Trophy in Florida or not?
I would love to see them racing again, but I think some of them have nothing else to do with the racing. I still love it too much.
It's because it's your passion. It's our passion. We want to say thank you so much. We're going to let you go because you're on the grid practicing. Yeah. I know you're racing as well next weekend when you leave here. Racing every week. Thank you so much, Rubens Barrichello. It's an absolute pleasure, and we're going to see what happens. And we love the go-kart. Of course, I know that there's a donation happening next year just for everyone at home in Wings for Life in Austria. Watch for this go-kart at that auction. But this is the guy you need to be watching. Kart number?
527.
527. Thank you so much, Rubens. Thank you. Hello, Teresa.
Hi, how are you?
Good, good, good. Hi, Stanek.
Hello.
I know you as Danny. Danny Babicek, our Minimax champion from last year in Sarno. Welcome back.
Happy to be here.
You look happy. He always looks happy. I know he's focused. Are you tired?
No, I'm just manifesting.
Okay. He's thinking about it. Terry?
Yeah, I'm excited to be here, you know. I'm not always happy as him because he's like the fun of every crowd, but I try to be close, so.
Of course, you're the lady that everybody thought was going to run away with the title. On track, you ran away with the title. So we still look at you like our champion from Bahrain before. Tell us a little bit about it. Only little.
I mean, obviously, it was one of the highest highs in my career and also the lowest lows when it got taken away, unfortunately. But yeah, that's why we're here this year, and I'm not trying to pressure myself too much because you never know what equipment you get, how good or bad is the engine going to be, because you cannot have 72 engines that are exactly the same. So I try to not pressure myself too much. I just try to go out there and do the best job I can and the best result I can. But every driver, every race they enter, they want to win. So that is always the aim.
That's exactly right. And I guess every driver's different. Not everybody knows the circuit. It's a different year. And you know you can race on the same circuit, I guess, every weekend. Yeah. And it's never the same.
Yeah. Of course, like everything changes. Like the weather can be a bit different, the air pressure, and everything changes also. Like the grid is different, so you're maybe more nervous about certain driver than others. And also to win a race this big, everything really needs to come together, which it doesn't always, but that's what you were aiming, and you give it your best, and that's all you can do from your side. Make sure you're prepared.
Of course, some good advice, Terry, actually. And we know what happened last time when you were here. Suddenly you showed up in Formula One in the W Series. So it opened up doors, but also it was a nice reward, I think, a great experience. But what about this guy, Danik? I mean, you ran away last year with the title, of all places in Sarno in Italy. You have so much experience now. You're racing all different classes. Tell us about your win. Special moment last year, that last final, the race. How was that?
Yeah, I think the main thing was that I felt relaxed. I wasn't really pressuring myself too much. I just went out there and told myself, I'll just do the best what I can, and then that's the most I can do.
Now, of course, you're a lot taller now. You're taller than me already.
And taller than me
Much
also.
taller than you. If we were standing up, you could see. Okay, so this year, Junior Max, what are your thoughts?
I think we are missing a little bit, but I think we can find it over the few sessions left.
I'm sure you can, because you're very, very adaptable, I'd have to say. You drive different, series. used to driving on different circuits. So I'm sure you'll find it. And when it comes to the racing, you've got so much experience.
Well, I mean, we have to see. We'll have a look, but
We'll have a look. We'll be watching because we know it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, of course we'll have a look.
Say hi to your friends and your family. Okay, Terry, now, I know there's another side to this because I've seen you a little bit uncomfortable. I don't want to focus on it, but probably I want to mention it. What happened?
So basically during the European Championship, the Rotax Max Zero Trophy in Sarno, I really damaged my ribs and it's been a struggle ever since, and I actually had to drop out of the last race because I was literally going around crying, which I never do, and I never try to complain if it's really not bad. So it's, for me, it's already a massive achievement that I'm racing here, because all I've done ever since I dropped out of that race, which was only about 3 weeks ago, I've done so many therapies. I went to different countries. I went to Holland for special therapies, and yeah, we're just trying to push through, and I'm definitely still in pain, so I'm putting loads of creams and just trying to go to the sauna in the evenings and just make sure that I'm going to be okay to race, which I don't know yet. So far I've been getting through the practices, but we will see how it feels when the actual racing, and more, I would say, when you're more under pressure, it also definitely heightens it. So yeah, we will just try to make sure to try to minimize the pain as much as possible, and yeah, we'll have a look.
We will have a look. That's our theme for the day. We're going to have a look, okay?
Of course we'll have a look, you know.
Yeah, we're going to have a look. Anyway, everyone keep watching. Senior Max, Junior Max, Team Czechia and Babikova family are back. And catch them on YouTube as well.
Yes, guys, welcome to the sisterhood.
Thank you so much. It's all about Rotax Racing Club with Will and with John. Of course, I know you guys from Club 100.
You do.
But there's something new and exciting happening, and I need to know more about it. John?
Okay. Oh, over to me, is it? Yeah. Not Will. Okay. Hi, Jen. Yeah, Rotax Racing Club. We've been working on this with Rotax for the last 4 years now. And it's all about getting, obviously, as you well know, we run Club 100 in the UK. Been doing this for 33 years now. And it's grown into a little mini monster, and it's very successful. And Stefan from Rotax said, hey, John, we want to repeat this around the world. So we're starting to get countries on board, running Rotax Performance Arrive and Drive Championships in their country. And we agreed, actually, I think it was last year, we said, listen, let's just get one going here. So we've set the date. It's going to be at the end of May, the last weekend in May, the first ever Rotax Racing Club International Finals in Genk Circuit, Belgium. And it is an Arrive and Drive Finals. It's similar to what's going on here, but just on an Arrive and Drive basis.
It's fantastic. This is Arrive and Drive, but of course these are the qualified drivers in all the categories from the Rotax Max Challenge. Now, Will, did you realise when you got into this whole, concept that you'd be sitting here talking about something like this going global?
No, not at all. It was such a surprise when Stefan did get in touch with us back in 2019, I think it was. But to be in Bahrain for the second time for John and I, and to see the incredible scale of this event, the professionalism behind the event as well, and all the fun that the drivers are having, it's such a communal event. It's really rather impressive. So we didn't expect it, but we would love to have something as big as this one day. But for those people who can race at an Arrive and Drive level, maybe that's their budget. That's their thing. We'd like to put on something as big as this for them one day, and I'm sure we'll get there.
And the international finals, I mean, how did they qualify for that? Obviously, it's a similar idea to qualify, or for next year in Genk, how do people get involved?
Yeah, that's correct. So we have obviously Club 100 in the UK, and we have more than 3,000 drivers racing in Club 100 now, which is amazing. And so we have various championships for cadets, juniors and seniors, and the top in the UK, because we have so many, the top 10 drivers are getting invited to the international finals. We have 160 spaces in the international finals, but for other countries, we already have drivers from Taiwan, China, Rotax Racing Club in California, Italy, Canada, all putting drivers through for the international finals, and there are going to be some wild cards for this first year as well, whilst we're getting this whole concept established. But going forward, over time, we're going to have Rotax racing clubs established in countries all over the world, and only by racing in your Rotax racing club from your own country will you be able to qualify for the international finals. 2026, so a little bit different. We'll have wild cards from lots of different countries.
Fantastic. And the teams event, just quickly to finish off, how do we join the teams event at the international finals?
Okay, so the international finals are run over the 2 days, which will be the Friday and the Saturday. The Sunday, we've decided to, whilst we're there, let's add on a team trophy. This is an open event, by the way, Jen. This is an event. Anyone could actually do this. You know, we will need to know what calibre of drivers are entering, but we've got space for 38 teams maximum. We already have 57 teams that have registered their interest. So we will be, together with Rotax, selecting those teams that will be entering that event.
It sounds fantastic. So we're going to be looking forward to the Rotax Racing Club International Finals.
Well done.
Next year, 2026. Karting Gank, but stay tuned, follow Rotax Racing, and of course everybody will be waiting for this event. We're going to be excited and we're going to be there. Thank you so much for your time.
The Rotax Grand Finals is the culmination of a long road for every Rotax competitor looking for success. But where does that road begin each year? Well, for the last 2 years, it's begun with this man and his event. Chang from Rotax, Thailand and Malaysia, you're the promoter of the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy Asia. And it's you that hand out the first tickets every year to the grand final.
Yep.
Now, in January this next year, I think from the 20th to the 26th, we are going to Macau for the very first time. How proud are you to be the guardian of the very first 5 tickets to be handed out for next year's grand finals?
Yeah, we are very proud and very honored that Rotax giving us the opportunity to host such an event, and especially for the first time, Rotax is gonna be racing in Macau for the very first time ever. So I'm really looking forward to it, and there's a lot of work going on behind the scene that through the preparation and everything. So we're really pushing very hard.
Now, I was present for the first International Trophy Asia this year in 2025 in the Bahrain Circuit in Thailand. But we're moving to Macau, which is known as the Monaco of the East. Now, anyone who knows anything about motorsport will be very familiar with the Portuguese enclave of Macau. It's a beautiful setting, but yes, Rotax will compete in Macau for the very first time next January. Who have you got to thank for helping to make this happen?
First of all, we would like to thank you, Rotax, for giving us the opportunity, and also Mr. Philip So, who has been helping us through the process, and of course AMC, Macau, ASN, and yeah, that was, yeah.
Now, we had 130 drivers in Thailand in January this year. Not just from Thailand, but from all over Asia and Europe. I think some of the European drivers turned up thinking, oh, this might be an easy ticket, but not one of them got a ticket, because Rotax racing in Asia is growing in popularity and strength, isn't it? And it's helped, I suppose, by young, forward-thinking distributors like yourself.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be a tough competition, but I'm looking forward to welcome all the drivers from Europe and all over the world, because this is an international event, so any nation could win the tickets on this event.
And that's key. So 5 tickets, mini, junior, senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters. And there are lots of arrive and race packages available. If we have a driver from Europe or North America, for example, that wants to come over to the Asia Trophy, the Asia International Trophy, where would you advise them to go to look for entry information, but also about teams that could potentially host them on an arrive and race basis?
They can contact me directly, and then I would connect them to the local teams around there, and I'm sure the teams over there in Asia would be a pleasure to welcome all the drivers, and they can contact with the team directly with all the details and what they needed.
Okay, so what's your website and email address?
My website, our website is www.rotax underscore, is it?
Yes.
Underscore Asia /RMC IT Asia.
Okay, www.rotax underscore.
Underscore Asia.com /RMC IT Asia. Yeah.
The significance of going to Macau is tremendous, isn't it? How, it's been the first time that Rotax will have ever been there. What could drivers from Europe expect from the culture that they'll experience? Because the racing culture is very different. What can they expect from a trip to Macau?
As far as I know, I've been there myself to meet up with the Ace, and over there they have a great support. All the tourism is great. The traveling is convenient over there. It's not a problem. And lots of activities that they could do there as well, apart from the racing.
Well, Chang, thank you very much. So there you have it, a new organising body for the International Trophy Asia. This will be the second year that Rotax Thailand and Malaysia have organised the biggest Rotax event in Asia. 5 tickets, the very first 5 tickets to the 2026 Grand Finals available, January the 20th to the 26th. The road to the Rotax Grand Finals 2026 starts in Macau.
We're here now on the dummy grid for the start of what will be the first of the racing action here in Bahrain in 2025. We're going to kick it off though with the electrifying E20 karts, E20 and E20 Masters on the grid together. Someone we didn't get a chance to have a word with after qualifying was Yannick. Yannick Jacobs is on pole. It's not your first time in the front row in E20, something you've driven quite a lot of, something you love. Tell me how you managed to get that lap together, find the right track position, and put yourself on pole for this first quali heat.
Yeah, we wait a little bit in the pre-grid and find the great position for the qualifying on the track, and a little bit of gap in front of the whole field, and yeah, pushing really hard and get the pole.
Yeah, look, obviously the idea will be for you to make the gap and get away. We all hope for that, but Bahrain isn't a circuit that lends itself to that. It does tend to bring the group back together. The boost button is something that we haven't really spoken about much this weekend, but it's going to be a tactical defense item. Are you going to be looking to use it to defend or using it to get away?
Both of us. Different opportunities to use the boost button, and yeah, we will see what comes in the start, and maybe some is boosting, some not.
Now, you have obviously been out for practice throughout the day, but you didn't really get this kind of time in terms of driving time, this sort of ambient temperature. Is that something a worry in the back of your mind in terms of tire pressures and setup over the course of the duration of the race?
For the E20, it's better when the weather is a little bit colder, so would be great.
Fantastic. Well, we wish you all the best of luck, and hopefully you can achieve all the goals you want to. Let's move further down the grid as we have a look at the karts. The one thing I did want to talk about, and a question that I've been asked a lot, it is an electric kart, right? So you would assume it doesn't need a fuel tank. You are correct. In the centers, obviously the control module and all the electronics that go with that. But the one thing you wouldn't expect it to have is a radiator, and it's a question I've been had a lot. So all these E20 karts equipped with a radiator and water pump to cool the electric motor on the right-hand side. You can see also on the steering wheel the buttons available to the drivers for that boost button we just spoke about. But further down the grid, let's go have a look at one of our female compatriots from Portugal. She's a little bit further down the grid, obviously not somewhere she would want to be, but something that is obviously she wanted to improve on. But what Bahrain allows itself to is great racing, great close racing. It's kart 608. Nicole, you're a little bit further down the grid than I'm sure you expected to be. You'd obviously want to be further up. But I say you're a little bit further down the grid than what you'd want to be. You'd want to be a little bit further up. How do you feel going into this race and your options of moving forward?
I want to go forward, of course, and do my best and have fun.
Have fun, that's the most important part. Fun is fast, obviously. You're going to go out now in cooler temperatures, lights out. You've done a night session. Do you feel more comfortable with the daytime driving or the nighttime driving here in Bahrain?
I think the night is more funny and more different from the other trucks and races that I have done.
Fantastic. All right. Well, we wish you the best of luck. Good luck with that. Last but not least, let's, as the 5-minute board comes out, let's just get to our Masters competitors. Maurits Knopjes on the pole position again, defending champion, making it a little bit easier for yourself to defend that championship so far. I'm sure you've got a tactic in mind, but there's also something we need to talk about, and that is the starting procedure for these E20s and the split between the E20s and E20 Masters.
Can you repeat the question, last one?
So can you just give us a roundabout on the split between the E20 and E20 Masters and the start?
Yeah, I'm just super happy that there's a gap between them now, so we can do our own fight, you know, let them race and we can race. And yeah, obviously you're right, pole position is nice. Joost and I, we've been working quite hard to find the right setup, and I think we nailed it, so I'm very grateful to Joost. And but now the fun starts now, yeah? Those 2 South Americans, or 3 South Americans behind me, they look fast, you know, and they mean business. So I'm a South American barbecue tangle.
At the moment, if you have a look on your left-hand side, I think there's 4 of them or 5 of them in a row. So there might be a little bit of a target on the back here. The nice bright yellow suit is going to be something they're aiming for. But you're just looking to keep it tidy in the starts and get away, get yourself a gap and head down.
Well, it's a strategic game, you know. When DD2 or senior, it's easy because you just go out and go as fast as you can. With the E20, you can use the boost. So where are you going to use it? Are you going to use it at the start or turn 5, turn 8? So I might use that at the start, try to get away, but then others might do it in 8, you know, so you never know. So it's going to be interesting.
Right, we're being chased away from the grid. Best of luck, enjoy it. And Joost, well done on pole position. Right, Henry, back up to you in the box.
Well, thank you very much, Kyle Lawrence. There are the officials, and in the black shirts next to the side, there's Steve Chapman walking on to the grid now with one of the other members of the E20 team here from Rotax. Of course, Steve has been instrumental in the development of not only the E20, but also the E10 karts. That we will talk about a little bit later on as well. Now the spectators begin to gather, all eyes on the circuit. The Portuguese fans on the outside of the thing. Here is Ramiro Brito giving them a briefing. Let's see if we can listen in.
We have 2 grids. So 2 races in 1 race. The system to switch on again the lights when I switch off the first light. So I cannot keep start with the light. My decision was then start with the light so we can go. Okay? We will go old school style. Most of you don't remember, but a lot of years ago there were no lights in the road. There was always a crazy guy that was with a flag between stars. That crazy guy is me. So please don't do it, okay? Don't forget I said. So the point is, as soon as you arrive to the grid, there will be a girl, or a boy, I don't know, with an E20 plate board that signalizes the first row of the E20 signal. And on the back there will be another girl, a boy, with a board saying E20 egg, which means that that's the first row of the E20 egg. Okay? Please, when you go out, guys, try not to make much confusion, otherwise it will be difficult, okay? And I will ask Jesus to give you all the answers. Be where you have Jesus, so everybody is told. Okay? I will ask him to leave first. Give like 5 seconds, 5 segundos, entre los dos para que tenemos tiempo. So, And that's it. There is a red flag. As usual, as soon both grids are okay, the red flag will be out. And I will, as soon as I'm ready, I will put on the Bahrain flag. And the start is when I drop. Not before. Okay? As soon as the start with the flag moves. At this moment, they 20 will go. They 20 fastest time. The girl will be there anyway, but forget the girl this time. Just wait for the second time that I will raise the flag again and give the start. The time between would be more or less 20 seconds. To try to give you clean races for gold. Okay? Again, two starts the first time.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there we are. Ramiro Brito giving some very detailed instructions to the drivers. The sun has set. That's not the dark side of the moon. That is the only light illuminating the sky, not over the circuit. In this part of the world, you can physically see the moon rising in the sky. It's a beautiful country, Bahrain. It's a beautiful circuit. The people here are beautiful in their kindness and welcoming attitude. Nature is just spellbinding, and now we leave it over to the best Rotax racers in the world to create their own bit of beauty indeed. Keep your comments coming in on the live stream. Really appreciate it. We appreciate how positive everyone is being. I know that it is impossible in life to please everybody. However, we do appreciate your support. Plenty of support for Siri Con Siri in kart 618. For the Electric Renegade, Ellis Piazza from Team USA. For Argentina, Portugal, and many, many more. The first race of Rotax Grand Finals 2025 is almost upon us. And somebody asking, why race in this country? Well, if you've seen the standard of the circuit, the standard of the facilities and the beauty surrounding us, then you have your answer. Let's have a look at the starting lineup. Pole position will be, I'm not sure if Raul Vargas is on pole position. He is kart number 601, that is for certain. But Raul Vargas is starting second. It's driver number 603 who will start from pole position. Germany's Yannick Jacobs. Raul Vargas from Spain will start second in kart 601, and then it'll be our camera kart. Driver number 610, Levente Simon, on an all-Hungarian second row of the grid. And let's not forget, Hungary are the defending E20 senior champions. They won it last year with Armand Hamilton, and good to see people from all over the world tuning in, including my home in Wales. And Wales does have a chance of Rotax Grand Finals glory this year in the hands of senior Rotax driver Matthew Higgins. Scotland already also very well represented, and drivers such as Ryan White can easily take home another Scottish victory. There is a look at the back of the E20 Masters field. Let's take you through a little bit of class history. Mentioned earlier, 2021 here in Bahrain was when E20 Senior began. On that day, Oscar Pelemel took the win from Hannes Morin, and Hannes Morin is here racing in seniors this year. David Olejna was third, and that third place for Olejna was Poland's second ever Grand Finals podium, and it came about 20 minutes after the first Grand Finals podium, which was Boris Lesion. Here we go then, out onto the rolling lap. It's gonna be an 8-lap heat race. And Yannick Jacobs, Raul Vargas, Levente Simon. Firstly, everyone gets out of the pit lane, and clear visors will be able to see the whites of the drivers' eyes as they bid for Grand Finals glory. So they come around. It'll be Jacobs and Vargas on row 1, Seaman and Akos Madaras on row 2. Vedant Menon will start 5th for Bahrain. Vedant Menon's mechanic is his mum, Mimi. Then we have Milan Skunetsky, Nicholas Casarino, Siri Kong Siri, Maximo Castro. The top 10 rounded out by Lola Gervais, the best of our female contenders in E20 Senior. There are 19 drivers in total in E20 Senior. In E20 Masters, there are a total of 15 drivers. Maurice Knyoppers, Julien Falavegne, Jorge Matos, Gaston de Bella and Manuel Martins are your top 5. You can see the different signs on the right-hand side. Steve Chapman there beckoning Maurice Knyoppers forward. So there is a chance. Here we go. There is a chance for the split between the two classes. Standing start. We will go on the Bahrain national flag. You could see 701 Hector Ramirez from Chile, our oldest competitor. And the lights are out. We are off and racing in E20 Senior. Through turn number 1, it's an early lead for Yannick Jacobs. A spinner at turn number 2. There go the Masters drivers off and racing as well. Maurice Knyoppers not the fastest away, and Knyoppers will have to fight his way back into the lead. Down towards turn number 8 for the seniors. The seniors are the drivers with 600 numbers. The 700 numbers, they are the Masters. The difference, well, to be a Master, you've got to be 31 years and above. Maurice Knyoppers already moving into P2 as we look up at the end of lap number 1. And it is, well, where is Yannick Jacobs? He's not popped up on the timing and scoring screen. I think that might be a timing and scoring issue. Jacobs and Alejandro Gonzalez were not scored. Well, Jacobs is definitely in the lead at the moment. Here come the Masters. At the moment, it is Julian Falavene from Argentina leading Knoppers, Matos, Fernandez, Abuesa, and Roman Jaeger. That is your Masters order. Here's a battle going up the hill to the corkscrew. It's for second place in seniors. Raul Vargas in the number 601 kart for Spain. And there is Knoppers back into the race lead up at the corkscrew. Did he use the boost button then to get ahead of Falavene? Down the hill we go. There's just some idea of the elevation changes that you have to deal with here. Now, up at the front of the senior race, as you can see, Knoppers defending wheel to wheel. Falavene to the inside of turn number 1. Knoppers having to defend. It looked like Falavene was definitely on the boost there. There's a driver with a Swedish race suit. Oh, and a spin. That is the electric renegade, Ellis Pietza, getting turned around down at the bottom of the screen. The number 715 kart. That is Jorge Matos for Ecuador. In third position, Matos to the inside there of second place Julian Falavene. Up at the front, we're looking at the race leader from our onboard camera, Levente Simon, now chasing Yannick Jacobs through the roller coaster up towards turn number 5. Jacobs turns in. Oh, and Levente Simon under a little bit of pressure from Vargas, with Maximo Castro from Uruguay making good progress from 9th on the grid. He is up into P4. Behind Castro is Akos Madaras from Hungary. Then Vedant Menon, Team Mum. Vedant Menon is in 6th position. Nicholas Casarino, Siri Kong Siri, Milan Skonetsky, Yusuf Alali, Anna Bedenek, Anthony Kukaj, Jakub Jokio, Nicole Ferrara, Mohamed Al Hassan, Baptiste Van der Beke, and Lola Gervais, with Ellis Pietza bringing up the rear after his earlier spin. In E20 Master, you still have Knoppers leading Falavene, Matos, Fernandez, Abuesa, Jaeger, and Adriano Amaral and Emiliano Parisi. As we head up towards turn number 5, running lap 5 out of 8. And up into P3, you can see the bright blue race suit, Maximo Castro from Uruguay. Great angle there, showing that the kart's getting up onto the curb, round the outside into the corkscrew. That was a move that didn't quite come off. That is a move that has come off. That is Falavene repassing. No, it's actually Javier Fernandez repassing Jorge Matos briefly there. So we've got another Argentine driver. It's not Falavene. He has dropped back a little bit. In the running order, there's the 617, Maximo Castro, chasing down our camera kart, Levente Sabo, for second place in E20 senior. You can see the lights on top of the NASA panel and the rear-facing lights. The extra technology that you can put into these E20 karts being shown off in all its glory. This is a tight battle. Up the hill, Jacobs has the lead, Simon is second, then it's Castro, Vargas, Madaras, Menon, Casarino, Kongsiri, Alali, Skonetsky, Bedenek, and Kugac. Into turn number 13, around turn 14, through the final corner, turn 15, onto the start-finish straight. Will we see Levente Seaman use the boost button? Not at that moment. He pulls a wide line through turn number 1. That's going to give him a little bit of extra momentum through the roller coaster. Does he use the boost button through the roller coaster? Can't quite see at the moment. There's a move up at turn number 5. That looked like it was Nicholas Casarino trying to pass Vedant Menon for 6th position. There is the number 712 kart, Emiliano Parisi, battling further down the order with, I'm trying to see, that is, he's got Kasper Bilecki's race suit on, but it's not Kasper Bilecki, it's a late entry. Maybe that was Alejandro, no, it's Juan Cristobal Gamuccio, I think, from Chile. Further forward, here comes the battle further back in E20 Masters. Maurice Knopers now leads Masters by 7/10 of a second. Falavenye is up into second place. Oh, and that's the 6:02 running wide. That is Akos Madaras running wide. He was in, I'm just trying to see where he was. Well, he's not, wherever he was, he's not there anymore. And in fact, that looks like a bit of a problem for Madaras. If I'm honest, that's twice he's ran wide there. Trying to see as the Hungarian driver, in some sort of difficulty there. The 619 and the 611. The 619 of Milan Skonecki and the 611 of Anthony Kugac, the two Polish countrymen. They're having some sort of difficulty or some sort of territorial dispute. Into the final couple of corners, Germany, Yannick Jacobs about to cross the line. He takes the victory. Levente Simon in second, Uruguay in third, Maximo Castro. Will Uruguay finally get their first Grand Finals podium later this week? Germany strike first. Hungary, the reigning E20 champions, are second. Maximo Castro in third position. Raul Vargas, Nicholas Casarino, and then in sixth position, the number 614, Youssef Alali. Behind Youssef Alali, Siri Kong, Siri Anna Bedenek. Now, what happened to Vedant Menon? He faded at the end. I think Vedant Menon and the number 602 of Akos Madaras may have had some form of issue on the last lap. In Masters, Maurice Knopers continues his reign. He could be the first driver in Grand Finals history to win back-to-back titles, but do it for different countries. I don't think Ben Cooper did it in back-to-back years for different countries, although I will check. There is a look at the orders, and yes, Vedant Menon and Akos Madaras failing to finish. Alejandro Gonzalez, Gaston de Bella, Marcin Betsek, and Manuel Martins also down the order. Let's have a quick look back at the highlights of the opening race of the 2025 Grand Finals. Yannick Jacobs definitely using boost off the line to take that, and our camera cart, Levente Simon, going around the outside of his countryman at turn number 1. He then soon saw off Raul Vargas for second. Maurice Knopers not very quick away in Masters, but he made short work of his rival. But then Falavenye on the boost button tries, Knopers defends. He had to do that there, and that allowed Matos in. That was the end of the Electric Renegades challenge, although he was simply a passenger there. There was a little bit of chopping and changing going on behind him, and he was the innocent victim. Maximo Castro for Uruguay coming up the order, battling with Raul Vargas. He would eventually get past Vargas and into third position. Good battle between Ecuador and Argentina. Matos and the 710 of Julien Falavenye for second. That was the demise of Vedant Menon and Akos Madaras. Germany and the UAE take the win, and it's an iPhone of doom. The iPhone of doom, ladies and gentlemen. If you are not familiar with the iPhone of doom, let me explain. Each of these karts have a nose cone, and on that and behind that nose cone, helping it to stay on the kart, is a bracket. The bracket is designed to be pushed out if the nose cone comes into contact with anything, such as another go-kart. The bracket comes in, or is pushed out rather, and that is a 5-second penalty. It's unappealable, it is standard. When the drivers come in to the pit lane, there is an official standing there with a phone or something to record each bracket. That then is given to the scrutineers, the technical team, to apply the penalty. And it is therefore known, in this case, as the I mean, and other phones are available, but they just don't roll off the tongue quite as nicely as the iPhone. The iPhone of doom. Don't get caught out by the iPhone of doom. If you happen to feel the need to try and push your nose cone bracket back in whilst on the slowdown lap, well, you get a free trip to the stewards, and then you get an early plane ride home, because you are excluded not just from that race, but from the entire meeting. So sometimes it is simply better to take your medicine. There we are. Well, there is Anna Bedenek, one of 3 young ladies in the class. Anna Bedenek from Hungary, Lola Gervais from France, and Nicole Ferreira. There's Nicole, who Kyle Lawrence spoke to earlier on. And, she's, well, as any driver who hasn't won a race, not very happy. Raul Vargas, he'll be looking for his 3rd top 6 finish in this class. 6th in 2022, 5th in 2024. Let's see if he can improve on that, as a very disappointed Akos Madaras comes in. There is Lola Gervais. Lola Gervais, she's very slight, however, she is one tough cookie. I was commentating on her at the Le Mans International Trophy Europe in France, and she had a monstrous multi-kart accident, was thrown out of her kart and was back in it the next day, battered, bruised, cuts everywhere, but determined to carry on racing. As we watch, there's the number 715 coming in, Jorge Matos from Ecuador. There is Raul Vargas. Now, each driver has a wristband. You can see the lady there to the right, the scrutineer from the Bahrain International Circuit, pushing the button to show which the driver is, to show the driver's weight, to make sure that everything is legal. Jen Wade is down in pit lane, possibly with one of our winners. Take it away, Jen.
Ellis, a little bit of a spin there. I saw it in the highlights. I'm not sure what happened.
I don't know. I was going in the corner, and all of a sudden my hot rod was turned around, and I was facing the wrong way. So that's really unfortunate. I think with the format, I think we still start where we qualified, correct? Yeah. So at least I'll get to start 13th again to give it another go in the second heat. But unfortunate for the pre-final start. I think we needed all the positions we could get. So it's a shame for everyone to go out that hard in the first heat in the back of the field when there's really no point. So, I think we got a lot of fast drivers here. We need them to use their brains to be smart ones. So.
Okay, hopefully they're watching this interview back tonight. It was a little bit exciting, yes, if that's the right word, or colourful, whatever you want to call it, initially there.
I think as coming from the States, NASCAR being my home series, it felt very NASCAR. With the flag drop, old school, I'm all for the chaos. So, let it breed chaos when we can, and then, see where it goes.
Alrighty, thank you. Good luck.
Well, there you go. Great description. I was going in the corner and then my hot rod got turned round. Well, Ellis, all I can say is that we will make you feel better because Ellis will be joining me in the commentary box later this week for some of the senior races, the Electric Renegade. You can see why he was on the shortlist of co-commentators. A very colourful character indeed. We move on to race number 2. It is the first of our internal combustion powered classes. It's Micromax. 36 drivers set to go out, the youngest members of our Rotax family. They have been given their final briefing on the grid by race director Ramiro Brito. This will be a 6-lap race, a rolling start. The class which joined the grand finals back in 2016, won that year by Diego Larocque from the USA. 2 years later, in Paraíba, Brazil, Brent Cruz was the champion, and Brent Cruz has just signed a deal to become a full-time NASCAR Truck Series driver. Another former member of Team USA, Connor Zilic, who raced for Team USA in a couple of occasions, last in 2019. Connor has just been signed by Trackhouse Motorsport to race in the NASCAR Cup Series. Let's have a look at the starting lineup. Benjamin Karachkovic will start from pole position alongside Portugal's Gustavo Oliveira. On row number 2, it's an all-Polish row 2. Jan Wozniak and Maximilian Safazinski. The third Polish driver in the top 5, in the top 6 rather, Maximilian Raczkowski, starts on row 3 alongside Chile's Bruno Miranda. Row number 4, Lev Kovansky and Alex Noah Mohabgab. Rounding out the top 10, Colombia's Dominic Vieira-Roa and the UK's Dian Singh Pahal. Then Luan Duvet and Albert Ferro, they share row number 6, followed by Benedictus Masiokas, Charlie Page, Timon and Lithuania's Emilis Kapkauskas. Tariq Sufi and Jaden Francisco are next, followed by Hugo Kaubi and Si Chen Liu. Your top 20, Thomas Liptak, Oliver Orpre for Canada on row number 11. Then Alejandro Cardona, Augustin Perchirvati, Jack Clem, Connor Haufer. The top 26, Chirifat Vejabuti, Anna Malcolm, Kyle Densler, Jonathan Falcon Otterson, Domenico Mazza, Rosalie Rabasova, Jun Corato, Mikel Toledo, and then Nagoshige Inose and Yan Chang Huang. 36 drivers, 6 laps into the final corner. The champion from UAE, Benjamin Karachkovic, has the field at his mercy. Lights go out. We're off and racing into turn number 1. Karachkovic has the lead. The top half of the field get away very, very nicely indeed. Dian Singh Pahal pushed wide there through turn number 1, loses a little bit of ground. Karachkovic having to defend into turn number 5 from the number 5 cart of Jan Wozniak. Wozniak into P2. Our camera cart will be the number 14 cart, Kyrgyzstan's Lev Kovansky, into turn number 8. And Charlie Page in the number 1 cart there, getting muscled a little bit wide. There is a look at the back of Dian Singh Bahal's brand new Dallas Cowboys Spartans inspired crash helmet, as we were on board with Lev Kovansky there, down the hill, out of the corkscrew. End of lap number 1 out of 5. Let's get them across the line. It's been a very clean opening lap, I have to say. I hope I haven't spoken too soon. It's Karachkovic from Oliveira, Wozniak Is it? Oh, Alex Noah Mugabgab and the number 14 cart into Alex Noah Mugabgab. That was our camera cart. Oh, Lev Komansky into Mugabgab, who went for the spin there, and hopefully everyone is okay. We'll come back and have a look at that a little bit later on, maybe. Into turn number 8 we go. It is still Karachkevich leading. And we apologise, my timing screen hasn't sort of turned up yet as we head out of the corkscrew down the hill there, out of the race. The number 36 cart, that was Lucy Chen, I think, from China, out of the race. Up at the front, look at Dian Singh Pahal and Charlie Page moving up the order. It is Karachkevich followed by Wozniak, then a gap to Oliveira, Rachkovsky, Pahal, Page, Ferro, Gurgic, Devet, Masiokas, Miranda and Vera Roa. There is the number 32 cart, pretty in pink, Jaden Francisco. He is 13th for Team Canada. The number 17 cart making a move, Maximilian Safazinski. He's dropped back from 4th on the grid down to 16th. There is Page, the number 1 cart, the international trophy. Won that event at Le Mans in France in July to get his ticket. Dian Singh Pahal, the British champion, trying to go to his outside. Page clatters the curbing. That's going to open the door for Dian Singh Pahal. And Dominic Vieira, is that Albert Ferro? It is Albert Ferro right behind, following his countryman through 3 wide into turn number 1 as we start lap number 4. There's the number 8 cart of Oliveira, started on the front row, now beginning to drop back a little bit as Pahal and Page begin their ascent towards the leaders, and the lead has just changed. Jan Wozniak from Poland now passes Karachkevich. Karachkevich, though, you just saw Karachkevich getting the lead back down into turn number 8 there, out of the race. Domenico Mazza from Italy, second in this year's Italian Championship and second in the North Zone Italian Championship. The Italian RMC split into Zone Nord and Zone Sud. Oh, the number 31, Jack Clem, also out of the race. Pahal checks over his shoulder. They look up, and the gap between Wozniak back to the race lead. Karachkevich checks over his shoulder. He knows the rest are miles behind. So he also knows that he can now set up Jan Wozniak for a potential move. He moves to the outside going into turn number 5. He signals, say, come on, don't defend, let's work together. Jan Wozniak isn't sure whether to believe Benjamin Karachkevich just yet, and why would he? They don't know each other. They're not regular rivals. They are champions from 2 different nations. They are all champions from their different nations here. So Wozniak now has to decide, do I defend straight away, potentially slow us all down and allow the huge chasing pack to get there? And the chasing pack is closing in. Kyle Lawrence, what have you got for us down in the pit lane?
So in the pit lane now at the moment, unfortunately, Domenico Mazza 034 in the Micromax. Unfortunately, had to retire the kart. Seems to be an issue with the throttle getting stuck when trying to brake. So rather than cause any safety issues, the kid himself decided rather let's bring it in, see what the problem is, see if it can be repaired and make it back out for the next heat. So a great bit of thought there from the youngster driver to keep himself going throughout the weekend.
Very smart. That must be a difficult decision. Yusa Sol, Jan Wozniak, halfway around the last lap, going around the outside at turn number 5 to take the race lead. This is Dian Singh Pahal holding off Charlie Page in 3rd position. Pahal hugging the inside line. Page, his countryman, pleading. Here's the lead battle down the hill. 3 or 4 corners to go. Karachkovic is going to get a monstrous run to the inside. Can he get the switchback? Not quite. Can he drag race to the line? Poland, Jan Wozniak takes the victory ahead of pole sitter Benjamin Karachkovic. Dian Singh Pahal finishes 3rd, and 4th is Charlie Page. Benedictus Masiokas and Albert Ferro round out the top 6. Bruno Miranda, who is coached by my senior Rotax commentary colleague, Gustavo Suarez. Bruno finishes a fantastic 7th. Gustavo Oliveira is 8th. Luhan Louis Duvet is 9th. And Turbo Tariq Sufi from Bahrain rounds out the top 10. There is a look down at the rest of the order. And we had 31 karts finish the race. And in 31st position was Hugo Kaubi, Jack Clem, Domenico Mazza, Alex Normogabgab, our camera kart, Lev Kovansky, and Si Chen Lu failing to finish. And let's have a look. That is our onboard camera, which is being collected along with the court. And there's what you want to see. Who's that? That's number 12. That's Turbo Tariq. Turbo Tariq Sufi is happy with 10th position. There's Dian Pahal coming into the pit lane as I look at the rest of the drivers coming in, and that's what you want to see. You know, these the youngest members. They're pleased. Hey, obviously everyone wants to win, but some drivers, they are just happy to be here to get the experience. They know that they may not be from a nation with such a strong grid, and yet they are here to compete, and they are very, very pleased. Now, the story as we watch, there is the number 5 kart. Lots of supports coming in. Looking at some of the other, Denmark getting support. Well, Jonathan Otterson. There is Dian Singh Pahal. That crash helmet, and I will do my best. So, that is the Dallas Cowboys Sikh Warrior. Carpe Omnia, which features the image of a Sikh warrior, and Dian is the first Sikh driver to ever represent the UK. The Sikh warrior is Nalwa, and the theme is Seize Everything. There we go. That is the strength of the Kandar. Here we go. Let's have a look at the highlights. It was a strong start from our camera kart. It didn't last, though, however. Benjamin Karachkovic getting away early, and look at that move up the inside. Alex Noah Magabgab, watch for kart number 7 coming into the second lap. Magabgab behind this group will go for a spin. We missed that, and that was the end of our camera kart. Had nowhere to go into side of Magabgab. Both look absolutely fine, however. The battle between Dian Singh Pahal and Charlie Page, 3 wide behind them as well. Albert Ferro having to make a move. Then it was a head-to-head scrap between Jan Wozniak and Benjamin Karachkovic. Wozniak got the move. Karachkovic sized him up. Pahal had to make the move on Charlie Page. Now, this was going into the last lap, I believe. Wozniak forced to the outside. Karachkovic trying to get the run out of the final corner. couldn't quite make it happen. So Poland, the UAE and the United Kingdom on the provisional podium as the recovery vehicles head out to collect a number of drivers who didn't quite make it to the end. As we look again, thank you on the live chat. Lots of support from Ecuador for Chile. And Jen Wade has got our third place finisher, Dian Singh Pahal, down in pit lane.
Really a cool race out there, but what's it like? First race under lights, first race on this big circuit?
The race is brilliant, but the whole event's amazing. It was an amazing race. I didn't do amazing. I didn't do that good in qualifying, but I worked my way through, and I came out on a good position.
I think it was a fantastic race. Some really, really good drivers out there. And tell us what it's like to drive on this big circuit.
It's the best circuit in the world. It's probably one of the best circuits in the world. It's ginormous, it's got fast-flowing corners, and what I like most about it is the places where you can overtake. I've never driven on a track where there's as many fun overtaking spots as this. It's amazing.
And of course it's like nearly 1.5 kilometres long. Is it one of the longest tracks you've driven?
It's probably one of the longest tracks I've driven on. Yeah, this one, Campillos. Yeah, it's really, really long.
So now you're looking forward to another day tomorrow of racing?
Yes, today's been brilliant. I'm just looking forward to tomorrow and try to do better tomorrow.
Of course, there's lots of people watching at home, isn't there, in the UK?
Yeah, there's loads of people watching home in the UK and in Italy and in Punjab and everywhere. So if you're watching me, family or not, thank you for supporting me and just follow my path.
Follow his path. Dian, what's your race number?
013.
Okay, 013. We're going to be watching tomorrow, and thank you so much. Congratulations. Great race. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go back to Henry, but I'm going to catch up with a couple of the other kids if you stay with me. So, Henry, talk to you soon.
Thank you, Jen. Dian Singh Pahal is 10 years old, by the way.
I was grinning ear to ear listening to that entire interview.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It was brilliant.
And I have to say that Dian is not alone in being able to give that kind of interview.
Yes.
These young men and women, they are fantastic. They're very professional with their outlook. They treat themselves as professional athletes. They understand karting teaches them so much. I wish I could speak as eloquently as that right now, and I'm 44. Kyle Lawrence, I have a confession to make.
Yes.
And you know me with my big mouth.
I am married here, so just be careful which confession you're making here.
I bet Dian Singh Pahal earlier this year when, at the time, Dian was fourth in the British Championship, not anywhere close to a ticket. And he had just arrived at the International Trophy at Le Mans for a one-off race, not expecting to do very well. And I said to Dian Pahal, if he wins the grand finals, I'll quit smoking. And there he is, having not only qualified, but having just finished third.
So you can't be disappointed in the fact that you may lose a bet for a healthier
for
future.
a healthier, longer life. Me and my, and of course I only
You
make
and your
that,
big mouth.
Me and my big mouth. But yeah, Dian said, well, there we go. That is what a troublesome life I could get myself into. Jen Wade is back down in the pit lane with more drivers.
Well, I'm here with a couple of the little champions here at the grand finals in Micromax. What a race. How was that, Albert?
I mean, it was hard. We started 12th, didn't get a great quali because we ended up finishing third by getting track limits. And then we fight through and end up finishing P6.
Wow. What about you, Lewin? How'd you go?
Yeah, it was pretty tough. I tried to hang on. I could have done better, but I think it was good for me because it's very tough here.
It is really tough. What do you think about this, racing under lights? It's cool?
Yeah, very cool.
What about you, Albert?
Yeah, I think it's like one of my first times racing in the lights, and I think it's like very cool.
I think we should do it more often.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, we see you tomorrow?
Yes.
All right, have a good night. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go back to Henry again.
Well, again, but there's my point proven. There are two more extremely well-spoken, professional, engaging young men. Lewin Duet.
Yes.
You talk a little bit about Lewin Duet finishing in the top 12, I believe.
Coming from where we are in South Africa at the moment with the amount of drivers in the grid, it's you're racing 5, 6, 7 drivers to the front. It is close, hard racing, but not to the level that you're experiencing here at this event. 36 of the top in the world. You have to qualify to get here.
Yes.
The names throughout the field are immense. So for him to go 2 places up in a heat race, finish on the top 10, I think is fantastic. I've been working with Leon for many years. I built his Bambino engines when he was a lot younger and starting out in karting.
A lot younger than Micromax, because he's a veteran now at the age of, what, 10?
Yes, of course. It's Micromax. At 10, it's veteran. So I think it's come a long way, leaps and bounds throughout the season back home, and then showing it off here, being able to finish inside the top 10 in a field that is as strong as it is.
Yes, it's absolutely incredible. Well, Bahrain International Kart Circuit is now a floodlit oasis of desert light under an ink black sky. Minimax is up next. 2 heat races, 72 drivers split into 2 grids of 36. Now, so far, Kyle, every drive that we've seen in a race will be in the final. This is the first class where only half the drivers will make Saturday's final. They have 3 heat races, 1 tonight, 2 tomorrow, and then they have the superheat stroke pre-final, which carries more points, before on Friday evening we leave 36 of them behind. Different mental approach to these races, isn't there?
I think different mental approach depending on where you are on the grid as well.
Yes.
If you're outside, for instance, the top 15, you're edging on possibly not making it through to the final. You need to move yourself further up the grid. You need to get yourself inside the top 12, top 15 consistently in every heat.
Yep.
So the push is a lot harder. You're attacking from lap 1. You need to make the passes early. The start is the best place to make passes. It's also the best place to lose your race as well.
Yes.
Making a silly decision, placing a kart in the wrong place. So that mentality is slightly different to say, for instance, if you're inside the top 10.
And we're watching now some of the drivers waiting to leave Parc Fermé. You're not allowed to take your fuel out of Parc Fermé. Tyres, I'm not sure if you're allowed to take tyres out or not. There's tyres on the karts. Obviously, there's high levels of restrictions here. And of course, you never know. There is pretty in pink Jaden Francisco having a look there. I've got to say, Jaden he's formed a little partnership with one of the junior drivers from the USA, Davin Roberts, because in the USA they race for the same team, Ryan Perry Motorsport. So they have been different nations, but they've been like attached at the hip virtually. Really good to see, their sort of bond, if you will. As you were saying, if you're starting near the front, you want to maintain. If you're starting at the back, you have to make progress and make it quick, because these races are only 6 laps in the heats.
6 laps at 1.4 Ks though is 16 corners.
6 laps times 16 corners.
Yes.
Which is?
I don't do math.
I can't do maths, but I tell you who can do maths is Jen Wade. We won't ask her to do maths because she's with one of your countrymen, Carl Lawrence, another South African. Take it away, Jen.
Well, Stan, we had a little chat before with your driver, Lewin. Maybe I just thought while we're waiting for the next class, tell us a little bit about the challenges and probably what it's like to be here working with different go-kart, different engine, different circuit.
Yeah, so it's not easy to start with, but once you get into it, you learn a bit more about the karts, about the track as well. Obviously, the grip is here now, so to release it a bit, it's quite tough with the racing. It's the guys are quite quick, but we learn a lot if we
Of course, I'm sure he'll go back, and you will go back home, and also have a whole different experience on what you can do, what you can try. But also know how he compares to all the other kids, that are winning all the championships. What about when you think about the weather? It's hot during the day. It's really cool now. It's quite humid. What difference does this make to being at home?
So by us, so we also get like a lot of rain, like in the UK, but not as much. But it's also quite hot there. So we work with both, all the way. But I think humid. It's a lot humid here. It's very hot here. So it's not easy, working in this environment. So it takes a lot to get used to. Yeah.
And of course, you have to adapt to a different time zone as well.
Yeah, 1 hour.
1 hour. That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's 1 hour ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So as far as the competition, how would you rate it when you look at the other kids? A lot of them, it's the first time, maybe first year they've been racing.
It's time for him as well. Being overseas, doing this type of racing. So for him, he learns a lot. And I mean, that's key. Yeah.
Imagine that, being a Micromax and you're traveling to Bahrain just to go race go-kart.
Yeah, that's crazy. I wish I had that,
Yeah, we all do. Anyway, but it's nice to hear from the mechanic side as well. And of course, the kids are doing such a fantastic job out there.
It's, I mean, with him, he surprised me a lot. But I know he's a good driver, a strong driver, and very aggressive. But also for him, it learns a lot.
Yeah. I think it's fantastic. But anyway, we'll let you go, and probably you can relax now a little bit.
Just chill a bit, yeah.
What about tomorrow? You got any ideas what you're going to do?
Yeah, we just have to see how it goes, see how the weather is. Is it going to be hotter? Is it going to be the same? And how the kart looks, Yeah.
What do you think about the chassis? You're in the Charles Leclerc.
So it's a good chassis for me. The new ones are very good. Front end very strong. So to release it, but it's a good chassis. Yeah, very good.
We got to keep the mechanics busy, We don't want them thinking this is a holiday.
Yeah, no, we work.
Yeah, it's good. Okay, well, I'm going to walk around a little, see if I can find some more people. And it's really nice to have you guys here. Do you think we're going to have a chance to be on the podium? That's the last question.
Well, we hope so. We're climbing the ladder a little bit, so, but let's see how it works out. Yeah.
We will. But in the meantime, have some fun.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Okay, so I'm going to look around a little bit and see who I can find. The guys are actually in there changing tyres, so we're getting ready. Maybe just have a look. This is a tyre compound, if you've got a second to turn around there. There's Rosalie. What a cool helmet, Rosalie. Look at your helmet. It's really cool. All the colours. Beautiful helmet. Are you having fun?
Yes.
Yeah, she's having fun. Was it a good race?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay, we'll go with yes. Yes. It was a good race. Okay, you're from Czech Republic, aren't you? Czech team?
Yes.
Yes. I'm looking at what shirt you've got on. It's a little bit difficult, but are you enjoying it here in Bahrain? Are you having fun and enjoying the racing?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, well done. Good luck. Alrighty, so tyre compound. Let's see who else is here. Okay, Team Bahrain. Hi.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Good. Good.
How's your day been? Good day?
Good day. Good. All good.
What about your driver? Are they fast?
Yeah. The position 17. Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, not bad.
Not bad.
But yeah.
What do you think? Make some changes for tomorrow?
Still set up. Yeah.
All right, same setup.
Same. Thank you.
Okay. Alrighty, I'm going to go back to Henry. So good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Back to Henry.
Thank you very much, Jen. And thank you for covering that. So there is a slight delay in the timetable. The servicing park for Minimax, which is the next race, opens at 6 p.m. local time, which is in about 8 minutes. So we will have plenty of time. Kyle Lawrence has left his position in the commentary box to head down to maybe chat to some of the drivers pre-race. It gives me an opportunity to quickly go through some of the questions that are being asked on the live chat. Well, firstly, Motorsport Magpie has answered the question. Somebody asking what is number 13's real name, and his name is Dian Singh Pahal. Lots of support for Uruguay, and this is what is the beautiful thing about the Rotax Grand Finals. We were interviewing there, Jen was interviewing Luan de Wet's mechanic, and Luan de Wet, South Africa's representative here in the Micromax class. In the live chat at the moment is a young lady called Stephanie Wharton, who is supporting and is saying, go Luan, and is putting the South African flags ever. Stephanie Wharton is the young lady who Luan de Wet just beat for the ticket. So Stephanie must be devastated at not being here. But the driver who beat her for that ticket, the driver who she fought with all year, and as anyone knows karting, not necessarily the closest rivals aren't necessarily the best of friends. However, you know, that is the difference between Rotax and other events. The drivers who lost out on a ticket, who got beaten for a ticket, are now cheering on their fellow countrymen and countrywomen who have the ticket because they are racing for their nation. Keeping to the South African theme, Kyle Lawrence is down in the pit lane with some of our drivers waiting patiently to go out.
All right, Henry, thanks for shooting down here. I just wanted to take this opportunity while we have a little bit of a delay in the program to show what goes on in a Park for May situation. So I don't know if you want to pan across and see through to the gate there. That is where the chassis partners often take a final look at the karts. You get your mechanics tag and driver tag scanned. Your tire barcodes are there scanned as well. So each of these karts has a specific set of tires with a barcode set to that driver's number. It stops anybody from trying to gain an advantage from changing tires or putting on a new set. We want to keep this as fair as possible. In the same vein, behind me over here, you'll see all the fuel tanks of the Formula Ks currently out the karts. They are made to be removed. They are removed on that side of Park for May, refilled and moved over here. So when you enter Park for May, you have to collect your tank and refit it to your kart. I'm just having a look here quickly to see. Right, let's have a look. Let's follow over here. This is Chavero, our nation of one. Let's have a look here. You'll see how they put these tanks in. So most karting tanks will fit between your steering column and your tree here, the chassis tree. And it's built quite easily to fit right in between. One singular bolt at the bottom, gets screwed in, and that holds the tank in place. Easy removal, easy fitment. It makes it easier for the mechanics to get it done. You'll see a lot of the mechanics have an item like this. Do you mind if I have a look at this? So this is what you'll see most of the mechanics have around their neck. So if you've looked at any of the photos of karting around the world, this is your tire pressure gauge. This is a very well kept secret, and I'm sure the mechanic over here is very happy I didn't switch it on, because it does have the tire pressures, the ideal tire pressures they want to aim for, saved in that device. And that's how they tune the karts to either switch on slightly earlier through a race or slightly later. That's all done on tire pressures. Air is provided for them in the Park for May. Right, that is what I wanted to give you on the Park for May. Straight back up to Henry now. Right, a lot of noise here, difficult to hear instruction coming through the radio, so if I do sound a little bit disjointed, I must apologize. The next thing, once your tank and your kart has had its air put in the tires, the tank is fitted, you're now moving through to this location here. You'll see above, just over there, Luke will give me a pan now, 17:57 is the time. That gate will close at 6:15. If your kart is not ready and through that gate by 6:15, you will not make it onto this, the pre-race grid. This is where you put your kart down in the number of where you are starting, and it gives you an idea of how you and where you will start the race. You cannot, once the kart has entered this area, you cannot work on this kart at all. The only time you can make repairs to a kart or fix any issues that may have come up, which is why you're hearing the karts being started and the fuel run through the carburetors, in the Park Fermé area on that side of the fence. Once you have done that, you cannot touch the kart once it's here. So should you have any issues, it can only be repaired in that area over there. Now, this is where the nerves build. This is where the anticipation starts. You've come through. Sometimes you come through really early. You got 15, maybe 20 minutes before the start of your race, and the only thing you can do is sit down in your kart and think about it. But this is where the relationship between a mechanic and a driver is so important. And thankfully, I've actually got one of those relationships here. A mechanic and driver pairing that's been going for a couple of years now, racing in South Africa. They've been pushing for the top step. 2 South Africans that are here have been racing for the championship throughout the year. Neil, I was talking about coming into a Park Fermé situation and ending up in this position. You're here early. It's a lot of time. The nerves are starting to build. The anticipation is coming. You as the mechanic, the relationship with the driver is so important. How do you manage that situation?
Just try and keep him focused and keep him calm as you can. Work with the game plan and stick with the game plan. As long as he understands that, the rest will happen on track.
We were chatting upstairs with Henry now. We were talking about the South Africans. We don't have that big of a field back home. We're racing 5, 6, 7 drivers. Ronaldo, Brody, and 3 others. This year, I think we're the top of the step. We're not used to big grids, but you've had a lot of European experience since. You've had many years of European experience as a driver. How do you prepare for an event like this?
I have to get the kid focused. I know what's needed and what needs to be done. If I can relay the information as best as possible to the driver, it's all up to him. Hopefully he understands and at execution basically.
Well, look, also at the end of the day, we must also remember they are kids. We do push them quite hard, but the biggest thing is we need to remember they are kids. And at the end of the day, you still want them to have fun.
Correct, 100% correct.
Fantastic, Neil. Thank you so much for your time. We'll try and pick up on a couple of other drivers as they come in. We have here Vincente Capella, one of our drivers that I've seen a lot overseas in Europe recently. Vincente, how are you feeling getting into this first heat for the night? You feeling ramped up and ready?
Yes, it's pretty cool racing at night. It's a different feeling, and it's very cool.
Fantastic. Well, I've watched you race around Europe a couple of times this year. You are one of the most aggressive drivers out there. You're in a good grid slot. Do you have a game plan for this first heat?
I want just to finish in top 5, top 10 to start in a good position to the pro-final and the final.
So your goal is mostly super heats and final. You don't want to do anything crazy to get to the front. You're happy to stay just inside the top 10?
Yes, it's just maintain, be focused and go to the front, but maintain principally.
Fantastic. Wishing you all the best, my brother. Right, a driver I also wanted to have a chat with from the UAE. Ollie, have you got time for me? Yeah. Ollie, you did a bit of pre-season testing here. You know the track. You know the IPK. How do you feel after qualifying?
A bit disappointed, but 100% we can go forward and win this.
We know you're very good in a crowd. We know you're very good at moving forward through the field. Qualifying, you seem not happy where you are on the grid. Do you want to? Was it traffic? A setup issue?
I think we lack a bit on the power, but I think my strongest point in racing is going forward, so I'm not worried.
So head down and moving forward. That's the objective.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Wishing you the best of luck, and we'll see you up in the front, I'm sure, as the heat progresses. That's Ollie Spencer from the UAE, a driver who knows the track very well, a driver who can find himself moving forward. But let's take a further walk down the grid and have a chat to some of the other drivers in the Mini-Max class. This is the end of primary school, as you can call it. Their next step up into Junior Max will be considered a high school class. This very much the end of the mini kart era. From here they move into the bigger karts, the speeds get a little bit faster, the management of tires becomes a little bit more tricky, so it becomes a bit more involved once they step up from here. They're still very young at this age, but let's go a little bit further back here. Let's go to Christian Sanguinetti putting his kart down here, down in 32, Ari Kallenberg. Ari, have you got 5 seconds for me?
Yeah.
Right, Ari, tell me, we're down in 34th position. Obviously, the goal is to get into the top 15 to make sure you make that final. What's the game plan to get there?
Chris, we need to do around 2 overtakes per lap, and at the start we need to do like 5. So I think it's doable, but we have to really lock in and not make any mistakes.
Well, we've all heard the saying, you can't win a race in the first corner, but you can definitely lose it. You're on the outside. The trick, one being in the outside here in Bahrain, is it easy to run around the outside here, or is it better to try and find yourself on the inside?
If you carry loads of speed, it is, because you've got the inside for the next one, but it only takes one person to hit you, and then your race is over.
Well, that's definitely not what we want. We don't want anybody's race to be ended in turn 1. Your best opportunities to pass on the circuit, turn 5, turn 8, and turn 10?
Yeah.
Fantastic. So that's what we'll be watching to see you make some passes. The nice chrome blue on the helmet will be easily identifiable. So we wish you the best of luck and hopefully see you move forward in the grid.
Thank you.
Fantastic. As this grid fills up, I think we're going to slowly start being pushed away from the grid. I'm going to give the drivers some time to get themselves ready and prepped, and I'll get myself back up into the commentary box with Henry so we can call this race the first heat of the minis here in Bahrain 2025 Grand Finals. Henry, back to you in studio.
Thank you very, very much, Kyle, for extremely detailed look up and down the grid. Fantastic to hear from these young drivers. And it makes you wonder, now they're 11, 12, 13 years old in Minimax, and yet before they go out for the start of the biggest race of their career, some of them, the first time they have been here, they're happy to sit and chat on the grid, you know, and yet you get further up the ladder in motorsport and there are some drivers that refuse to talk on the grid before a race to the media because they're too focused. Well, they should take a leaf out of the Rotax drivers' books. Now, there is a look at some of the spectators. On the left-hand side of your screen, you can see with the Team UK shirt on and their backs to the camera, that's Sam Pollitt and part of the Sam Pollitt racing team. Now, they run Riley Murrow. Nigel Horner is standing looking over the looking towards the camera, just on his phone there from HRS Engines. The only driver here from Ukraine going out in this race, that would be Makita Zakhachenko, and you can see Makita's supporter there, maybe that's his dad, in the bucket hat and the Ukraine logo on his t-shirt. In the center of your screen, in the white t-shirts, that's Team Germany, the gentleman with the baseball cap on, that's a D for Detroit Tigers on his cap. That's Matt Johan Overhoff's father. Matt Johan Overhoff, of course, the 2023 E20 champion. And then on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see Daryl Malotti, and then you can see the father and grandfather of Albert and Arthur Farrow. Now, we've just seen Albert Farrow finish really well in Micromax. Well, Arthur Farrow got his ticket, one of the last tickets available at the US Nationals, to join his younger brother at the Grand Final. So there are just some of the people looking on. Here is a look down on the starting grid. There's Ellis Mankanen, and how every driver's got a, you know, a little ritual they do with their mechanic. The number 138 Hugo Fuentes. Hugo Fuentes' mum helps work at the Campillos circuit in the restaurant there. Henry Gregory looking at Alfie Ward there. Alfie Ward took the 394th and last ticket. The 393rd ticket went to Josh Cook at the Golden Trophy, and Josh Cook also is in this race. In fact, the number 166 right on cue, there is Josh Cook. Further up, the 104, Ronaldo Kuhn, as the drivers will be called out of their carts, I'm sure, for the driver's briefing. You could just see there, that's Nigel Smith, Lucian Smith's dad, with the same haircut as myself. And Kyle Lawrence, by the way. Lucian was one of 6 drivers, one of the fastest 6 drivers in the A1 simulator competition that we ran on Sunday, that earned themselves a thrill ride with Abdo El Faghali in the Red Bull Drift Experience.
I was also in the top 6 of that sim challenge, except I was the top 6 of the bottom.
Pardon?
I was the top 6 of the bottom 6.
You were top 6 of the bottom 6, yes, okay. But I tell you what we can do is, we don't just talk about Abdo El Faghali. Let's hear from Abdo El Faghali, our Red Bull ambassador, Rotax champion, and Drift King.
Abdo El Faghali, now we're here again in the paddock. I've met you here in the paddock for a few years now, but a little bit different reason. A dad, Christopher, of course, was one of our champions in 2022, but I want to know your story. We never actually talked about how you got into motorsport.
Jen, honestly, we've been to the Grand Final since 2018 in Brazil, and it's always a nice memory. Definitely this year it's different. We're not competing here, so no pressure at all. Since we entered the track, last night I was telling Christopher and Sammy, guys, I don't feel the same pressure that we used to have before. So yeah, I come from a family directly related into racing and rallying. I remember in the early 80s, my father used to race with the old BMW 2002. He had a workshop just underneath the house. So imagine every day going to school, coming back. The first thing I see was that racing car. So definitely, it just, you know, it entered into the blood, and it became our passion. Luckily, in 1998, I started rallying in Lebanon. And since then, I've won, like, let's say, 6 rally championships, 11 hill climb and autocross championships. We set the Guinness World Record for the world's longest drift. Red Bull athlete since 2002. It's crazy. And lately, I've been, you know, competing a little bit because, you know, Christopher has been taking all my money. So especially now, he's joined Red Bull Junior team in the F4. So hopefully we can get back to racing soon, as they say. I've been organizing the Red Bull Car Park Drift all over the world, and this is what we'll be showing later here today. In the track, we'll be doing some drifting stuff, getting, you know, some kids from the karting just to show them the drifting world so that they can have some fun.
And of course, in this region, it's really huge.
Definitely. Yeah. Drifting, I mean, when we started the Red Bull Car Park Drift back in 2010, imagine, since then we've been organizing, let's say, around 20 events through every year. So it's really good because, you know what, Jen, before we do the Red Bull Car Park Drift, people, unfortunately, they were drifting on public highways, especially in Saudi Arabia and some other places. Luckily, we managed to get these drivers into our safe area and to make champions out of them.
Yeah, it's really something different. I know we were in Oman for Mina some years ago, and it was crazy, absolutely crazy after the race in the afternoon. We're going to see it again. Of course, anyone that isn't here live to see it will actually be able to watch it later and see some of the highlights also on social media. But tell me one thing. You're a dad, 2 boys racing, Luca and Chris. Of course, they've done Rotax. So why the choice for Rotax?
To be honest with you, Jen, I believe it's the best field that you can have equal cars with everyone. You know, with other disciplines in karting, you have people, you know, working with the engine, paying a lot of money to get a better engine, and that's unfair, to be honest with you. We've tested some other disciplines, but for me, Rotax is the best. And we've seen lately, the last maybe 5 or 6 years, we have all the best karters coming from all the disciplines and competing in the Rotax. So it makes it a good field, I mean, just to see where you are against other people. So as you said, with Christopher, he became the Rotax World Champion in 2022. We started with Luca. He's still 9 years old. He's twice Lebanese Micromax champion. Lately, I've been, you know, dedicated more time to Christopher, you know, especially with the F4, but hopefully starting from next year, we're gonna start working with Luca again, and hopefully you're gonna see us back again with the Grand Final competing.
I hope we are. Of course, we're going to have a great show. The kids are competing on the sim against the 2 boys as well. Sure. But any advice to finish off for any other parents? You know, you're from a motorsport background, not everyone is, but any advice you give parents as to how to approach this? Because, you know, you really achieved a lot with Christopher and, of course, now with Luca.
Sure. The main thing that I always, tell to the parents that are attending the events, just take it easy. Sometimes they just get nervous with their kids. At the end of the day, these kids are doing their passion, so we shouldn't ruin it. Okay, if they need some time to adapt maybe or to work with the braking or lining on a certain corner, just give it some time. Let them practice more and more, and then don't put the pressure. The Grand Final, already everyone who's here, they are all champions. That's why they were selected to represent their countries here. Just take it easy, and then it will come, I'm sure.
I'm sure it will. You're going to hang around for a little while. Sure. We're going to watch the boys on the sim. Cool. But for anyone watching this now in the live stream, make sure you check it out from this afternoon, Monday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, very good.
There we go. That was filmed yesterday, obviously on the couch, which is why, you know, it's suddenly bright. Here is Ramiro Brito briefing our Minimax drivers. Let's listen in.
Situations where I think you get an advantage. Imagine that you keep all the race, the first place in the race, because you're driving out of track limits. As you are the first, you will never overtake nobody. That's a clear advantage. So you must, guys, I don't know what your mechanics and fathers told you, but let's keep the rule in the mind. The point is, be inside track limit. That's a rule. So don't try to think how you can break the rule. Try to gain the race, to win the race within the rules. Okay? Yes. If you get track limits because you get pushed from behind or side by side, it's a racing incident, as in Formula 1 or any other class of this sport. Okay? Clear, guys? Enjoy, have fun, good luck.
Well, there we go. Now, to answer some of the eloquent questions on the live chat about the delay in the timetable, I will ignore the non-eloquent questions and simply get Motorsport Magpie to ban you. It's because at the end of Minimax qualifying, there were 44 penalties issued for track limit violations and for rolling over and slowing down. Therefore, the stewards have to firstly apply the penalties, and then, according to the regulations in any form of karting, there has to be a certain time period to allow anybody who wishes to appeal that penalty, to dispute it. Therefore, you have to go through that procedure before you can then finalise the grids, and then after you finalise the grids, you have to then allow the same amount of time as you would normally for the drivers to enter Parc Fermé, to put their tyres, to put their fuel in, and to set the karts up to get on the grid and to go through the correct procedure. There we go. It also gives us, Alpha Live and BRP Rotax, a chance to broadcast karting in a different way. We don't want to just see the racing, we want to see behind the scenes, like you would in any professional sport event. The way that karting is being covered is changing, and Alpha are at the forefront of that, along with our colleagues in the United States. As well, but it's not just a case of still screen until the racing starts. This is a fully immersive broadcast. So yes, enjoy the experience as we get set to go racing. Unfortunately, Singapore is not one of the 59 nations represented this year. No Singaporean driver got a ticket this year. 27 drivers from the UK did. There is one of them. He is known in the UK as the human highlight reel, Riley Murrow. Why? Well, you look back at some of the action from this year's Kart Masters British Grand Prix, and you will find out. He is a specialist at taking the high line and making outside passes where nobody else dares. He's starting from pole position, hoping that he doesn't need to do anything spectacular in this race. But Kyle Lawrence...
this is Minimax. The chances of that are few and far between. 10 drivers in this field, very, very close together. Like I said, 3/10 separating 10 drivers in qualifying. Bahrain, not a circuit that lends itself to a getaway, although we did see it at Micromax, but I think that was more to do with turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, opening lap, sort of moving and shaking. But I don't see that happening here in Minimax. Drivers slightly older in this class. They've had their cut their teeth through micro.
Yep. And now, I mean, and the biggest change in Minimax was the decision to globally move them from full-size karts
Yes,
to
to the mini.
to the mini-sized chassis, the 950 mil
Yes,
chassis.
950.
as
The
opposed
UK
to
at one
full-
stage did run the 980, which was an in-between between the junior chassis, the junior max chassis,
Yes,
and the
just
mini.
to be awkward.
Just to why
different.
not do it the same as everybody else?
Yes.
But eventually, the global decision made to go back to the mini chassis with a restricted junior max motor, a smaller radiator, smaller exhaust, and go racing.
Yes, and you know, already there's a little just bit of coaching there. Riley Murrow getting a reminder.
I think that was the soft hands movement.
Yeah, soft hands.
hands.
Let's have a look. Are the viewers bigger than Supernats in Las Vegas? Well, we'll see on Saturday, Nathan Taylor. Why is it so delayed? Because there were lots of penalties issued at the end of qualifying, and the regulations have to give each driver. Oh dear!
Murrow's car's not
Riley
starting.
Murrow not starting. The pole sitter not starting. Well, here's the grid. Murrow hopefully will go for pole alongside Italy's Giovanni Pistore. On row number 2, Julian Duemer from Germany and Lucian Smith from the United Kingdom. Austin Oman and Ronaldo Kern go from row 6. Vincenzo Capella and Josh Cook, the Cookie Monster, on row 4. Row 5, Oliver Spencer and Chen Yi Cho. Then Mark Moyer and Alfie Ward, followed by Enzo Di Janeiro from Poughkeepsie, New York, and Samuel Cheveri. Then it's Riva Dev Pritham and Hugo Fuentes. Alexander Christoph and Elis Mankanen round out row number 9. The top 20, Safron Svetiao and Ahmed Al Khalifa, Nikola Rangelev and Ruben Lujan on row 11. Jude Andrews and Arthur Farrow on row 12. Philippe Zerjok and Santino Matteo. And next, Makita Zakharenko, Jokubas Vaskelis, and we're still waiting. Ignacy Yarosevich, Zihan Hugh. The final 3 rows. Bring the noise. Cage Moyes, Christian Sanguinetti, Martins Lapins, Ari Kallenberg, Andreas Kjellerup, and Finn Albert Jorgensen. Kyle Lawrence, 6 laps. Here we go.
We got Riley Morrow back on the pole position, though. He's already slowed it down, so starting that gamemanship. He wants to keep the start slow. He wants to make sure he can keep it on the top of the throttle, so when those lights go out, he can get that rocket launch away. He wants to protect that lead down into turn 1. The lights are fully ablaze. We had karts move out of turn lines. I didn't see lights go off.
Well, they
looks
all
like we're racing.
They're racing. Yeah, the camera cut away before we could see the lights go out. You could see the green.
Ronaldo Kern, unfortunately, a little bit wide there, so he's dropped further back.
Yep, and as we head through the roller coaster, it looks like everyone cleaning Murrow. Well, he's got over that heart attack moment where the kart wouldn't fire to take the early lead. As we look down the order, the 105 karts spreading left and right. Now you spoke to Oliver Spencer. Oh, and up over the back, that was Martin Moyer in kart number 1, 2, 3. No, that was Alexander Christoph involved, the Swiss driver going up over the back of somebody else. All 36 drivers safely up towards the corkscrew. Will they all emerge?
Rocket start from Austin Oman. It looks like he's moved himself up into second place, just behind the Cookie Monster there, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, kart 140. That is definitely Austin Oman. So great start from him up into second. He's closed that gap on what Riley Morrow had.
Yeah.
Riley Morrow did manage to get himself a 2-3 car length gap, but they just settled down, pushed the group, and brought it right back in.
Yeah, as they crossed the line, all 36 drivers successfully completing lap number 1 without any incidents. They listened. They listened to Ramiro Brito. How long will they listen for? Up at the top of the hill. Now on lap number 2, Murrow, Julian Duemer, Spencer, Oman, Smith, Pistore, down towards turn number 8. And Capella is 7th. Ward, Moya, Cook, Di Janeiro, Chen Yi Cho, queuing down to 11th. As we head up there, there is a move to the inside. The 106 Lucian Smith picking up a position. They're coming down towards the end of lap 2.
So much moving going on. I didn't even notice Ollie Spencer going from that 10th place starting position up into the top 3. He's managed to get himself up there, but can he maintain the pace of the front 2? He was only just into the top 10 in qualifying, so it might just be difficult without help from Lucian Smith to stay with those front 2. A former British driver as well, Ollie Spencer, now racing for the UAE, so he has raced with these kids a long time. He's lost a position now. He was in 3rd, he was in 4th, he's now in 5th, and looking just to rejoin the circuit and stay in this race.
Yeah, the number 172, Alfie Ward, sparks flying off the back bumper into turn number 9. There was a move that didn't quite pan out for number 140, Austin Oman. Great start. Now he's looking to the inside, up the hill, going into the corkscrew. Oman, Spencer and Ward all bully their way past the number 106 of Lucian Smith as the field plunged downhill out of the corkscrew, and now it's Spencer's turn to get elbowed wide. That was Vincente Capella making a move, and look how many positions Spencer has lost.
There's so much moving going on through this mini-max class, but all this fighting for a 3rd place finish in the heat race is allowing Riley and Julian just to put their heads down and grow a decent gap between them and the rest of the field. They're going to have it all their own way with only a couple of laps left to go. Whether they're going to race till the end, we don't know, but now we've got a 2x2 split in the front.
Now, first test of Team UK. Can Oman and Alfie Ward work together? They drive for different teams. Alfie Ward in the UK drives for MLC Motorsport. As you can see, tyre smoke there from Oliver Spencer as he tried to make it 3 wide. In fact, who was that on the outside? That, I think, may have been Pistore on the outside trying to make it 3 wide. Oh, a spin in the middle of the pack there. And one driver getting clipped as we look at the leaders coming across the line into lap number 5. Up and over the top, Murrow, Dwemer, Oman and Ward. It looks as though Austin Oman and Alfie Ward are working together. The red flags are out. Red flags are out after that incident. Red flags are out on lap 5 out of 6. The drivers, led by Riley Murrow, bringing them down to the line. As a couple of drivers saying, what's that for? Well,
I'm unsure what to do there.
It happened towards the back of the pack. One driver spinning, coming out of the corkscrew, sideways in the track, getting clipped by another. That sent that driver out of their kart, and I, will not hazard a guess as to who the drivers are that are involved.
As far as I understand, though, with the rules of with the CRK rules, enough of the race has been completed.
So that if
that
they
under
choose,
that red flag, it will go back 1 lap to lap 4 of 6, and
yes,
that will be then your result for that heat.
Well, that is what the race director could choose to do. Yes, yes.
So that is an option.
There is an option that we were on lap 5. The red flags were called on lap 5, which means that the results or the running order will be put back to the end of lap number 4, which is, by my elementary mathematical skills, 66.66666 to infinity % of race distance.
Far better than my math skills, I must add.
Which means the race director can choose to close, to end that race without a restart, which I would imagine would happen, but I do not want to second guess. Now, I do not know. Well, one of the drivers that was involved, Mikita Zakhachenko, was there, and I saw him standing at the side of the circuit. So Mikita was standing up because, of course, he's got that very, very bright blue and luminous yellow Team Ukraine race suit. Other drivers that did not come round at the end of lap number 4, and I do not want to say that they were definitely the second driver involved because I didn't see that. But Ronald Kern, Arthur Farrow, Jihan Hu, and Keish Moyes
have not completed a lap.
Have not completed the lap.
So whether or not they were involved, we're unsure. We just know that
yes, they haven't completed
it did
the lap.
happen very quickly.
I do know that Mikhaila Zakhachenko was involved, but I also saw Zakhachenko standing up by the tyre wall, so he was fine.
These kids are wearing the best of the best possible safety equipment. FIA new rules have come out for this season.
Yep. And
to ensure that they are well looked after.
Now, the drivers are all stopping on track, which means that the race director hasn't necessarily brought them back to the pit lane straight away. So there is a potential that we could have a restart. That is not beyond the realms of possibility. All options are open. Now, at the back of the field, the drivers, are discussing with each other what they saw, because the drivers at the back were the ones that almost got involved in that incident. So, yeah, you can tell by the body language.
I can definitely hazard a guess as to what the cause of an incident like that is. With a curb that high on the left-hand side, it's on the exit of a right-hander.
Yep.
3 tries to go into one decides to use a curb, and unfortunately, minis and curbs that high are not the greatest of friends, and it can swap ends on you and go all sorts of funny directions, especially in a pack that big. When the mini-max class is running that close together on lap 4, I think we only had a breakaway of 4 karts out in the front. We did have the 2 UK drivers, Austin Oman and Alfie Ward, work together to close the gap to the front.
Now, here's a little bit of a snippet of information. So, we talked about teams working together or not. Now, in the UK, Austin Oman drives for Sam Pollock Racing. In the UK, Alfie Ward drives for MLC Motorsport. In the Rotax National Cup, that was the final event in the UK where there was a ticket. Alfie Ward initially won the ticket, but was then protested by another driver for Sam Pollock Racing. Now, I'm not saying the team didn't, but there was a protest anyway. And eventually, the protest went on, and it had to go to a hearing, and eventually Alfie Ward was awarded the ticket. And then suddenly, Alfie Ward finds himself driving next to each other with a driver from Sam Pollock Racing. What do? Well, it doesn't matter if back home the two teams may not be the best of friends. At this race, same country, same race suit will work together. There is Enzo Di Janeiro. Enzo was up to 9th place. Enzo was a little character, the Poughkeepsie, New York-based driver. There's a dinosaur on his helmet, and I asked him foolishly once, Enzo, what's the dinosaur's name? And he went, Henry. And I was like, why have you called it Henry? Because dinosaurs are old. Like you.
Lovely.
Yes.
I would have gone with dinosaurs have a big mouth.
Well, yeah, that one does. So, let's listen to see what the instructions are, if we can. Now,
we're reordering.
We're reordering, which means that, Ramiro Brito is prepared to do a restart. Now,
of 2 laps.
There is Paul Klassen, the head of technical. Drivers that had a nose cone penalty, they would have had this, you saw an official going down recording all the drivers. You can see one of the stewards, Luis Roby. There with his back to the camera, Gonzalo Duarte, just behind him, and Paul Klassen discussing this. It's a lot of communication.
For those who don't know, because we've said nose cone drop down penalty, I think 4 times. So without a description.
I have explained the bracket and the penalties which are involved.
Now, you've received the nose cone, it's been written down.
Yes.
You didn't have your nose cone reset.
Yes.
Should you receive another nose cone within the next 2 laps?
Yes.
It's another penalty.
I believe so.
So 5 becomes 10.
I believe so.
Right. I would rather them not reset my nose cone then.
Well, I don't know.
I'll just take the 1 penalty, thank you, please.
What the rules are. Now, let's take you through the running order At the end of 4 laps, it was Riley Murrow leading Julian Duemer, Austin Oman, Alfie Ward and Lucian Smith. That is your top 5. Then Vincenzo Capella, 6th. Giovanni Pistore, 7th. Oliver Spencer down to 8th. Enzo Di Janeiro, 9th. And the Cookie Monster, Josh Cook, in 10th. Mark Moya for Romania, up to 11th. Samuel Chaveri, Nation of One, Costa Rica, in 12th. Hugo Fuentes, Rivandev Pritham and Chen Yi Cho in 15th position. Alexander Christoph, Safran Zeviatau, Elis Mankanen, Jokobus Vaskelis and Ahmed Al Khalifa, your top 20. Can I say, let's go Rivan? Well, Rivandev Pritham, who is doing an excellent job in 14th position. If you watch the interview that we did with the karting mums, Rivan's mum was one of the mums that we interviewed. So we all know, so we know how she is reacting and what she's doing to this situation. Right, the drivers are being talked to now by Ramiro Brito. We don't have any news on the drivers involved in the incident. In fact, we only know one of the 2 drivers involved. It's the Ukrainian driver, Nikita Zakharchenko, who was up and out of his car. The other driver that was involved, we don't know who that driver is. And joined on the live chat by the world rental car champion, John Del Valle. So John Del Valle on the live chat. Hopefully you see it the 30 hours of Campios. I hope so too. Now let's listen.
And then 1 lap and it's over. Guys, think. It's 1 lap. I know everybody wants to win, but don't get everything to lose in this race. So single line, when I wave the green flag here, it's the start of the race, but you can only overtake after the start finishing line. In the next lap is the checkered flag, which means it's actually 1 lap racing. Guys, please think. It will not over today. If you behave, you have a chance tomorrow. Step down. Okay? So now we are ordering this. Everybody understood? Any doubts?
Right, so the call there made to 1 warm-up lap, single file, green flag, straight to checkered flag.
1 lap.
Your feelings on that?
Well, it's going to be a spectacular lap, as long as the drivers behave themselves.
It's going to be a very interesting lap. I'm not entirely sure.
Well, I mean, think of it like this. You know, you've come a long way. As well. It's single file, so you know that starts.
To be fair,
and you know the drivers on track weren't involved in the incident. You get very few laps.
Yeah, why steal a lap? Yeah, I understand. Actually, fair enough.
Why steal a lap? You know, could it create chaos? Of course it could, but it's down to the drivers. You know, they have been given a chance to finish their race. The race director didn't have to do that. He chose.
He could have called it right there.
They could have declared the race after just 4 laps, but he has chosen to give the drivers a chance to finish their race. Yes, it's a 1-lap shootout. The drivers can now, whether that decision
there seems to be
is
a bit of
correct or not, is down to the
you.
drivers, not the race director. What those drivers do with this opportunity is now the key. Yes.
There seems to be a bit of a conversation as to possible damage on 154 there. We've got 2 scrutineers looking over the cart. I did see the hand throw up showing an X.
Santino Matteo, because of course one thing that is not allowed is any repairs other than putting nose cone brackets into place, and only that is after the officials give you the key. So give you the okay to do so. Now, I don't think that it is a bad decision. The drivers, how the drivers behave,
will determine.
You know, But that decision is a decision to have one lap. Now, you saw Ramiro Brito very clearly say to the drivers, I'm giving you this chance. Do not, spoil it for yourselves. So, let's see, it's a no-win. The drivers have to take responsibility.
I fully agree with you. I fully agree with that point. It's a single lap start, a single file start, so we're not going to have them heading down into turn 1, 3, 4, 5 abreast like we do normally in a double tram line start.
No, yep. So it will be, a more spread out. Yes, drivers will want to go for it, But again, these are the champions. Will they race like the champions that they are? Either way, however this lap pans out, I don't believe that you can say it's a bad decision to offer them an extra lap, because of course if they didn't, they could say, well, we came all this way, you give us 3 racing laps, can't win. Right then, drivers, balls in your court.
The nice thing with this delay, though, is we don't have to worry about running out of daylight.
Yes, no, that is absolutely perfect. The lighting here is second to none. A few comments have come in saying the track looks dark. It's not. Trust me, when you're here, and I've walked the track at night, and I've been around it at night, it is one of the best lit best lit venues. You've raced here in the dark, Kyle, so you...
when you're off the circuit, standing on the grandstand or standing in the mechanics area, if you look up into that hill, that right hand, I think it's turn 10, as you go up the hill and come back down through the corkscrew.
Yes.
It looks dark from where we're standing.
Yes.
But when coming around that corner,
on the track itself,
it is incredibly well lit on the circuit.
Yes.
And the reason it looks dark is because if they turn the lights anywhere else for us from this side to be able to see it, it would be right in the driver's eyes. But coming through up into that track is more than well enough lit to see what is going on and where you and what you need to do, where you need to place the car to see anything in front of you or avoid anything in front of you. Mm-hmm. It is almost as good as daylight.
Yes, indeed. Now, there is a look. It looks like daylight from there. All the drivers sitting and waiting. Of course, for those of you concerned on the live chat, I... We'll give you information on the drivers when it is released. I have to wait until Rotax officially let me know of the condition of the driver. All I do know is that even if the driver did need assistance into the medical vehicle, he's been assisted and is now back in the paddock. But I will bring you updates. When I am allowed to. Here we go. It's one thing, as we know, is if you weren't running at the end of the first part of that race, you're not entitled to start the 1 lap. Oh, see, in NASCAR, this would be a green-white checkered. This is a green-white checkered.
Sorry?
A green-white checkered, but it's only a green checkered. It's without the white. In NASCAR racing, they have a late restart.
That's what I was trying to figure out.
The
green,
race,
white,
you go green. Next time by, it's the white flag, then it's the checkered flag. We've just gone green checkered. It's a 1 lap dash for cash.
A 1 lap dash for cash.
1 lap dash for cash. The cash is not real because it's... You get what I mean.
And we're not referring to cash at IPK either.
No, we're not referring to Cash Van Bell.
Yes.
IPK, who provides the chassis for this class, but it's a 1 lap dash to see who takes the first win.
Of the 2025 Grand Finals. This determines who takes the first win in Minimax at the Grand Finals.
Yes.
We do have another heat of 36 Minimax drivers also ready and raring to go in Park for May. So I'm sure we'll see even more action, plenty there. Feel just as close in the second group as it was in the first group of qualifying.
Now, there's the 154, right-hand side of your screen with a Lando Norris-style crash helmet, white sleeve on dark Blu-ray suit. That would be number 154, Santino Matteo.
Yes.
The Argentine driver. He's from Wheelwright, 12 years old, from Wheelwright in Argentina. I do hope that all his wheels are right, because that is what the scrutineers were looking at. See what I've done there?
Well done there, Henry. That was very good. You speak of Lando Norris. If you have a look through the grid there, I think I see 2 other Lando Norris-esque
Yes,
helmets.
and there was another person there supporting Mark Moya from Romania who raced in a Lando Norris replica race suit at the Transylvanian Trophy that I was at in Romania last year. Okay, former Micromax Grand Final champion Jensen Chalk joins us on the live chat, cheering on his MLC Motorsport teammate Alfie Ward, who sits in P4. We'll go through the order again. Murrow, UK, Dwemer, Germany, Oman, UK, Ward, UK, Smith, UK. That's your top 5. The rest of the top 10, Capella, Portugal, Pistore, Italy, Spencer, UAE, De Janeiro, USA, Cook, UK. Outside the top 10, Moya, Romania, Chaveri, Costa Rica, Dev Pritham, India, Yi Chou, Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan, Christov, Switzerland, Zevitau, Kyrgyzstan, Mankanen, Finland, Vaskelis, Lithuania, Al Khalifa, Bahrain, and Jude Andrews, Bahrain. The other drivers still running. Finn Jorgensen, Hugo Fuentes, Santino Matteo, Nikola Rangelov, Martin Lapinch, Ruben Lujan, Andreas Kjellerup, Philippe Zeshok, Ignacy Jaroszewicz, Christian Sanguinetti, Ari Kallenberg. They are your 31 drivers still running. The Balamory bomber, Soren Gallagher, joins us on the live chat. And for a nation of one, Costa Rica have got so much support. I will have to do my geographical homework and find out where the main towns and cities in Costa Rica are, because the streets are empty. Everybody seems to be watching the Alpha live stream. Lots of Canadians in this race. Christian Sanguinetti, the only Canadian representative, he's in P30. Pretty soon we are going to be getting the signal to start. And Kyle Lawrence, I will check to see where in Costa Rica everyone will be watching.
So single file start, they'll come through on the left-hand side tram line, I'm assuming, or down the center of them. I didn't quite get that briefing from our race director there. 2, 3 organizational, it looks like scrutineers, heading through to a couple of carts there to have a look. Driver out of the cart.
Hugo Fuentes, and maybe moving out of position. Well, obviously, I forgot it's going to be San Jose, Costa Rica. They're going to be partying on the streets of San Jose, Costa Rica, for Samuel Chaveri. It doesn't. Well, Hugo Fuentes is standing in the yellow and red of Team Spain. Oh, he turns away, and outwardly
that
looks suboptimal. Hello to Nick Palacio, Lucas Palacio's family on the live chat.
If we have a quick look over at the at the order after lap 4, we've got Hugo Fuentes down in 22nd.
Yes.
That cart wasn't removed from 22nd. It was a lot higher up the grid.
Now, of
so
course,
I think it's a reshuffle.
Yes.
Go back. So they've redone the order on lap 5. They've now had to go back and reshuffle for lap 4.
Okay, so there we go. That is probably so. Hugo Fuentes, hey, cup half full, cup half empty. Cup half empty. Ooh, I've got to go back to 22nd. Cup half full.
You got a lap to move way back up.
I'm still in the race. Well, we will be getting going when the officials tell us it is safe.
Right,
to
the
do
shot
so.
now that we are getting from the actual overhang over the start finish line, you can see how long that train of carts is.
Oh yes.
From the previous shot, it looked like there was a gaggle.
Yes.
That is now a full train.
31 remaining wagons.
Carts.
Yes. And we will wait. Argentina.
There we go. Carts are started.
Our engines are fired. Riley Murrow leads them away. And we do not have news on the drivers involved in the accident other than Nikita Zakharchenko was up and around and was walking around, and so that is all.
We've got to talk about the change of camera angle here, that you can actually see the undulation through the roller coaster of the neck breaker that is that is 4 and 5.
Yes, indeed, down the hill. Now, it's going to be a single file restart. Riley Murrow, his job is to bring the field down to almost a walking pace. They need to go through the center of the tram lines. When they reach the start-finish line, they can overtake and they can go racing. It'll be 1,414 meters of racing before they hit the checkered flag.
It is incredibly easy to get excited when that light goes off and get onto that throttle too fast. The throttle throw on these karts is very long, so if you do run into the throttle a little bit too quickly, it can flood the kart, slow your launch off the start, and you'll be looking to defend yourself all the way through turn 1.
Kyle
now,
Lawrence, you've been in this situation. You can talk us through what they're trying to do and what you've got to do.
So we can see already the gamesmanship from Morrow. He slowed it down to try and bunch the pack up. He's moved it slightly faster now to get ahead. He's treating it as a safety car launch, not as a one-lap start. He's breaking himself away. So he used that gamesmanship to get himself the gap. We head down into turn 1. A couple of cars going defensive already. Capella looking for a move up the inside on what looked like another Portuguese compatriot of his through turn 3 and 4, and he has got that move done.
It was actually the Italian driver, Pistore, who got the same green, white and race suits into turn number 5. Under pressure for second place. Duemer being passed by Oman and Ward. Well, Riley Murrow, did he jump the start too much? Here comes Oliver Spencer, trying to make a move down the inside as well. 3 wide up the hill. Ward on the inside into the corkscrew. Duemer is there. So is Capella. A little bit of pushing and shoving, but look at the lead that Riley Murrow's got.
Yeah, Riley Murrow used that more as a safety car restart as opposed to a one-lap warm-up. He's given himself 6-7 kart lengths. He's going to come through the final 2 corners with plenty of breath air, but into the final corner we go. We've got the 2 Brits all over each other, right onto the outside. They're going to lose second place. We're going to have to wait to see where they actually end up after all of that.
Unbelievable. As they came out of the final corner, you had I think it was Oman and Ward. The timing screen adjusts itself. It was Ward and I think Oman coming together, coming out of the final corner. Murrow wins from Duemer, Lucian Smith, Capella, Spencer, then Oman and Ward, De Janeiro, Moya, a top 10 for Romania. And then Samuel Cheveri, Josh Cook, Giovanni Pistore, as the rest of the order adjusts itself. And, I tell you what.
It's given us Riley Morrow down in 7th.
Pardon? Well, they're gonna go around again. Well, let's have a little look. I think they're...
okay, it's picking up on the next lap.
Not everybody came straight into the pit lane, so our timing screen is misbehaving. Murrow definitely won that, and I think the justification to give them an extra lap was well proven.
I think so too.
Good job, race director. Good job, drivers.
Definite clever thinking from Riley Morrow. I'm not sure if that was the intention of the one-lap warm-up. The race director would have to have a look at that and talk about that. But under a safety car condition, or a slow lap as we call it in karting, that would have been the perfect way to execute a start.
Yep.
Exactly what he did there is the perfect way to execute a start under slow lap conditions. Whether or not it was explained to him that it would be slow lap conditions, I didn't hear that part in the briefing that they were getting. But a driver we need to talk about in terms of moving up the field, Ollie Spencer, we saw him go up to 3rd. We saw him drop down to 8th. He's put himself back up into 5th. So racing is not something that bothers him. Another great move up the field, though. Capella up 4 spots. Oh, sorry,
It's
3 spots.
having a chat to there's Vincenzo Capella having a chat with one of the officials, and you know, really pleased to say that the good thing about this delay is that we're 3 hours ahead of UK time, 2 hours ahead of Central European time. For all those people that were watching the start of today's broadcast in school,
at work,
in lessons, and I know there were several of you. They now at least school is finished, and they're not having to not risking detention.
You're not sitting in lectures trying to keep an eye on your phone.
Yeah, no.
Or just at a meeting on Zoom.
Yes, it does. Now, it does mean we've still got one Minimax race to go. There's Barros, the Romanian mechanic for Mark Moya, who he was one of the contenders in the Mojo tyre changing contest. Didn't make the final 8, did Barros, sadly. There's Enzo Di Janeiro's father there in the blue t-shirt just behind Barros, sort of shaking his head saying, oh, that was, hey, there's Paul Klassen now directing traffic, and of course it is difficult to keep 36 mechanics all speaking different languages in line. Here comes Austin Oman through, pushing his number 140 kart. There's Enzo Di Janeiro, you know. And let's tell you what, let's throw to the highlights of that race, that two-parter. Well, this is the start of race number 1. Murrow makes an excellent start. Now, Kuhn on the outside there, losing a little bit of ground, and that was almost disaster for Christoph, but managed to survive. Oliver Spencer making lots of moves at one point up to 3rd, then missed the apex there, got shuffled back to 7th or 8th. There was obviously a little bit of bumping and boring going on. Spencer back down the order. There is Edith Mankin, the Finnish driver, getting involved up towards the corkscrew. This is still part 1 of the race. This is the start of part 2, and the last lap, well, Dwemer eventually lost a couple of places, but he would gain them back very shortly. Dwemer having to get his elbows out a little bit. Ward holding on to P2, and we'll wait for it. Coming up the final corner, Oman and Ward to the outside, and coming through, Dwemer retakes P2. Oman and Ward 3rd and 4th at the end. So not a complete disaster as the grandstand fills up.
It was a bit of the two Brits helped themselves past into 2nd and 3rd, and
yeah,
they helped themselves
well,
back
you know,
down to 3rd and 4th.
At some point, you've got to go for it.
Yes,
yeah.
of course.
Okay, well, we're looking
eventually
now,
you're racing for yourself come the last lap, last corner.
So we're now looking at the second group of Minimax drivers who will be on track very shortly.
Having a look now at our drivers on the pre-race grid. This is, like we said before, where the nerves start to rise. It's the first race of the weekend. A lot of these drivers haven't done any racing on a circuit like this. Yes, there's been practice. Yes, there's been times to make a couple of overtakes, practice them throughout the test sessions, but it's not quite the same when you're not the only one on the circuit in that group or making a pass on one individual. When there's 36 karts running this close together, it does kind of change the atmosphere of racing. It does kind of change the intensity of a pass. So this will be their first time out here in the 2025 Grand Finals, racing for points, the points to get them through to the superheats, and obviously superheats counting slightly more points than these heat races to give them their starting order for the final, the all-important final, and also deciding whether or not they will make it into the top 36. Matteo Pyle, we're having a look at from Canada, kart number 157, a little bit further away from the front of the group than I think he would like to be, but time to shine and move forward. Gorgeous helmet with the gold leaf behind the yellow there. Very Nico Rosberg-esque, if I may say so myself. But all these drivers looking forward to getting out there. They've been waiting a long, long time with all the stoppages and breakages we've unfortunately had in the Mini-Max classes. Just to explain them again to your viewers, to the viewers back home. Unfortunately, we had a red flag in the previous heat. It took some time to rearrange the grid order and get that re-going again. And just before that, a slight delay in start for that qualifying heat for Mini-Max because of track limit violations that happened during qualification. And we have to give everybody the opportunity to appeal if they feel they need to. So I think half an hour is the allotted time that you have to appeal a decision in that, along those lines. And then obviously the grid has to be reshuffled and put together. So that explains the delay that was had by our Mini-Max competitors in the first heat. But we eventually got them out there, albeit for 4 laps, a stoppage, and then a 1-lap fly to the end. Drivers' hands are on the button, waiting for the instruction to start their karts and head out on track for this qualifying heat in Mini-Max. This is group, let me confirm group. Mini C versus D. So as it so happens, they take their qualifying results, they take the overall results for qualifying in Mini-Max and separate you into 4 groups. Each of those groups will race each other once, compiling points that go towards the final results after superheats, which will then be your classification and starting position for the final, and giving us our 36 drivers that will go through to that final heat or that final race, and to help us decide the next Mini-Max Grand Final winner on Saturday here in Bahrain. Henry, back in the comms booth with me.
Hello. Yes, a question. Why is Oliver Spencer in the UAE? Well, he lives there now and races with a UAE license. I just thought I'd answer the question that popped up on the screen. Or you just said that?
No, I hadn't said that. That was my clearly face.
Oh, that was your clear. Okay, fair enough. Mick Clinkers. Now, there's a portrait of a go-kart, if ever there was one. And I believe the legs of an Alpha Live camera person.
Is that why I had to put my sunglasses back on?
Yes. Or a photographer. A member of the media. Luke Jones. Luke Jones has, well, ladies.
My camera guy.
Your mobile camera guy. Let's keep looking at some of
Fujiwara.
the Michinaga, Fujiwara.
Hi, Fuji.
Hi, having a wave. He's got the X-Gel logo on his Team Japan race suit. Now, X-Gel are a company in Japan who specialize in making seat inserts and gels around drivers to make them more comfortable when they sit in a kart and in cars as well. They have an exchange program with the USA where some drivers from the USA Rotax Max Challenge go to Japan and race in a round of the Japanese Championship, and then some drivers from the Japanese Rotax Max Challenge come and race in America. And that is part of the Rotax network. Here we go. Emerson McAndrew Uren and Isaac Yoon on the front row of the grid. Row 2 will be Alfie Mayer and Thanawat Vechabuti. Row 3, Tom the Farmer Reed and Scotland's Ryan White. Row 4, Kato Loy from Japan, Cristobal Ricci Oleche, Patapol Kukanjanasat, Tigo Holthausen. Round out your top 10. Bruno Gajewski, Brody Cooper Dowling, Kyle's driver that he coaches is next. Marcelo Metzi and Leon Herberts, followed by Nicholas Zelensky and Ilari Harmonen. Then Heston Jeffrey, Jeff Verbeek on row number 9. And rounding out the top 20, Augusto Salami and Enrico Vieira Lima. Bahalan Giel and Kevin Turbo are next, followed by Vladimir Gugo and Sem Karakamura. Mateo Pai, Gonzalo Callejas are next, followed by Juan Gobeo, Jesus Mateo Vasquez, Vasilis Kirikos, Mikhail Grantins, Mateus Drexler, Mick Clinkers, followed by Alex Riley from Team Ireland, Juan Diego Shimabukuro, Michinaga Fujiwara, and Nicholas LaRusso. 36 drivers, 6 laps. Kyle Lawrence.
We wait for the lights to go out here through the channel as they go. Emerson's looked up, he's looked down, he's on the gas, and he's going. So the lights are out. We head down to turn 1. He opens the door early, so he didn't feel challenged by those behind him. It looks like he knows that we're just going to push through and get going through this heat race. On board at the moment.
Clinkers.
What a shot through the roller coaster. There you can really see the undulations and how hard they have to brake going uphill.
Well, that's what it looks like when you start 32nd in one of those fields and there's 31 drivers in front of you all scrambling for the same piece of tarmac. In to turn number 8, Emerson McAndrew Uren has the race lead. Isaac Yoon was second. I think Alfie Mayer may be up to P2. If I were Isaac Yoon, the driver from South Korea, I would get a notebook, start taking notes, tuck in and follow. Follow the British drivers, see what opportunities might come your way. And you never know, as there's a change for the race lead. We complete lap number 1. Alfie Mayer has the advantage over Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Side by side for third. Through turn number 1, the farmer, Tom Reed, up to P3. Isaac Yoon in 4th, and Thanawarat Vejabuti from Thailand now running in 5th.
Only for a short period of time. He's going to go down the inside there of Tom Reed. Tom Reed going down in the place. These three starting to defend and fight. It's just going to help Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Alfie Mayer get away. We keep seeing this in the mini-max.
Yep.
The group behind starts fighting over each other, and the front two are going to get away. If this is what's going to happen in the final, we're not going to have that many competitors challenging for the win in the final.
Yeah, here we go. Mick Clinkers looking round the top of the corkscrew, over the top of the corkscrew, plunging downhill now. He's following Alex Riley. This is for 29th position. Riley breaks early, and Clinkers getting into the back of Alex Riley, but they both continue. Back up at the front, Emerson McAndrew-Uren has the race lead, and look at that, Alfie Mayer acting as the wingman, pushing McAndrew-Uren away. They're not teammates in the UK, but they're teammates here for Team UK. There's Tom Reed up into P3. Isaac Yoon falls back to 4th. Kato Lloyd for Japan is there, the driver of the red and white race suit, just being overtaken by the Dutchman Tigo Holthausen. Ryan White also in this league group.
I wouldn't say teammates, though. We keep saying teammates in the front
Countrymen.
Not even countrymen. I think it's mutually beneficial to the two of them to do that.
Absolutely.
You're scoring points in these heats. Rather just be the two of you getting ahead to score first and second. You can fight over the lead at the end, last lap. Let's not invite anybody else to join that fight. Let's just work together, get away. We can be the only two that fight over the maximum amount of points in the first heat.
Yes, here we go. Into turn number 1 on this lap number 4. Alfie Mayer entered just as an independent driver, but obviously has his usual thing. Kraft Motorsport are supporting Alfie Mayer at the moment, the German team, and there's a bit of elbows out stuff coming through turn 5 and 6. Here's Clinkers. You could Michinaga Fujiwara right in front of him, and we're going into turn number 8 now. No opportunity there on the entrance. Can he get a good run up the hill? In front of him, the number 153 getting force wide, Gonzalo Callejas from Uruguay, coming around the top of the corkscrew. Now down, you can see the insert, the live pictures. That's where our camera cart was focused on. It's mad scramble. You haven't got a corner to think for yourself. But the race leaders are already onto lap number 5. McAndrew-Uren, Mayer, Lloyd, Reed, White, Yoon, Holthausen, and then Gyokan Janasat. In fact, 2 Thai drivers in the top 10, Vejabuti, and then Brodie Cooper-Dowling. Talk about your driver. You just seen him there in the green back race suit. Top 10 at the moment for Brodie.
Yeah, I've been watching Brodie Cooper-Dowling. He's been moving himself up into 8th, back down to 10th, up to 8th. He's kind of stuck in that third group of this mess that's going on, but it's looking like it's starting to compound now. They're starting to get onto the second group that's fighting over 3rd and 4th, and this could end up being a 7-8 kart race for one position on the track. But having a look at the front, Alfie Mayer taking a lot of liberties with that final track limits corner, that final double right-hander, there we go again, showing it again, just over that white line. So I'm not entirely sure what the ruling is there on that track limit.
Well, if Alfie Mayer doesn't know what the ruling is, he might find out at the end of this race. Oh, and wheel to wheel now, Team UK, McAndrew-Uren and Mayer on the last lap. Kraft Motorsports, they are a German team. They have a Scottish offshoot with Lewis Gilbert, the Diamond of Dalry in Scotland, but Killian Kraft The German team boss is here overseeing matters this week.
You can
McAndrew Uren is there, Mayer is, and you can see him closing in, can't you? Change for third.
Yeah, he's got up to third there now. That looks
That's
like Kato
Lloyd,
Lloyd.
yes.
Lloyd up to third. But if you have a look at Alfie Mayer, every time Emerson goes defensive, Alfie has a quick look over his shoulder to see how close the other group is coming. He needs to know how hard he can attack. Can he try go around the outside? If there's anybody near, he can't.
Well, McAndrew Uren defends the inside. Mayer will try the crossover. Can he get there? No, he cannot. Emerson, McAndrew Uren in a drag race by a kart length takes the checkered flag, and the rest of the field come across the line. Our camera cart is in amongst that huge gaggle as they cross the line. Mick Clinkers gaining 10 positions, but you know what? Michinaga Fujiwara and Alex Riley, who started just in front of Clinkers, they were still in front of Clinkers at the end. They both made good progress as well. As we look at the drivers on the slowing down lap, I am pleased to say 36 drivers started,
36 drivers finished. You say slowdown lap, though. I think that's just a lap back to the pits. That didn't quite look like a slowdown lap. We have a look at the order, though. Fujiwara, you mentioned him now, biggest mover throughout our field, 15 places gained.
Yep, Matthias Drexler up 13 places to 18th. There is a look. And well done, Isaac Yoon, hanging on. Just South Korea. Now, I'm not an expert in South Korean Rotax karting. I should be, I know, but I do know the grids aren't as big as they are in the UK. And yet, here on equal equipment, equal engines, equal support, equal equipment, Isaac Yoon showing that he can match it with the very, very best. And Emerson McAndrew Uren and Alfie Mayer are two of the very, very best. The farmer, Tom Reed, a top 5 for Tom. And the rest of the field coming in. There is that was Eduardo Salamonde. No, it wasn't. Sorry, that was Enrico Vieira, I believe. You know, spotting the camera, making sure he was known in his Team Brazil race suit. They go in. He has to tap his wristband there. That will say, okay, that's driver 107. There is the weight and fair play. Alfie Mayer's mechanic comes in to take Alfie Mayer's kart back. There is McAndrew Uren. Sorry, he's got his night crash helmet on. Wayne McAndrew Uren. A smile. That looks to me as though Emerson was very close on the weight limit. You need to feed him up tonight, Wayne, to make sure that he gets puts a bit of extra weight on. There is the 168 kart coming through now, and that would be Ryan White. And here we go. There's the number 101 of Brody Cooper Dowling. And here are the highlights of a very, very good second Minimax race. McAndrew Uren taking the lead at the start. Alfie Mayer was quick to move into second position. And down through turn number 1, the leaders were trying to get away. In fact, they did get away. Alfie Mayer pushed Emerson McAndrew Uren for long enough to give him a chance to have a really good go at McAndrew Uren. On board with Mick Clinkers, who almost missed the apex there and almost took out the driver in front, but didn't. And lots of action at turn number 5. Track limits being abused at turn number 15. But now, Mayer to the inside. McAndrew Uren lets him go there. Mayer squeezes him, gives him just enough racing room. McAndrew Uren gets the lead back. A bit of a crossover. Alfie Mayer tries for the undercut coming out of the final corner. Didn't quite get it done. And getting unofficial news that the second driver involved in the incident in the first Minimax race was Ronaldo Cohen, who and his mum is saying that he seems okay. Right, we move on to juniors in just a moment. Before we get started with juniors, let's round off the Minimax portion of the coverage with a chat with Emerson McAndrew Uren. Jen Wade, take it away.
Emerson, another successful session for you. Tell us a little bit about the race.
Yeah, it was a good race, had a good start. Me and May had a little bit of a scrap at start, but ended up pushing away, which was really well. So, and then last lap, obviously left the door open, fair enough for him going in. Luckily got him back, and then defended for the rest of the lap and got the win.
Tell us a little bit about track limits. How does that work out there? Because quite a few drivers have had a little bit of a problem with it, keeping it in the white lines. How does it work here?
Yeah, obviously a lot of people got penalties in qualifying for it. I think it's quite hard not to go in track limits because it's quite tight corners, especially turn 8. Obviously they've got a lot of runoff. So I think it's good that they've got a rule in there, but it's quite hard.
And if they don't and they stay on the track, is it a disadvantage? Is it an advantage to go off?
I think it is an advantage to go off because you can carry more speed, but sometimes when it grips up, it might be a disadvantage.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to have to wait and see tomorrow. But you kept it in the white lines?
Yeah.
Perfect. Congratulations. We'll see you later. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Back to Henry.
Thank you very much, Jen. Junior Rotax is up next. Joining me in the commentary box, Miguel Quinones from the Philippines. Miguel, you have raced in this event many times. You're here coaching your sister, who qualified. Firstly, welcome to the commentary box. Tell us a little bit about Team Philippines this year.
Team Philippines were very much new to the Rotax scene. I believe we've been doing this for at least 3 years now. We started at Portimao in Portugal.
Yes, 2022. You were there. I remember.
I was there. And then I wasn't here for Bahrain, but then I was here on Sarno with actually just me.
Yes, yes. So you were the only competitor for the Philippines last year.
Yeah.
This year there are 2.
Yes.
Is that right? Your sister being one of them.
Yes.
She's in seniors. First of all, it's Maria, isn't it?
Yeah.
How is Maria? Because she had an accident yesterday that required a little trip to a medical facility, but she's okay, isn't she?
Yeah, she's actually okay. A bit of a learning curve for her since she hasn't really raced abroad that much. But learning from the best, obviously, here in Rotax World Finals. She gets to learn a lot more from the best of the best. And especially for Yuan Bugayong, it's not his first time going for a World Finals, but it is his first time in the junior category and racing with the best junior drivers in the world.
Yes. Now, I mean, there's we're having a look at the junior grid now. There may be a slight delay. Once again, lots of penalties after qualifying.
Yeah.
So you're obviously down there. You've seen that. Was it the same in seniors? Lots of drivers receiving penalties for track limits and rolling out?
For this?
Yes, yes.
Oh, I believe there was a lot.
Yes. So here we'll have we may send it down to Kyle Lawrence. We'll have a chat there, but we'll have a look through the grid now. In this race, and already plenty of people are supporting the Philippines on the live chat. Tell us a little bit about the Rotax racing. What's the Philippines Rotax Mac Challenge like?
Everyone is very competitive.
Yes.
Like, let's say from first place all the way to P15, which is basically the max of our competitors, I believe. The senior grid, everyone is at least a 10th or 2 away from each other.
Good, and that stands in good stead. Obviously, numbers aren't as high as in other areas, but they are growing, aren't they? Yes. Because you have some other drivers. Ryan C, for example, competed in this event. Axel, is it Axel Knockom, who I have commentated on in a lot of times. You now find yourself, you're still racing, aren't you?
Yes.
You're still racing. Are you some cars as well? Is that correct?
I do actually radicals.
Radicals. In this, in juniors, you have, let me get this right, it's Yuan Bugayong.
Yeah.
Is that correct, Bugayong?
Yeah.
How is Yuan? You said it's a learning curve. It's a learning curve for, both Yuan and Maria, your sister. How is he coping in juniors?
With Yuan, I believe he's actually a few tenths off from, let's say, the top 10.
Yep.
Obviously, it's still a learning curve for him and his team, but just by watching how they are working, how the team is working, I see promises.
Yes, you see, yes. And during practice, has there been, as a new nation or new drivers, during practice, have you been trying to say, okay, let's try and follow this driver, let's try and work with this driver, a driver who you think, okay, is quicker than us, but not so much quicker that you can only follow them for 3 corners before they're gone? Or have you just been trying to maybe just do your own thing, go out and just run your own practice session?
Normally, I try to just help them in terms of their driving if they needed it.
Yes.
But in terms of like trying to find someone to actually follow someone and like just try to understand the driving of the circuit with other drivers.
I'm with you. Yeah.
It basically depends on the driver himself and the mechanic and obviously their team manager, GM Bugayong.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We're going to carry on monitoring this. Kyle Lawrence is about to appear in the midst of all this. Take it away, Kyle.
Right, so out of my air-conditioned commentary box and back down onto the grid. We unfortunately have another delay. Now, to explain it again for the viewers who have just joined us, Bahrain Circuit does not have a lot of grassy areas or sand on the outside of the circuit. In fact, they have high grip paint around the edges of the circuit. So often throughout qualifying, as we do see in other formulas such as Formula 1, Porsche Super Cup, all these other events that happen, we have what's called track limits. Now, a track limit is defined by the white line around the circuit. If all 4 wheels of your kart cross that white line, you are then, that lap that you did is then invalid. You cannot use that lap for your grid slot or your grid position. So that is what's happening at the moment. We have all the drivers waiting here in Park Vermeer area before they head through onto the grid, because as we stand, we don't quite have a grid just yet. I've got a mechanic looking at me with eyes wide open. Are you maybe one of those drivers affected, or one of the competitors affected by this new grid?
Yep.
So track limits was something that may have been exceeded by yourselves?
Yep.
And you're going to give me any more information than yep. Where were you starting and where are you starting now, maybe?
In qualifying, we ended up like P11, but since he made the track limits, so he got penalized, and we ended up P25, so total P50, and we start now 26.
Well, 26, it's not all doom and gloom. It's 10 spots to kind of get into that cutoff for the final. It does make your final very difficult, so you would want to get up into that top 10. I'm assuming that is your goal. What advice have you given your driver to make that move up the field?
Just push as hard as you can. Of course, mind the track limits. Don't get a stupid bumper, and that's it. Just take care.
Right, I'm not sure how often we've gone through this front nose cone penalty. I'm going to show, and if I can get a little bit of a close-up from one of the camera guys here, you'll see on this kart there is a bracket, 2 steel bars that hold the bracket down with 2 clamps. You'll see here the bracket is extended and slightly smaller in the back. Now, that bracket is designed by the CIK to go inwards should the impact be higher than 7 k's an hour. So should you hit someone faster than 7 k's an hour or cause an impact that is higher than that, the nose cone will then fall in and your official will be able to see it. You cannot tamper with your nose cone in any way, shape or form after it has come in. That is an excludable offence. If at any point you are seen to tamper with it before Park Vermeer conditions, you will then be excluded from that heat and possibly the event. So once that nose cone is in, it's in. You leave it alone. You don't touch it. You don't play with it. Vince van der Hollen, let's see if we can grab a little bit. South Africans run away from me when they see me. Everybody's running away from me. Why are we all running away? Right. You're waiting. It's a panic. It was panic stations to get the kart here, and suddenly we all stand around and wait. What does that do for your mental state preparing for the race?
Just give me a lot of stress. That's the most, I think.
Were you one of the drivers possibly affected by track limits?
No.
So well behaved, stayed within track limits. So a happy mechanic, happy driver. Where are we starting potentially for this first heat?
I think P6.
Great starting position, great way to get into the final. It's not ideal, it's not in the top 3 where you want to be, but it is easy enough to get into that group. You will be in the front group, I'm assuming. And thoughts on the track and the pace? Have you been making changes in the pit to try and get the kart a little bit more towards your liking to find some more pace out there?
I'm just in the practice testing much, so now we find a decent pace, and yeah, the track is really nice. So yeah, we're good. We're really fast.
Fantastic. We see you playing quickly with this radiator flap. Now, for the audience back home, this radiator flap used to change how the engine is cooling. Talk to me what you do with this radiator flap during a race.
When it comes higher than 48 degrees, we open it so the air comes in and the motor cools.
Right, so the optimum running temperature of these Rotax engines around 50 degrees, so driver making sure that he can get that flap open, get more air over the radiator, and keep this Rotax engine running at its optimum temperature. It is worth a bit of time and a bit of straight line speed, and when you're talking about a class where tenths of a second matter, every little thing makes a difference. We talk about tire pressures, we talk about all sorts of things, but one of the things we don't talk about is the ratios of these karts as well. All of these karts, given a set amount of ratios that they can use, I think it is 3 teeth on the sprocket that they can change to. This allows them to set their kart up for either more bottom end or more top end with a very small variation. We walk through more of the grid here. Let's see if we can find some other drivers further down from other nations we have yet to speak to. Dudu, you ready for your race?
Yeah, of course. I hope it will be a good race. We're starting more in the back, so full attack in the first laps, and it will be a really good race. I'm really optimistic for this race.
Optimism, confidence, that's always a good thing. I'm sure you have fun when you're out there as well. But tell me, this circuit, in terms of being able to make moves stick, make passes happen, do you find it slightly more difficult with the fact that drivers can run slightly wider, or does that make it a little bit easier?
Oh, I think this track is a really good track. It's very wide, so I think we'll have a lot of spaces to overtake. So I really think there is going to be a good race. So.
You say you're further down the grid. You're not quite sure yet. The grid hasn't come out yet, so you're not sure exactly where you are down the grid. Were you also one of the drivers affected by the track limits, or did you manage to stay within the white lines?
Yeah, my qualification was really difficult. We just had one lap, and we went off the track, so it was not a good qualification. We were fast. The kart is really good. So I'm really hoping to get a good qualification now in the heat to qualify to the final and make a good championship. But I'm really happy to be here, because being here is already it's already a title, because we are here are champions, right? So I think it's really good to be here.
Well, that seems to be the attitude of this year's Grand Finals. We're all happy to be here. It is a show. It is the Grand Finals, and it is an event. The magnitude is difficult to explain and difficult to put forward, but a full season of racing has brought a lot of drivers here, a lot of hard work, a lot of developments, and a lot of these drivers taking extra steps than what they would 10 or 15 years ago, spending time on sims, spending time in with their coaches, with their trainers, making sure that they are as fit and as healthy as possible to do this as well. All these drivers making sure that they are young athletes, taking pages from drivers such as Lando Norris and that in Formula One. I say Lando Norris because every time I turn around, I see a Lando Norris-esque helmet or helmet design. So clearly a favorite of a lot of these drivers around the grid. We talk about helmets. We haven't really spoken to a driver yet about any of their helmet designs, but someone I want to speak to who I'm not used to seeing not in a racing suit. And Olekanen, we have gone from racing suits to black shorts, mechanic overalls. Explain this.
Yeah, this season was like this, but I'm really happy that I can be here now in the mechanic.
It's a role that I've done as well. I think we both stopped at a similar time. 2023, I stepped out of a kart and decided that coaching was what I wanted to do. It is a very rewarding job, though, to spend so much time so close to a driver and watch them progress. I'm sure you feel the same way.
Yeah, of course. This is different than driving, but I really enjoy also this. And I have good driver, so it's really nice also.
The one thing I was saying to one of my customers that I work with quite closely is I never used to get butterflies in the stomach and nerves in the stomach when I was on the grid, but the minute that their carts are down and out on the grid, the first thing I'm doing is I have butterflies in my stomach and panicking. I don't know if it's the same for you.
Yeah, it's same for me. It's good that I don't have now the pulse meter, so it might be 200 maybe.
It is always nice though to share not only the ups but also to be there for the downs as well. You form a very close relationship with drivers. If I'm, in my experience, is it something that you also feel it's a friendship more than anything else?
Yeah, it is, and this is the whole Rotax family come together every year, so that is really what I enjoy. And of course, it's mechanical driver, the relationship is really important.
Right, talk me through this driver in particular. Where are you starting and what are your hopes for this first heat race?
Of course, it's no accident and hopefully everything's go well. We must overtake quite many drivers, but hopefully everything's go well.
You say no accident. Is that because you don't feel like working hard when the cart comes back, or you just don't want a bad result? No, I'm sure it's the result thing.
Yeah, of course. Of course, we can fix everything if something happened, but of course there is still young guys, so that is the reason that no accident.
Of course. That is, of course, we don't ever want to see accidents when we're here at an event like this. We want everybody to finish. And Antti Olakainen hitting the nail on the head, saying this is the Rotax family. We are family here. We all support each other as well. We are competitors out there on track, but here in the pits, we all enjoy the same sport, and that is that of karting. There is a couple of helmets around here. I want to see if I can find a driver that is willing to talk me through their particular helmet design. So bear with me as I walk through looking for something to talk about. This is Eason Teng. Is he here around? I don't see him near his cart. Yeah, I don't feel comfortable just grabbing someone's helmet at the seat. It's a very personal thing. We've got you, Ryan Gandor. How are you, sir? Let me get to you with the mic. How are you, sir?
Yeah, good, and you?
Grab me your helmet there and let's have a talk through something on the helmets. You've got the maple leaf on there, but tell me how you got to this particular design in your helmet, a helmet very personal to a driver.
Well, I just got my helmet designed off Freddie Cart. Then I decided to add a few details with some people on my team, as Jay Southern, Sean Butcher and Ben, my mechanic, and that's how we got the design official.
Fantastic. Well, a lovely helmet. Hold it up so we can have a look. All the chrome, very cleverly designed with the lights in mind. That's going to come out lovely on the track. We're now going to go look for Ty Clark. Where is Ty Clark? Ty Clark? Kai Clark. Kai Clark. I was saying Kai. I was saying Kai. You guys misheard me. Kai, when you finish being abused by your mechanic, are you finished abusing him? Yes, he's finished abusing you. Right. I've been told to come over here because I wanted to look at someone's particular helmet. Can you please grab your helmet and then talk me through the particular design of this helmet before you go out for your first heat?
Just Team UK colours and to like match the suit and everything. Oh, and I had a picture on the back for my granddad.
Well, fill that out for us a little bit. Why that particular corner and that particular picture?
Because that's where he died.
So a memorable moment for you of your grandfather, where he was with you at the track, enjoying you out on circuit, was one of the things that he loved. So left it there on your helmet, and you carry him with you in every event, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Fantastic. I'm wishing you all the best for this race. You've got a great starting position as far as I understand. You feel ready and prepared to go and take it to the front of this heat?
Yeah, hopefully.
Fantastic. Well, we wish you all the best and good luck for this next heat race. We take a walk through our grid again. Let's see if our South Africans will talk to us. Mr. Moss, I sneak up behind you. So I got you. I got you. You didn't see me coming. So, Josh, I'll talk to you as well. Okay. You are a former driver. You've done in the Rotax Grand Finals, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, 2017, I raced in the Grand Finals. Yeah.
So tell me, from your view, 2017, quite a while ago, not as long ago when I did my first one. Let's not tell everybody. I don't want people to know how old I am. No, I'm kidding. But it's a while ago that you did a Grand Finals. In comparison from when you did it, compare it to this event.
So equipment-wise, everything has become a lot closer and more competitive. back when I was racing, I mean, the gaps were massive. It was like 6-7 tenths between first and 15th. And they've closed it down and they've isolated a lot of things, what you can and can't change, which I think is the correct way of doing it. And yeah, it's very competitive, and if you make a mistake, you get punished for it.
Right, before I go to Caleb and ask him how his weekend is going, I'm going to ask you, as his full-time driver coach back home, and now his mechanic and driver coach here, how do you feel this weekend is progressing for the two of you?
So if you look at the weekend as a whole, he's improved a lot in certain aspects and stuff. We had a bad qualifying, but now we've got nothing to lose. He got all his lap times deleted. It's his own mistake, but as a whole, he's improved, and I'm quite happy with how he's improved, but now we'll see how the races go, and yeah.
Caleb, still very young, first time here. Difficult to get into the swing of things in your first big event. It can be very overwhelming. We are all still proud of you back home for getting here in the first place. Like we've been saying, you're a champion in your own right. But how are you enjoying the experience?
Yeah, it's a very nice experience, something I've never experienced before, and I'm hoping to experience a lot more, yeah.
Well, they always say the second visit goes better, but your first visit isn't over yet. You still have the opportunity to move up throughout the heats. You have great racecraft. We've seen that back home. So hopefully we see some more of that from you in the first heats, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Right. We did mention 213. I'm just waiting for a confirmation. Right. 2-1. I'm getting waved over by Dan, the man with the cam, as I move through my grid. Dodging carts, dodging carts, dodging carts. I've lost my camera. Hopefully he's keeping up with me. Let's have a look here at number 213, Yuan Bugayong. Yuan, how are you?
I'm doing okay. I'm kind of tired. My legs hurt from standing.
Well, you can sit down too. I mean, sit on the toolbox if you want.
I mean, to be honest, I don't even know what to expect. I'll just try to drive there also. Try to have fun at the same time, and yeah.
Well, first things first. Say your name for me.
Yuan Gavin Bugayong.
Right. Thank you so much. I need that for when I get back into the box. Secondly, you have a lot of social media love coming through on the live stream. Big support for you out there. Is that something that motivates you, or does it make you a little bit nervous?
I think something that motivates me. I'll try to make them proud at least and see what I can do. I'll try my best.
Well, like we keep saying, up and down this grid, you've already made it here. That's that's something to be proud of as is. And I'm sure you give it your all when you go out there. But most importantly, you said earlier, it's about having fun, right?
Yes, yeah. It's all about having fun and also learning and try to experience this race, yeah, because it's my first time. Try to see what I can do and most especially learn, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, we've been talking about helmets. Let's have a look at yours. Do you mind grabbing it out of your seat for me? And let's have a look. Right. Now tell me, go through your helmet for me and tell me what are your favorite parts and how you came up with your design.
I just saw Google, and then I have an editor. I gave myself an ideas. This is my name. This is also the brand of my we do exhausts, drift exhaust. It's about modifying the exhaust and everything about cars.
And tell me about this logo here on the top.
Oh yeah, this is also our branch in indoor karting sa Philippines.
In?
Philippines.
Dirt karting?
No, indoor karting.
Oh, indoor karting. Fantastic. Well, let me hold it up here. Have a look there. There's that logo. So if you ever want to do some indoor karting in the Philippines, there's where you can head out to. Thank you so much, my bud. I appreciate you going through that with me. And I wish you the best of luck out there in your first qualification heats. Right, let's move our way back to the front, and hopefully, we're getting called over. No. See, when you say no, do you know what that makes me want to do? Do you know what that makes me want to do? No, and now I come. Okay. Hello, sir. How are you?
Good.
Okay. Is this you?
No, that's me.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Mika Slabbert. Yeah. Oh, we got to talk to you. Do you know why we got to talk to you?
Do
you have an idea of why I want to talk to you? No?
Not really.
Not really. Not maybe that your dad's from East London in South Africa, your surname's Slabbert, and you're from Malaysia.
Yeah.
Well, that's obviously why I want to talk to you. So tell me quickly, how did your qualification go?
We struggled a bit. We had some problems with the throttle. We had 2 laps, which wasn't enough. And then after the throttle, we were just going flat out the whole track. So we came in and we didn't have the time.
So throttle sticking open, you only had to go flat. You had to go flat out the entire lap. All you had was the brake to slow you down. So that must have been quite interesting.
Yeah, I had to cut off the power and then turn it back on after we get around the corner. So it was quite tough.
All right, let's just quickly, I just want to show this if a camera can show. So here is the steering wheel. There is the off button. So what Mika is saying is while he's driving, he had to reach to the off button, switch off the power, get through the corner and switch it back on to finish a lap. So the fact that you did a lap, amazing job, well done. And we look forward to seeing you move forward in the final, towards the final.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, Mika Slabbert, that's our Malaysian South African. And a round of applause from the fuel filling guys. But we're going to go right back up to Henry in the comms as we move through into Park Vermeer.
Well, thank you very much, Kyle. An excellent job. Why was Kyle Lawrence down in the pit lane talking and there's no racing on screen? That is because at the end of junior qualifying, there was an awful lot of track limits penalties. The way that the system works is that when any driver is given a penalty, they go to the stewards. That penalty is applied. That driver and their entrant then has a set amount of time should they wish to dispute that penalty. They can then dispute it, and then the stewards have to go through it again. And it just means that we have to stick to a time schedule and not rush these decisions, okay? We have to give every driver who is given a penalty the correct amount of time to appeal and protest and get every decision finalised. The problem has been is that there were over 40 penalties for track limits and rolling out in qualifying. So that means 40 drivers having to go to the stewards having to apply 40 penalties, sometimes one at a time, and then each of those 40 drivers have a certain set time to appeal, which means we are delayed because, of course, then when an appeal is heard, maybe one of the marshals on circuit got a wrong number, and the drivers then win that appeal. They present evidence to say, look, we didn't go off track. I think you got the number wrong, for example. Then, of course, that driver's qualifying position is then re-put back in. We can't give you the full grids until every penalty has been applied, reviewed, appealed if necessary, and a final decision has been made. Then, once the grids have been decided, each driver who is suddenly either in that first race has to have the same amount of time as per the timetable to go into Parc Fermé, to get their fuel, to go and get their karts ready, to make their tyre pressures are done, to get on the grid, and so on and so forth. However, it does give the Alpha crew a chance to go through and show you a lot more behind the scenes. Now, when we were up there, Kyle Lawrence talking to Antti Ollikainen about how, as a driver, there were no nerves and butterflies. The minute you're a driver coach, those nerves and butterflies begin when the kart goes down on the dummy grid. Miguel Quinones standing alongside me saying to me, yep, I know how that feels, because it is. You not only coach, it's not just your sister, and of course, as a family member, you worry every time they go out, but it's any driver, isn't it?
Yeah. Especially since, as a coach, you really want the best for your drivers, but at the same time, you're not always going to stop worrying for your drivers, especially since you want them to succeed. At the same time, have fun, as you once said.
Yes, and of course, Yuan getting an awful lot of support online. He is. If you had a look at Yuan, he is a lot smaller in stature. I believe he's one of the youngest drivers here.
I believe so.
I believe so. You know, he is the back. But he said something very important. I'm here just to learn.
Yeah.
Because the idea is to come back stronger next year. Stronger and better next year. But of course, you know, now that he's experienced how big a grand finals is, how much time you have to wait around. He said, I'm tired, my feet hurt. Well, that is possibly because, you know, as a first time here, you're not pacing yourself correctly as a driver. You learn from all those things, don't you? How many grand finals have you done, Miguel?
In terms of Rotax, I drove maybe, I drove twice. This is my third already.
So twice as a driver.
Yeah.
What did you learn about not just the racing, but about how to you know, manage yourself as a driver from the first time to the second time? What were the differences?
One is maturity, and two, it's patience, I believe. One, especially since in a grand final as much as this,
yes,
there's a lot of patience that you have to deal with, especially with the marshals, the stewards, especially where we have to wait for decisions that could take longer than expected, than what is normally not normal.
Yeah. At a normal club meeting, for example, you know, decisions that, you know, can be fired out left, right, and centre. At this level, every decision has to be, you know, checked, double checked to make sure it is correct.
Exactly.
And again, so that means that, you know, Vince van der Hallen said that. He said, and I'll be interested to see how Vince van der Hallen gets on. He spoke to Carl Lawrence, and Carl said, how does it? And he goes, it's getting me stressed. It's getting me stressed out. That's something that the more mature driver teaches themselves. Look, we've got a delay of half an hour not to get stressed.
Yeah.
Because, of course, then you have to, you know, don't be stressed getting into a go-kart. But also talking about, Yuan, he's tired. You don't want to get into a go-kart with your feet hurting when you're tired. You have to be mentally focused and ready, don't you?
Yeah, especially as a racing driver in a world finals, being mentally prepared, physically prepared as well, is one of the most important things for you to compete in these kinds of competitions, especially since, again, as I said, you're racing against the best of the best around the world.
Yeah. Now, one of the other leading drivers, Rotax drivers from the Philippines, Ryan C, I know is watching. Now, Ryan was Philippines' only representative in the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge International Asia. Now, of course, that takes place at the last week between the 20th and the 26th of January this year in Macau. Can we see a strong Filipino contingent maybe going to that event?
I hope so, because Macau has been a strong racetrack for all Filipinos. I believe Filipinos have been racing there for nearly, this is my only estimate, maybe 20 years.
Yes, because the circuit in Macau, Goya, is at least 30 years old. It is a classic circuit. It's CIK graded. It's hosted the Asia Pacific Championship. Never hosted Rotax before.
No, I don't believe so.
But for drivers to leave the Philippines, it's an easy trip. How many hours on a plane? How far is Philippines to Macau?
If I remember correctly, maybe an hour and a half.
So not far to travel.
Not far.
Yeah. The Philippines Rotax Max Challenge. Tell us a little bit about it.
The grid is not that big compared to, let's say, like UK or even, I believe, Italy.
Yep.
But the competitiveness between, like, let's say, driver number P1 driver to P15 driver is more than, like, as I said before, a 10th or even a 2 away. So the grid is very highly competitive for every driver. It's almost similar to what you would expect here in the World Finals, where everyone could be 1 to 2 tenths away from everyone.
Yes. Circuits in the Philippines. How many good tracks have you got? I mean,
just 3.
3?
Yeah.
Okay. Name check the tracks.
One is in Palawan, which is maybe an hour flight.
Yes, from an hour's flight from Manila, the capital. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And then one from Clark, which is just an hour drive away from Manila. And then one in Carmona, which is basically like maybe a 30-minute drive. 30 to 40-minute drive from Manila.
So, if people were thinking of coming over and doing a Rotax race in the Philippines, obviously you fly into the capital city of Manila, and 2 out of the 3 major circuits are within an hour.
Yeah.
Drive, and one's another internal flight. But so so there's options, for anyone who wants to come and experience Rotax racing in the Philippines.
Yes.
And I'm sure there's teams looking at Dr. Q Motorsports on your. That's Dr. Quinones, yes?
Yeah, that's my father and my mom.
Your mum and your dad are Dr. Q.
Yeah.
And they run Dr. Q Motorsports, and I'm sure they would be more than happy to host any drivers that wanted to come over and race Rotax in the Philippines.
We're more than happy. But there are
happy.
obviously a lot of good teams. There's a lot of amazing teams in the Philippines as well.
Yes. Well, good. Let's have a look across the top. And, of course, when you've only got a couple of drivers, how many people have you got here from the Team Philippines in total? 2 drivers, yourself, I've seen your parents, so that's 5.
Yes.
How many other people from the Philippines are here?
Obviously, there is Yuan, his 2 mechanics, and his little brother and his mom and dad.
So you've got about 10 to 12 people from Team Philippines here.
Out there, yeah.
Yeah. Have you got a space? Have you told your sister, have you told Yuan, okay, this is where we're going to be cheering from?
Really depends on where my mom and my dad and obviously Yuan's mom and dad watches.
But you're all going to be together. You're all sticking together to watch the racing. Is that correct?
I mean, hopefully they are.
Yeah. Hopefully they are. Well, let's have a. Hopefully they are.
I haven't seen them. I haven't seen them after I came here.
Oh yeah. No, but so hopefully there's a mini Filipino enclave somewhere in the grandstand. Right. It looks as though we're getting set to potentially go racing shortly, at least getting karts on the grid. Now, this tells me that the grid has been finalized, and now, yes, there'll be the scramble. Which drivers are in this race, which drivers aren't? There goes Nathan Capon. There is Jacob Ashcroft, the reigning champion, his new mechanic, Aston McAndrew-Uren. To his left, Albert Friend stands there and chatting to Rayan Gandor, who, of course, these 3 race in the UK regularly. And it is interesting because in juniors, drivers have growth spurts. You can see the difference.
Yes,
Albie Friend has yet to have a growth spurt. And, Jacob has had his growth spurt, and we're looking. They all look very relaxed. That's a sign of maturity, do you not think?
I believe so, yeah.
Well, there's a camera floating by. I mean, they didn't bother them whatsoever. But you put that in contrast with, a driver, look, he just sat, chilled, I'm going to sit in my cart and wait. That's number 254. That is Denny Babicek. Well, Denny, he won Minimax last year. You saw an interview with Denny and his sister yesterday that we played earlier on. That's not someone that's stressed. That's just a driver going through their own pre-race preparation rituals.
Yep.
Now, as a driver, were you a driver to sit in the cart nice and early, alone with your thoughts?
You ready?
Or were you happy to stand around, chill and chat? What were you like as a pre-race driver?
Back then, yeah, I would just sit down and just get ready, get in the zone for the drive. But nowadays, I just want to chat and just chill out, hang out with a bunch of people that I may know, may not know.
Yep.
And just talk to my mechanic.
Yeah, so you're one of the last drivers in to sit down. Every driver is different.
I believe, yes.
There's Lenny Robilo Lagache going on to the circuit, one of a strong contingent of French drivers. We've got a strong contingent of French drivers. We've got a strong contingent of South African pit reporters. Strong contingent of one. Kyle Lawrence is back down in pit lane.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to give you an update on what has gone on here between Parc Fermé and now on the dummy grid. As you can see around me, all the karts are starting to get into the grid slots. That is because the grid has been finalized. Our race director has been calling karts through the gate one by one for our first grid. But the good news over and above that is that the second grid is also finalized. So there won't be a delay before the second heat of qualifiers with the junior maxes. And I am assuming, and this is only me assuming, that hopefully the senior maxes, the same has happened as well. So that should reduce the amount of delays we've been having between sessions due to the track limit violations that have been happening out on circuit during the qualifying. So Henry, just to give you an update, the grid has been finalized. The karts are going down. They are being called through, however, one by one. So I'm pretty sure as soon as this grid is full, the siren has gone off and we should be about 5 to 10 minutes away from heading on circuit and getting some live racing action. So until that happens though, back to you, Henry.
Thank you very much for that update, Kyle. Again, it's good that we're here till late this evening. I mean, we have got a lot of racing still to go. We have got 2 junior heats, 2 senior heats, 2 DD2 heats, and a Masters race. So that's 2, 4, 6, 7 races to go. And we are, well, we're running approximately 1 hour and 50 minutes behind schedule due to all the protests. Tomorrow morning, we're back here at the circuit quite early.
Yeah.
Now, this will present another problem to the drivers. I mean, the younger drivers, the micros and minis, I'd imagine they're already back at their hotels, hopefully getting a rest. But for the older drivers, this is where diet, sleep, and conserving energy levels comes in. Because tomorrow, they've got 2 heat races. So tomorrow's a long day in terms of it's a critical day. And yet here we are, 8 o'clock this evening. They haven't gone out for their first race yet. A few people coming into the track. Yeah, well, we've seen Jacob Ashcroft on screen, a fellow West Country boy down in the southwest corner of Western-super-Mare, Matt Nivers-Isaacs, is watching, and plenty more as well. I'm very impressed. The French flags, we've told you already, we're waiting for, Kyle Lawrence has just explained that we're waiting for the grid to be finalised. And we have now got a grid. We'll be going racing very shortly. Let's have a look. Okay, well, by the looks of it, this is going to be your starting lineup. It's going to be an 8-lap heat race. Jacob Ashcroft and Rayan Gandour on row number 1. Thomas Hart from New Zealand and Denny Babicek on row number 2. Albert Friend and Taigen Sakano from Japan will go from row number 3. Antoine Grissel and Nikita Lubimov will be on row 4. Panu Steel Mongkong and Nathan Kappen, row 5. Kevin Pollock and Harry Freeman, Daniel Ferreira and Feliciano Bruschi, Lenny Robilo Lagash and Leonardo Saravale, Tiago Palatini watching there now, just putting his neck brace on.
Getting ready.
Yep, and sometimes there's Jeremy Roivers. So Jeremy wants to stay out of his car, the Spanish driver. A little further back, Rory Armstrong is next. Mattia Padone and L.A. Haddad.
With next being Kyosuke Nakano, Max Sadursky.
Yeah, Juan Camilo Reyes Garzon, Jeremy Sincia, Marcus Papp. Marcus Papp was a late entry. Kyle Drysdale from the United States couldn't race and had to cancel his entry. Hamish Campbell starting down the order. We've got an interview with Hamish that we will show you at some point. Hamish, one of a number of drivers that travels the world trying to get there. He is putting his car down now. I believe, oh dear, Hamish has had a race suit malfunction. Ah, dear. There's Max Sadursky with the Dutch race suit, Lebanese. Eli Haddad. There's Nathan Kappen, the UAE champion. Just waiting. Again, there's a driver that looks a little bit more... Ashcroft hasn't even got his crash helmet on.
I mean, there's still time, so just chill
but yeah, exactly. That is how relaxed he is.
I believe so, yes.
You know, Jacob Ashcroft this year has already made history. At one point this year, Ashcroft was the holder of the following titles: the Grand Finals, the British Championship, the UKC Championship, the BNL, the International Trophy, and the Euro Trophy. 6 titles. He is undoubtedly the #1 junior Rotax racer in the world at the moment. Can anybody beat him? Because he is the strongest favourite, or in it, I can remember in 11 years in the 6th class. Let's listen in to Ramiro Brito.
As soon as you join the track, we'll make 10 formation lap, which means that the first time you join the track will be the time, okay? You can warm up until turn 8, after that we'll go to the lap. If you get delayed, you know, you can only begin up after that, if you cannot, remain under 25. When you join the one more formation lap, I will turn on the flashing
Well, there we go. Short, sharp, succinct instructions. You'll notice as the drivers get older, these briefings get shorter because, you know, the assumption is, and it needs to be an assumption, that, yes, you are champions. The older you get, the more you know.
Yes.
Doesn't quite always work out like that, but it's good in theory, yes?
In theory, yes, I believe it is supposed to be the case, especially since like a senior driver or even a master driver, you should already know at least most of the rules with the juniors.
There is Jacob Ashcroft, his mechanic Aston McAndrew Uran, you know, and that's a new partnership, but, you know, already it has got Jacob a pole position, and again, there's lots of extra assistance, but they're communicating. The communication between driver and mechanic is key. Now, Jacob is 14 years old. His mechanic is 16. Now, Aston McAndrew Uran, his younger brother Emerson, races for the same team, Dan Holland Racing in the UK. So they know each other. You know, Aston McAndrew Uran was actually a driver himself, but decided to stop racing when Emerson came along to give Emerson a chance. And, you know, so he's already given up his own career as a driver for his younger brother, and now he stepped up and is trying his hand as a mechanic. But that communication is so important, isn't it?
Yeah.
Between mechanic, you know, driver, coach and driver is one
thing.
But driver, mechanic is another, isn't it?
Yeah, I honestly believe that driver to mechanic is the most important quote-unquote relationship, because one, it helps with the setup of the driver and make the driver actually go as fast as possible, but at the same time as consistent as possible.
Yeah, because of course every driver has got a different way of describing what their kart is doing, and it's up to the mechanic to sort of decipher that, because you've got the data, you've got the visual, and then you've got what the driver is saying. Because sometimes the driver, and I've heard it this week, will get off and will get out of the kart. Kart's rubbish, engine's rubbish, no power, won't turn. And the mechanic is looking, quietly saying, yes, but I was looking, you weren't getting the lines right. You weren't controlling the radiator flap and all these things,
There's a lot of variables in terms of especially here in motorsports, especially here in karting, where there's a lot of variables. So even though like you say that the kart is rubbish or the engine is rubbish.
Yeah, which is that's the easy thing. You then got to then quietly sit that driver down and go, okay, well, we weren't exactly driving the wagon as well as we could have, Let's have a look. There's Rory Armstrong, centre of the screen, looking directly. Oh, he's looking directly into the camera, but he doesn't actually see the camera. He's looking directly at the camera. He doesn't see the camera. He is focusing. That is the 1,000-yard stare. He's visualizing the lap. He's visualizing the start. He's thinking, going through his head, what he has to do. It is incredible. There in front of Rory Armstrong with the white, gold and black crash helmet. Just, checking his hands up in the air. That's Tiago Palatini. And, these drivers have been waiting now nearly an hour to get racing. Some drivers will not be in the best headspace.
Nah.
Others will not be bothered in the slightest. We're going to see, I think, this race, of all the races today, the biggest jumble in order, because there will be drivers starting up near the front and the weight has got to them, nerves-wise. Would you think that's a fair assessment?
With some drivers, maybe it would be a fair assessment, but there are some drivers that even just by waiting an hour or so, it's like, okay, well, at least I get something to actually chill about.
Yep, no, exactly. There's Ryan Gandor. He went through the crash helmet design with, with his coach Sean Butcher. His team, his mechanic Jay. You've got Mr. Scuthen. You've got all sorts of people for the KR Sport team that he raced with. Paolo De Grandi, Diabolique. That, I'm assuming that is some form of comic book character. Diabolical. He's got a E-type Jaguar on the back of his crash helmet, Any junior driver with an E-type Jag on the back of his crash helmet, that's all right by me. Are you familiar with that particular, is it an anime or a comic book character? No?
Nah, honestly,
No. It's just a nice crash helmet. If you are looking at the Rotax Global app, well, if you haven't got it, you can download it. There is a new time schedule. So please look at the Rotax Global app for the time schedule. 232. That would be Tigan, the Tiger Sakano. Always has his race number and the Japanese flag, and then the words Japan shaved into his head, into his haircut. He's always got the haircut. Let's have a look at the Rotax Global app. Let's have a look at the timetable, and let's see what it says. So we'll go for all. Let's have a look. Now there is as you can see, the Estonian mechanic looking so much. Oh, finally.
3 minutes to go until we go on.
Yes, indeed. This is Wednesday, and I'm looking, and the new timetable. So we are going to run the full schedule today, and the last race. Boys and girls. The last race is due to go out at 10:04 p.m. local time. The good news is that is in 2 hours' time. We've got 2 hours of racing left to go. Pretty soon, before you get too much older, Miguel, you're going to commentate on your first race with me.
Well, that was a lovely comment from you.
It's you're You know, you're going to finally get to commentate the first race. You came up here an hour ago and we haven't got started yet, but no, it's been great to have the insight. Now the tension begins to mount up on the top grandstand. I've got to say, I don't mind heights. Edges, not a fan of. And you are looking over a very, very tall edge there. There's a long way down, especially if you're like our Norwegian friend, the big red shirt, Mr. Armot, directly under the lamp, or the lighting gantry there in the red T-shirts behind the Portuguese fans. You know, he's very tall. That's even further down to look down. Let's now see. Lenny Robillo-Lagache, plenty of support online for France. For Estonia, as always, for Nikita Lyubimov. Once again, the Filipino support is great. Now, obviously, your driver, Miguel, Yuan Bugayong, if he is starting in this race, I'm not sure if he is in this race now they moved it. He's starting down at the back, you know, 36, but he's here to learn.
Yeah.
Actually, he's not in this race, he's in the next race. Here we go then. Your starting lineup. Jacob Ashcroft, Rayan Gandor, row number 1. Tom Hart and Denny Babicek on row number 2. Albie Friend and Tygan Sakano, row 3. Antoine Grisel, Nikita Lyubimov, row 4. Panustin Monkong and Nathan Kappen round out your top 10, followed by Kevin Pollock and Harry Freeman from the UK, Daniel Ferreira and Feliciano Bruschi, Lenny Robillo-Lagache and Leonardo Saravale, Tiago Palatini and Jeremy Roivers on row number 9, your top 20, rounded out by Rory Armstrong and Mattia Padone. Then it's Eli Haddad and Kyosuke Nakano, Max Sadursky and Juan Camilo Reyes. That's your top 24, Marcus Papp and Jeremy Sincere. Hamish Campbell and Akito Yokoyama, the top 30 completed by Vilmos Vilicic and Norway's Milan Avrid Sandvik. George Aganopoulos and Yemi Saladjervi, Eduardo Salamonde and Eshant Vegestein, Mika Slabat and Paolo De Grandi. Philippines go in the next race. Now, what are the drivers trying to do?
They are getting into position with the start procedure already. Formation lap going in.
Yep.
Side by side, corridor going in.
Yep, and Jacob Ashcroft, Rayan Gandor. Ashcroft has the field at his mercy. He can't go too early. This is where we find out who has coped well with a delay and who hasn't. They come into the tram lines. Look at the light gantry. Lights go out. We are off and racing. It's a great start from Gandor. Maybe even a bit too much. Ashcroft, though, retakes the lead. Lyubimov runs wide coming out of turn number 1. Hold your breath up and over through the roller coaster. And 36 carts head into turn number 5. So far, so good, Miguel. Clean start from the leaders.
It was a really clean start. Everyone was really clean and respectful from one another. It's a hard-fought one. It was a hard-fought race, and it's actually going in much more harder than.
Up to turn number 12 we go. Ashcroft, is that Rayan Gandor in the lead, or is that? Let's have a little look as they come down the hill. It is.
Team Canada in the lead.
Yeah, so Rayan Gandor got the move done. I thought he may have even jumped the start a little bit, but Ashcroft got the lead back at the end of lap number 1. Gandor, Ashcroft, Friend, Panustin Monkong from Thailand up into P4. Great start. Jeremy Roivers in the red and yellow Team Spain outfit. He went off like a rocket and is up already into 5th position. Going the other way, you saw the Kiwi, the all-black race suit from Team New Zealand. Tommy Hart going backwards. Roivers now on the outside. How important, and the 2-4-3 kart. That was George Anagonostopoulos going off. And there's a driver slowing down at the top of the corkscrew. That could have been Tommy Hart. But Gandor now has got Ashcroft behind him. So, oh, that looks like Nathan Kappen. Gandor, with the Grand Final champion, was behind him.
Now he's in front.
Yeah, but he didn't defend it, Ryan Gandor. That's probably quite smart, isn't it?
It is, actually. It's a long race, and it's also a long weekend. Fighting for top one in the first heat is honestly not ideal.
Yeah, and especially fighting against a driver that everyone knows is going to be quick. So, hey, if I sit behind Ashcroft, I know I've got Albie Friend right behind me, but we can pull away because we know we're all quick.
Yes. And by pulling away, at least there's a leeway for both Ashcroft and Gandor to at least have a breathing room away from the other.
Yeah, so if they do decide to have a little battle, then they haven't got the whole field stacked up behind them. Yellow flags waving, and I can hear a very, very throaty exhaust out of my ears. So Nathan Kappen has retired. Here we go. Ashcroft under pressure. There's a move. That is the 205 kart. Antoine Grissel from France coming back at Panoustine Moncong for fourth position. Albert Friend doing a great job sitting there in third. This is the real battle pack between Grissel, Roivers, Steen Moncong, and behind them you've got Sakano, Nikita Lubimov, and Babicek. Now, as we look at this battle, Kyle Lawrence is down in the pit lane. What have you got for us, Kyle?
Just a little bit of information for you guys up in the commentary box there, Henry. A kart into the pits now, just behind me. He did try to complete another lap after the incident, but Eduardo Salamonde has unfortunately lost the silencing part of the Rotax exhaust. Has been taken off in an incident on track, and he's been forced to retire. So I thought just a little bit of information for you guys there in the commentary box. Back to you, Henry.
Thank you, that is right. We heard an exhaust that wasn't very well. It was a Brazilian exhaust that wasn't very well. Ryan Gandor has the lead back. And coming into picture now, Jeremy Roivers in fourth, Panoustine Moncong in fifth. If you're in fourth and fifth and you're looking at these three leaders, what are you trying to do, Miguel?
It really depends on actually the situation at hand. Panu can actually either keep on attacking or keep laying low and just wait for some opportunity that could happen.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, even in the first heat race, Gandor, Ashcroft and Friend, they might start battling, which could open the door, but you've got to be in a position to capitalise. So Steen Moncong sitting behind Roivers, looks like he has the fastest kart out of everybody at the moment, to be honest. He is flying in that red and white. And there's a defensive manoeuvre. That's Babicek trying to keep Padone at bay. Czech Republic versus Italy. Now, here we go. Gandor beginning to defend. That was a defensive line, and look how quickly Roivers has caught them up. Through turn number 7, down towards turn number 8. Is this a bit early, do you think, for Ryan to start defending? Lap 6 out of 8?
I mean, it's almost near the end of the heat, so honestly, it's actually a good time to actually defend. But in my personal opinion, doing a Heat 1 defend, it really depends on what you're aiming for. But as a driver, yeah, go for it, honestly.
You know, but I mean, of course, the thing is, though, there was a group of 3. There's now a group of 5. And pretty soon there's going to be a group of 8.
Yep.
And, of course, if you get a nose cone penalty, a 5-second penalty...
That will drop you down so much lower than what you would expect, especially here in this grand finals.
Oh, Ashcroft having a look, going through the roller coaster. I think Jacob's thinking to himself, right, I don't need to be in this massive pack. If Ryan wants to defend, I've got to go. And he's got to pick his moment, though. He's got to try and maybe... force Ryan to defend into turn number 8. Watch him swing out wide. Can he get the crossover? Albie Friend third. Here comes Denny Babicek. No, that's Antoine Grissel in the French blue race suit. So Grissel looking strong, and Roivers, he's now lost that momentum and is dropping back. And suddenly, we have a lead group of about 15 drivers. This is not what you want. If you're in the middle of that group, this is a nightmare, isn't it?
It would be, especially for Ashcroft, since you're trying to fight for first, but at the same time also defending for second.
Yep, and now, so we start the final lap. Here we go. Gandor, well, this is the difference between a driver that hasn't competed at this level. No, he has competed, but he hasn't competed at the front of this level, Rayan Gandor. This is the first time we've seen Rayan running at the front in a global event. Ashcroft, we all know, has won a global event. This is the difference in tactics. And, oh, look at Rivers sliding under, braking. Drivers running very, very wide. Rivers high, wide and handsome. Now, Albie Friend grabs second place. Here we go, down the hill. This is Rayan Gandor's racing. Talk us through the final couple of corners from Rayan Gandor's point of view.
It would be actually a much more easy time now that Friend and Ashcroft are actually kind of fighting for P2. And going into the checkered flag is much more easy for him since he has no one to look at.
Canada take their first win. And coming across the line. That was two drivers on the run to the line, taking out the scoring pylon. They both continue. We'll get number checks on them. I think one of them, we'll have to double check as we look down the order. Was one of them maybe Akito Yokoyama?
I believe so, especially since one of his front bumpers actually fell off.
Yeah, and I thought it was a 2-3-4 car. Well, there is a look at the provisional results. Denny Babacek falls back to 11th. Looking down, okay, Thomas Hart. He, I think maybe in a slight mechanical problem, but he went backwards. Jeremy Sincere, Max Sadursky, Vilmos Villasits up from 29th to 6th. Now, that's a really good drive after all that. He obviously was planning his moves for a long time.
Yeah.
We look down the order. Not everybody made it to the finish. There, Capan Salamonde out of the race. Paolo De Grandi finishing down in 34th. Feliciano Bruschi 33rd. Coming in now, you can tell which drivers are happy and which drivers are upset by this camera shot, can't you?
Yeah, there's actually just one just waving his hand either to the mechanic or to one driver.
Or just, just
or the situation at hand.
Yeah, just anyone who's looking, I'm not happy. There is the 248 going through. That was Feliciano Bruschi, the Uruguayan driver. Well, it was a good race, an eventful race that got even more eventful at the very, very end of the race. There is a look. So, Albert Friend grabs second in the end, and there is Albie Friend, his mechanic Matthew Herbert. Needs help, and there's Rory Armstrong's dad to help lift the cart up. So there is Aston, McAndrew, Ewan, and of course, yeah, I was, even though it's their first time working together, they have been friends, for a long time. I've been reminded that they have been friends a long time. Now they're work colleagues, and Jacob will be happy with that. No nose cone. Hey, we now know that Rayan Gandor's modus operandi is defend early. That's something that we can think about. Yeah.
Going in, attack, and defend at the same time.
Yeah, Jeremy Rivers going through there. His dad, Martin Rivers, who runs Kart Center Campillos. He'll be pleased with that performance. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one. Eventually, we got going. Now, Gandor almost had a jump start. Now, where did Gandor get ahead on the opening lap? He went round the outside of turn number 1 for the race lead. Jeremy Rivers, there in the yellow and red, he was a fast mover in the early stages as moving up. But again, Gandor, Friend and Ashcroft at one point had a nice little advantage. Roy was getting squeezed very, very wide there. And again, Ashcroft attacked Gandor, but Gandor's got pace. Gandor comes back at Ashcroft, takes the lead, and then once he was back in front, thinking, thou shalt not pass. Roy was again constantly. Sometimes you get races like that, attack, don't you?
Yeah, they're obviously picking up the moments, especially since you're starting at the back. So picking up the moments to actually overtake, doing the right timing and everything, that takes a lot of courage and preparation apart from the driver.
Well, Albie Friend managed to get into second place on the run to the line, and Friend second, Ashcroft third, and I believe it was the number 234 that crashed at the end of the race, Japan's Akito Yokoyama. Well, we shouldn't have any delay before the next race. The crowd, and you can see that in the blue, the predominantly blue collective there in the second, that's the Czech Republic team. And Jen Wade, it's about time we heard from our winner, Rayan Gandor. Take it away, Jen.
Rayan Gandor, now you have been fast all week, but that was a really good race.
Thank you. Yeah, it was quite complicated with all the all the good competitors all from all over the world. So it's kind of close for everyone.
Yeah. It is close, isn't it? There's nothing between you guys, and probably just a little bit of experience on a big track and in a big field like this.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much difference. That everyone's got the same package, same chassis. Like we can't change much of the kart and everything, so it just shows off everyone's skill.
Tell us, it's been a little bit of a delay, but of course it's always better to get it right. And there were a few penalties from track limits. Did you get any?
Yeah, I did get a track limit penalty, but I did two exactly the same laps, so it didn't really hamper me. But yeah.
It is how it is. Get used to the track. Now, tonight, a little bit of a rest, up and at it tomorrow. Any big changes, do you think, or are you happy?
I'm quite happy with the kart and everything. Like, I think we've got the setup right from all the KR, so I'm quite happy with what we have.
Of course, at home in Canada, anyone watching?
Yeah, my parents, hopefully my grandparents, and like everyone from my family, and some of the people from KR, I hope so.
Okay, so we give them a shout out. We're on the grid, so we'll see you later tomorrow?
Yeah, see you later tomorrow.
Back to you, Henry.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Rayon. Hello to everyone's grandparents in Canada and around the world. Well, I mean, if you're in Canada, then, it's not that late. In fact, it's, not a nice midday start. It's about 8 hours behind, depending on where you are in Canada. People in Australia are getting up and going to work tomorrow morning, so happy Thursday to Australia and New Zealand. Thursday morning, get around the coffee machine in work, sit down at your desk, tell your boss, yep, I'm working, quickly put the Rotax Karting YouTube channel on and listen to the Alpha Live broadcast. Davin Roberts, 2-1-2. Horrible qualifying session for Davin. Watch for the North Carolina native to be hot-footing it towards the front. There, Luka Holmes-Balak. Serbia this year didn't get a driver into the grand finals. However, Luka Holmes-Balak is Anglo-Serbian. He has got, parents are, one parent English, one parent Serbian. So he's flying the flag for the UK. But Serbia, if you're watching and you want someone to cheer for, Luka Holmes-Balak is your person. There is Christian Sigurdsson and the number 222 car. Now, that is Diego Perez Gonzalez's race suit. That is not Diego Perez Gonzalez behind the wheel. That is Ludmila Ibarra. So, Perez Gonzalez won the Junior Rotax Championship in Chile, entered, had to withdraw, and so the driver they beat, Ludmila Ibarra, who was second. She is now the representative, but obviously it was a late call for her to be called up. The way it works generally is if the champion can't go, the ticket for that country goes to the second place driver. So Ludmila is, I believe, second driver from Chile to qualify. Here we go. Pole sitter. Peru. Amaru Adrianzen. Valentino Manta, second. Branislav Redka and Nick Braselch are on row number 2. Slovakia and Slovenia. Ireland, Ben McLaughlin, Alexis Baerjon, Gabriel Canal, Vince van der Hallen. Your top 8, Martin Soltis, Kai Clark. The rest of the top 10. Wojciech Kapusta and Rashid Hilal on row 6. William Sterrup Nielsen, Owen Baroni, Len Abbas and Max Urlet, followed by Daniel Voinov, Alexandru Nechifor, Demir Abali, Ludmila Ibarra, Isan Seng, Christian Sejersen. Then it is Juan Bugayon, 23rd for the Philippines, Luca Holmes Balak, Cole Medeiros, Davin Roberts, followed by Leo Gonzalez, Rodrigo Caicas, Marcus Masinas, Rafael Zunask, then Boaz Maximov, Caleb Moss, Albi Lapa, the rock and roll star, Shun Sekaguchi. Row 17 is a fast row, Caleb Odendahl and Yu Xian Jin. Lots of fast drivers out of position. And on board will be Alexis Baerjon, the Canadian from L'Epiphanie. Into turn number 1 we go. Amaru Andriansen almost getting it crossed up. He leads over the roller coaster. Peru from Argentina. And here is Baerjon behind Ireland's Ben McLaughlin. These are the moments where you've got to have your wits about you, isn't it, Miguel?
Yep. Especially since it's the start of the race, everyone is jumping gun for actually wanting to go ahead.
Yep, Baerjon there on the outside, the red and white race suit getting forced a bit wide, yellow flags waving down at turn number 8. There was another spin at turn number 6. There is Nechifor for Team Romania moving up through the order. 3 wide coming down the hill. Here comes Alexis Baerjon, and he's on the outside. He's got a cart right on the inside. He can't get over to get to track limits. Comes around the final corner. That's a good exit. And in the background there's someone getting very, very crossed up. That looked like Ben McLaughlin. That was the emerald green race suit from Ireland. And let's have a look further back. Well, it's gone from bad to worse for Boaz Maximos. And we will be giving you an update on the timetable at the end of this race. But here we go. Albi Lapa up 12 positions into 21st position. Shun Sekaguchi up 10 places. These are the moves you're expecting to see from those types of drivers, aren't they?
Yep, especially since they're trying to go way more ahead, especially if they want to actually try and win for this. Almost went into a hit right there.
Yep, there's Baerjon, who is still working hard. So, Baerjon, P7, make that P6, Nick Brakelch, and there's the 259 having a nibble. That's Branislav Redka from Slovakia. Now, Martin Soltis has the race lead. Slovakia run 1 and 3, and that's not often we say that, but hey, the Slovakian drivers have done the track limits. Make that Slovakia 1-2. Everybody at the Slovakia ring, at Trinec, the steel ring, are going to be standing up and cheering as Soltis, whose brother, Martin and Matthew Soltis, they both qualified before. Only Martin has qualified this year. Let's have a look as we cross the line. You know, Valentino Manta is third. The track limits, those drivers who obeyed track limits, who haven't had penalties, they're not some of the favourites, but my word, there's Baerjon getting a run over by, who was that, the 244 cart? That was Nick Brakelch. Damage. Who is that?
I believe that is a 228. No, it's a 226.
226. That is. Oh, that's Rashid Hilal from Bahrain, who is out of the race. Down the hill. Let's have a look. Albi Lapa up 15 positions. There is Bayerjon, and Bayerjon still fighting in this group. Behind. What? Now the order has been, shuffled a little bit. There comes Amaru Adriansen back. Where is your countryman? Yuan Bugayon is still running.
At 35, actually.
Yeah, so he's lost positions, but you were almost expecting, he's learning, isn't he?
Yeah, obviously.
He's got to do all the laps. You don't learn by sitting at the side.
You learn from trying or you fail.
Yeah.
That is normally what every driver has, especially in junior. It's either you're newcomer from mini-max, or you're in your last years in juniors going into seniors.
Yeah, so you get 2, maybe 3 seasons maximum. Here comes Slovakia battling for the lead. Soltis versus Rentka across the line. Now, will Slovakia play nice? As Valentino Manta gets forced wide. Wojciech Kapusta from Poland now into 3rd position, and Amaru Adriansen from Peru gets forced wide. Oh, wonder.
A bit of a wheel-and-wheel action over there into turn 6, I believe.
Yep, and this is the last race of the day, we're being told. So there'll be a new timetable out tomorrow, but obviously with the delays that we've had through with all the delays that we've had, we are calling it a night at the end of this race. We'll bring you a roundup of the day at the end of this race. But Miguel, we've got 2 laps to go. Soltis leads, Rentka second. The only people that can beat Slovakia in this race is Slovakia. Is that right?
Yes, actually, they're both teammates, I believe.
They're teammates, they're countrymen. So if they can win it or lose it for their country, depending on how they race each other, can't they?
Yeah. One simple mistake could hurt Slovakia, but from what I can tell, both I cannot pronounce the name.
Soltis and Rentka, that's fine.
By what I can tell, they're both working together, not trying to go for a bad move or even a really risky move.
Well, let's see what happens, because we're going to be starting the last lap. They lead by 1.2 seconds over Wojciech Kapusta, Alexis Bayerjon, and Amaru Adriansen. Kai Clark up to 6th. Manta 7th. Look at the moves being made further down the order. That's Kai Clark going round the outside of turn number 1. That is a brave move from 204. Now the game is on at the front. Now it's Slovakia versus Slovakia. Soltis, Rentka going for a win head-to-head. This would be Slovakia's best ever result. A 1-2.
A bit of a spin by someone.
That was
209.
He had help. Amaru Adriansen there having help into turn number 8. Rentka has dropped to 3rd. Now look at Kapusta coming in. Oh, Slovakia might lose their 1-2 finish. It's going to be Soltis leading in kart number 255. Soltis wins. Oh, and it looks as though Branislav Rentka wasn't necessarily very happy with his countryman. Slovakia didn't play nice. They got a 1-3 finish out of it, not a 1-2 finish.
That is racing, to be honest.
It is racing. It is racing indeed. There is the result, the provisional result. Bayerjon, our camera cart, up into 4th position. Kai Clark is 5th. Valentino Manta is 6th. Owen Baroni, Vince van der Halen, who said he was stressed, finishes 8th. Let's look a little bit down the order. Big movers, Cole Medeiros, Shun Sakaguchi, Albi Lapper. Yeah, the rock and roll star up into there. Now, looking down there, we've got finishing down, well, Davin Roberts, only 27. That's not gone well. Right, talk about this. So, Yuan Bugayong finishing just behind Caleb Odendahl, Rafael Zert. There was no big, oh dear, there's the first 6-7 symbol. Redka looks devastated. Wojciech Kapusta is happy with that. They've sussed out where the camera is. Oh, the number 229 coming in. That is Leo Gonzalez looking decidedly second hand. These junior drivers have discovered where the cameras are, and unfortunately
done the 6-7.
They are delivering levels of brain rot. Oh dear. There is Estonia looking up. So there's your countryman. Tell us what's on his mind. He's finished. Yes, he's finished last. He's finished last. Look at the pedal extensions. Look how tiny he is compared to some of the other drivers. But he's finished right behind the pack. Is he going to, that's something you can learn from, isn't it?
Honestly, yes. Especially since I believe he started around maybe 24th, 25th.
Yep, started on 23rd. Yes.
So from starting from there all the way to the back, it helps you learn how to actually be more aggressive with these kinds of drivers, especially since it's a one-make race.
Yes.
It's hard to actually really want to fight hard, but at the same time, with the expenses of all this new and coming Praga chassis.
Yep.
But at the same time, it will help and teach you on how to actually really fight hard with the pack, fight hard with the other drivers, and at the same time, learn from them.
Branislav Renka not happy. Now, he has got to go back and sit next to Martin Soltis in the tent. That is, the good and the bad thing about this event, depending, it's a great thing. You have to sit by your teammates. If you haven't played nice on track, you've then got to go and stand next to.
It's going to be awkward.
That's for families, mechanics, everything. Every nation's got a team manager entry.
And every team has a parent.
Yes. Exactly. You have to manage your team and the atmosphere as well.
Yeah.
Because Slovakia have got a large team. They've got more than just 2 drivers.
They have, I believe, maybe 6?
6 or 7 drivers, yeah. So, you can't let that affect the entire team. Let's have a look back at the highlights of what is the last race of the day. Here we go. Better late than never. And Alexis Baerjon in the thick of the action. He's behind Ben McLaughlin yet. Ben McLaughlin, the Irishman, sadly went backwards in that one. Baerjon trying to get the top. Now, Amaru Adrianzen, the pole sitter for Peru, held on gamely at the front. Then Slovakia started making their move. And Baerjon, well, he had a tough time because he was up and down like a yo-yo. Was the driver from L'Epiphanie. Here is the battle between the 2 Slovakians. At the moment, it's the 2.59 at the head of the pack. That was Branislav Renka. At the end of it, now, trying to find out, we didn't see the move. Oh, that was the end of Adrianzen's. That's the end of Adrianzen's challenge. Getting pushed wide there. Now, we couldn't quite see who Renka was upset with. Was he upset with Soltis, or was he upset with Wojciech Kapusta? We'll find out tomorrow. But that is the end of the racing today, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go away just yet. It's not the end of our coverage. Miguel Quinones, final thoughts. You're going to be back tomorrow for the junior racing. There's a lot of racing tomorrow. In fact, we'll come back to you for a moment. Let's go and speak to Jen Wade, first of all.
Martin, exciting race for you, but really good result starting P9?
Yes, P9.
Tell me about the race.
Yeah, after the start I was P5, then from P5 I was P1, then the guy who was second overtook me and I overtook him back, and last 3 laps I was just blocking.
Yeah. Tell me about the circuit, the strategy, where to overtake, what are you thinking?
Yeah, the track is nice. It's really fast and you have a lot of options to overtake.
That's what I heard before. It's really a lot of options. What about in the evening? Does it change anything or with the temperature?
Yeah, in the night you have less grip than in the evening and less grip.
So tell me, what's it like to be here? Is it your first or second grand finals?
Third.
Third one? Yeah. Wow, okay. And you qualified through the?
C, yeah.
Okay, so the level's pretty good there, I think. And what are you thinking now about tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm hoping it will be good. Same tomorrow. I'm hoping to be good tomorrow.
It's going to be good. It's going to be great. We're going to say congratulations and let you go because it's a long night, but it's been fun.
Yeah, it's been fun.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay, thanks, Henry.
Thank you very much, Jen, and thank you to all the drivers here today. Miguel, you've now commentated on your first couple of grand finals races. Is as intense up here as it is out there on the pit lane?
Honestly, it feels more intense here because you want to actually talk, but at the same time, not.
Yeah, it's a tough gig trying to get a word in edgeways next to me sometimes, especially when I get excited. But the racing again, there's been delays. The junior racing is about as expected. You know, very very fraught. There's a lot of drivers that are going to be now really scratching their heads. They were expecting to do well, but they've made mistakes. Tomorrow is going to be a very very long day.
It would be, yeah.
It would be. If you're a driver that has had a bad race tonight, how do you not let that affect you tomorrow?
Honestly, learn from it and then try not to think too much that the race is your most biggest concern. In my personal experience, like if you have a bad race, learn from it, but try not to be too much into the bad. What can you learn from the mistakes that you make? And
don't dwell on
dwell on it.
Don't dwell on the mistake, or don't dwell on the person that you feel has done you wrong. Well, there we go. Thank you very much, Miguel. We'll see you for the rest of the junior races tomorrow. The senior first heats, the DD2 first heats, and the Masters first heats, they're all taking place tomorrow. Tomorrow has suddenly got very, very busy indeed. But today is not over just yet, because after this next bunch of highlights of the day, myself, Kyle Lawrence, and Jen Wade will be down on the main stage, Rotax sofa, to round things up and react to everything that we've seen here today in day one of racing here at the 2025 Rotax Grand Finals. Let's show you the highlights of all the action, and then we'll wrap things up on the main stage.
chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best, challenging yourself over and over again? Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
Well, hello once again. Welcome to the Roundup Show here at Bahrain International Circuit. We're here on the main stage. Jen Wade, Kyle Lawrence, and one of our E10 pilots, Luke Milbard, to round up the day's racing. It's been a long day, and yet we haven't had quite all the racing that we were expected, but it's been a good day's racing, lots of action.
Lots of action. Of course, we had qualifying to kick it off, and then the racing, a little bit of a delay. But I think it's been exciting. I think that's my word for today, exciting. Luke might have something else to say about that.
Well, I mean, first of all, we've had all the qualifying sessions there done and dusted. We've had the races that have happened, E20 Senior and E20 Masters. The Micros have had their first heat, and the Juniors have had their first heat. The mini heats, we are going to run them again tomorrow because the grids weren't quite correct. So for drivers who have had damage, that's a bit of a break, isn't it, Kyle?
Yeah, it gives you another bite at the apple should you have been caught up in any incidents or any problems to get the carts repaired and the drivers back out basically at a null loss. But we brought up qualifying. It was incredibly close. It is one of the closest years we've had in a Rotax Grand Finals in terms of gaps throughout the field. But qualifying was the inherent problem that created some of the delays we've had throughout today, mostly because of track limit violations that then had to go through our stewards and be resolved in terms of grid slots, etc. going forward.
Well, to talk about track limits, let's speak to Luke, because for the last 2 days, Luke and Francesco Cosco from Canada have been out with the Minimax drivers in the brand new Rotax E10 karts, running as a companion just to compare the lap times between the Minimaxes and the E10s. Luke, you've been out there for 2 days. Why have so many drivers had track limits issues? Where on the track is it really easy to run wide and fall foul of track limits?
Definitely on the exit of turn 5, because you really want to carry more speed round the outside of the corner, and if you don't, then you're just going to lose some time. So it's so tempting to go quicker and do track limits there. And also I think I would say turn 7 and 8, because you just have to slow down so much, even though you feel like it's meant to be way faster than what it actually is.
And of course, you've got the advantage, the disadvantage that because we're in the desert, there's no grass. You can't have sand right next to the circuit, so there's a lot more tarmac around the racing track that is very tempting for drivers, isn't it?
It's very tempting, but you just got to make sure you stay in the white lines, and it's very tight, but if you do it, then you're going to end up with a quick lap and hopefully inside the top 10 for you, but if you don't really do it, then you're just going to feel like you're doing a quick lap and you'll never know until you get in the pits. And then by the time that happens, it's over.
And then you get the ping, don't you, Jen? The ping on the app that says, go to the stewards, track limits.
And there was a huge lineup as well, and nobody could tell which group they're in. So this caused a little bit of confusion, which only added to that problem, that then who's got track limits, 5 seconds, how many times 5 seconds? It was different in the practice. You had a little bit of a chance to kind of trial it and not get penalised, but once we get into the racing and qualifying, completely different. I don't think I spoke to many drivers that said I didn't get track limits, because before the races, you know, yeah, okay, but if it wasn't for the penalty. But I think everyone actually shuffled down, only a few didn't get it.
Yeah, and so what happens is that if you get done for track limits once, you get your fastest qualifying time erased. So therefore you have to rely on your second best qualifying time. If you get done for track limits twice, you get your 2 best times erased. So if you did 2 laps, we won't dwell on that. Let's dwell on the racing that we did have. E20 and E20 Masters kicked this off. Yannick Jacobs from Germany winning the E20 senior race, and Maurice Knoppers, the reigning champion in E20 Masters, winning that one. Carl, what were your thoughts on that?
Well, watching Yannick Jacobs, he was obviously well awake come the start. He managed to get it out into the front, and it was a flag-to-flag victory for him. He grew a gap, used the boost button correctly in terms of growing that gap and making sure he had the win. Moritz, not as much of a great start. I did speak to him afterwards as he came in. Unfortunately, he hit the boost button a little bit too early, so it didn't read, and he had to drop down to, I think he dropped down to 3rd place on the first lap and had to work his way back up. But a great drive from him and some really good defensive driving. But all in all, to see those karts run so close together again and have a train of those white lights come down the hill through Bahrain, it's something that you don't get to see often, and to have that experience of seeing such close racing but not hearing it is also something that you have to experience.
Yeah, and Luke, we'll bring you back in. So the E10, does that have a boost button? I don't know.
It does, and all it does is it gets you from your low speed to your top speed quicker, and it's really useful when you're coming out of the last corner because you can get so much beneficialness down the straight.
Now, I mean, having driven the E10 for the last 2 days, last year at Sarno, Luke Millward sat on the pole in the Micromax final, so you know how to get the job done here. I know that in the final itself it didn't go quite well, but you've been on pole. You watched the Micromax heat race from the Rotax Club. Was that where you watched it from?
Yeah, I watched it from the VIP area, and it was not bad, to be fair. Like, there was some battles and etc.
Yeah, no, we had a 2-kart breakaway. Benedictus Masiokas and name forgets me now who was in second place. Jan Wozniak from Poland, wasn't it? And then you had some of your compatriots, Dean Singh Bahal, Charlie Page, Albert Farrow coming through. You were there in the pit lane to speak to Benedictus and Jan Wozniak at the end of that one. What was the feeling?
Oh, they were happy, excited, and also I think, to be honest, they were glad it was over. But they had fun. That's what they said. They had fun. They can't wait for it to happen again tomorrow.
Yeah, and of course, I'm assuming that you would be watching the British drivers quite closely in that one. What impressed you about Dean and about young Albert Farrow and Charlie Page?
They went through the field. Maybe they could have been a bit quicker, but they did what they had to do. They overtook, so they got past, they pulled away, so that's the best, basically what the best they could have done.
And final thoughts, juniors. We left them wait. We waited. 2 exciting junior races, Kyle.
It's absolutely amazing to see how quickly they can pick up racing on a circuit like this. It's all good getting the practice in and getting a couple of passes done during a test session, but it is nowhere near in comparison to what happens during the race. And to watch them switch that on and to show the level of racing that they are prepared to get involved with. There were so many moves being pulled out left, right and center around the outside, things that I never thought I would have seen. And this happens to me every year I come here. You expect something and they always turn it up at a couple of turns on the volume and bring you something quite spectacular to watch in terms of racecraft.
Like this is Spinal Tap in a go-kart. Jen, tomorrow, final thoughts from you. It's going to be a very, very busy day. We are going to see all the heats for Minimax, all the heats for Senior, DD2, DD2 Masters, and then the last heats for Micro and E20.
Yeah, tomorrow, of course, gets a little bit more serious because depending on what happened today, of course, and we're missing a couple of the heats, obviously, with Senior and DD2 and Masters. But what we've seen, I think, is that it is so close, and any of the drivers I spoke to said, really, it is so close. And these are all champions. So, I don't know. I have no idea at this stage. Everyone, you thought, okay, in qualifying they've done well. They're good in the racing. But in the last lot of heats here, it's unbelievable. Completely turned upside down.
Yeah.
We have to wait and see.
We have to wait and see. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow, it is going to be a long and busy day packed with action. Please keep up to date on the Rotax Karting YouTube channel, Rotax Karting on Facebook and Instagram, and keep watching for the start time for tomorrow's broadcast. It's going to be a long one. So on behalf of Luke Millwood, Carl Lawrence, Jen Wade, I'm Henry Baudet. Thank you very much for joining us here at the Bahrain International Circuit. The 2025 Rotax Grand Finals continues tomorrow.
Here we go. Here we go. Try not to make it lame, Rob. Oh my God! Yeah! That's that skiing feeling, motherfucker. Sledding's fun.
Driver unique. It's an event designed to make you equal, because you are number one.